Good morning, good evening, hello to whoever you are tuning in live or on the replays. Welcome back to day 3 of Global Youth Uniting, our Global Youth Empowerment Summit. Oh my goodness, Flea, it has been such an amazing time already with the beautiful conversations, the insights from our young people and our teens, and all of the amazing experts who are coaches, mentors, and parents who have joined us. There is such a beautiful lineup. What are you excited about for today?
Oh, obviously the next session, because we love a little bit of improv and a little bit of play. This is what we're all about at Awakening Academy, is making sure that the fun is there. Because what's the point of doing anything if there's no joy? And we can create that. So I love that we're going to have that session today, as well as some of the youth that is coming in to share their voices. Some really important topics on digital safety, which we know is really important. Looking forward to just hearing like how do we manage in the real world for our youth. What is it that we need to know before we get out there into the great big wide world, and some of the concepts that elude us as we grow.
I know. And we've got some amazing panels and more information being shared today. So you've got to tune in, guys. But we are so excited to introduce our next beautiful keynote speaker, Louise Robinson, who is going into this beautiful session called Improv in It, Slaying the Spontaneous Play Game. And it's going to be a practical workshop. We've got some amazing young people joining us. And if you are watching the live or the replay, just get up at home, jump in, have a go, and have a laugh and have a play, and I know you'll feel so much better. And without any further ado, let's introduce Louise.
Our next amazing speaker, Louise, is the owner and founder of Step Out, a dynamic platform dedicated to fostering connection and creativity through improv and acting. With over 15 years of experience as a teacher and performer in both Australia and Canada, Louise specialises in providing transformative experiences for individuals, teams, and workplaces. Her work builds trust, spontaneity, active listening, confidence, and acceptance, empowering people to step out of their comfort zones and into their potential. As an avid playmaker and community builder, Louise brings joy and laughter to every space she enters, inspiring collaboration and growth. In addition to her work with Step Out, she also performs and teaches aerial silks, blending strength and artistry to engage and delight audiences. Louise's passion for creativity and connection continues to make a lasting impact, helping people to embrace play, spontaneity, and the power of authentic expression. Louise also is an avid Awakening speaker, and we're very grateful to have her back again. Thank you.
Oh, hello, everybody. How's you all doing? So yes, thank you, Flea and Marie, for that awesome intro. Wow, that was really cool. So yes, my name is Louise Robinson, and I'm an Australian living in Canada. There's a lot of us that do that. When I first moved here, I was living in Whistler, which is also known as Wistralia. And now I live in a place called Squamish, which is in between Whistler, and went to I'm not exactly sure how long. I university with Marie, and we have been doing drama teaching together, and have known each other, working with Drama Queensland and conferences and things like that. And so through my experience as a teacher, that fabric, and it's like 20 and then you do these crazy drops. Yeah, I do that too. So, um, so I teach acting, improv, and aerial silks, and just all sorts of arts. That's my thing. I believe that arts can change the world. Because when we are doing any kind of art form, and obviously my love is in not to do it for your ego to step in and so that's why I called my business Step Out, is because I wanted to encourage people to step out of their comfort zone in whatever way it is for them. But through improv, it scares a lot of people. Like 99% you with things like competition and having to go all the time, and really be in our brain as opposed to in our heart. So improv through play, because when we're playing and we're having fun, we're actually and tapping into things like your curious listening, your spontaneity, your creative thinking, your quick thinking, and collaboration, and bringing people together in I believe that if that is brought into every single person's life, then it solves so many issues. So communication, social anxiety, right? I have people coming to my classes that have just moved to Squamish, for example, are maybe struggling to find friends. They come to my class, and not only are they tapping into all of these beautiful things that bring us into our body and bring us into the present moment and bring us into play and laughter and dopamine release, you're also making friends, which at the end of the day, it's the relationships that we have in our lives that truly make our life what it is, which makes it so beautiful, right? Those connections that we make with other people. And if we can have a way to connect with other people on a playful level, improv, then the connection, the vulnerability of 8 a.m. for people online, we are going to start doing some improv. Okay, now I do in Australia, and it's the afternoon here for me in Canada. It's just after 2. But how I have been starting off all my improv classes is with shaking it out. Okay, so because when we somatically get into our bodies and out of this like self-doubt, judgment that the ego starts to bring in, as soon as we bring it into our bodies, all of that goes away. So I'm going to invite everybody. So I'm going to push my chair back as far as I can go. And I'm going to have to adjust this so everybody can see. So, and now that we've had our free flow shake, I am going to do the countdown shake. Okay, so the way that this works is we're going to count down from 5, and then, oh, am I delayed? Okay, all right. We're going to count down from 5. Okay, starting with the right leg, then we're going to go to the left leg, then we're going to go to the right hand, then we'll go to the left hand. All right, so we count down from 10, 5, 3, 2.
We're doing the lovely improv with you, Louise, as you're cutting out. So this is what it's all about, people. The beautiful internet has disappeared. So Charlotte and I are just jumping in and we're improving. Literally, we don't know what we're meant to be doing, but we're just jumping in and shaking and dancing. So once Louise jumps back in, we're just going to continue. And I love that.
All right.
Shake down.
So
cool.
Hopefully the tech issues. Okay, yeah, this is how it goes when we're trying to work with technology. That's why I invite you to try and do improv in person if you can, in your area, wherever you are. Okay, now that we've shaked it out, we kind of got into our bodies a little bit. Before we sit down, I want us to do some horse's breath. So I've been starting to do this in my classes because I learned that when we do the horse's lips, it taps into our vagus nerve in the back of our neck and releases like any kind of anxiety that we might have, or at least like a little bit. So we take a deep breath in. And then so I like, it just gives it that extra oomph. Okay, and one more. All righty, we can come back to having a seat. Okay, yeah, we are behind. Okay, so now another thing is for like what I've noticed a lot about myself and my jaw is that when I'm feeling
Apologies, everyone. We are having some major technical delays. It turns out that internet across the globe is pretty bad. We just missed that, Louise. If we can go back, we just cut out.
So I'm really, and that's a really good indicator to see how tight your jaw is. Yeah, okay. So now we kind of warmed up the body, we warmed up our face, We've warmed up our jaw. We're going to do some tongue twisters. Okay, so tongue twisters are something that I did as a kid. And I found isn't really something that is taught in schools anymore. And it really does help with communication and articulation. So, all right. So the first tongue twister that we're going to try is, so I'll say it. I can see that maybe we are having some lagging with the internet between Australia rhythm is like totally part of our humanness. Then it kind of gets into our bodies a little bit more. So let's try it one more time, and then we're going to do another one. So the big black bug bit the big black bear, and the big black bear bred blood. All right. So another one that you can try is, I need unique New York, but does unique New York need me? So that again is, let me start again. I need unique New York, but does unique New York need me? Okay. And then again, you try and get faster. You repeat. I need unique New York, but does unique New York need me? Oh, that was a tough one. That you need is communication. To me, the number one skill of in the world, that is communication. Because you could have all of the technical skills in the world, but if you can't communicate how you are able to do those things, or if you're able to have a conversation with another person and make eye contact, then what good are your technical skills? So now with improv, as I mentioned before, there's a couple of things that we're going to look at here. So it's really like coming in, stepping out of your comfort zone, huge, big, basically told that we can't fail. And if we fail, then that is a huge, huge deal, right? But we're human. If we don't make mistakes, then how are we going to learn, right? So our whole school system is set up with like, oh, you got to get this grade, and and if you don't, then you're not as good as this person, and the whole competition aspect of it as well. So through improv, is anyone that now, and okay, so now I want to see if there is who wants to interact. We're going to do a name game. Because I don't know everybody's names, and it's really good to I'm going to get a bit of insight into you. So this one is called Sometimes I Feel Like And so what I want you to do is just tap into, what animal do I feel games and with name games, it is about getting to know you, but it is also about self-awareness, which a lot of improv can help you to become more self-aware if that's not something that you're used to tapping into. And so sometimes I'll start off my class with like, what color do you feel like today? Right? So then it's just like, I like to close my eyes because I'm just a visual person, and I can see the color, I can see the animal. Another good way to check in with yourself is, and also all of this is fun, right? It's like all the check-ins are fun. It's like looking at colors and like animals. Thought. What I'm going to do is I will just say these exercises as I have done previously, and then you can just take note of them for the future, or you can follow along without me seeing you. Okay. So another get to know you game that I would like to play, although you're only going to get to know me because you can't respond back to me, is called General to Specific. So I like to do this to really bring people together. It's an exercise that I like to do on the first kind of improv class or improv gathering of people. And so the way it goes is you're going to share something about yourself, but you're going to say it very generally first. And then you're going to start to get down really specific. Okay. So, and everyone would have their hand up. And when you don't resonate with what is being said, then you put your hand down. Okay. So this is my example. Okay. So I like to move my body. Okay. So if you also like to move your body, then you keep your hand up. I like to dance. Okay. So if you like to dance, you keep your hand up. I like to dance in the sky. I like to do aerial silks. Okay. And then further to that, I like to perform and teach aerial silks. Okay. So if you are communication into get to know other people, but also it has to do with in terms of speaking specifically, because when we are more specific in what we are asking for or what we're trying to communicate, then it leaves no ambiguity for the other person, right? If we're just speaking generally, then that's when things can get misconstrued and miscommunications can happen. So I invite you to really try and tap into being specific when you are in conversations with people. And that is one of the things of improv. When you're in a scene, say you're in an acting scene, okay, so So our next one is tapping into our creative mind. So the great thing about improv is it's like all about the imagination, which unfortunately I have seen young people struggle to tap into their imagination and sometimes struggle with improv games. Now it has nothing to do with the youth. It has to do with technology, and so unfortunately technology is stealing imagination from people. And like going to ask myself a question and then I would respond to it using whatever comes to my mind in the moment. So another thing about improv is that we don't want to overthink it. And in life, we don't wake up with a script by our bed. Life is improv. We don't, like, yes, we plan things, but those things don't always go to plan, right? Like me right now, right? It's just like I've planned games that are like interactive, right? So that I'm like saying things and I'm getting responses from other people. But due to the nature of, Wi-Fi issues being on the other side of the world, I'm now having to improv in the moment, right? To attach to make plans, but it's not always going to go to plan. And we can't be to the outcome of our expectations because that's when we get disappointed. Hey, totally still happens to me. So, yeah. But improv can assist you regularly, like anything with humans. If you're doing it repetitively, it is going to, sink in and become more a part of your human makeup. So, okay. Ask a silly question. I've got a list here, so I'm just gonna. Okay. So I'm going to ask, what do you mush in a... I'm not going to overthink it. I'm just going to go with whatever comes to my mind first. So what's mushroom? Well, the mush in a mushroom has to do with the plant itself. If it's left for too long in the rain, it becomes like mush, right? And it's like a mush on top of a room. So, the key to this is like it becomes a mushroom if you leave it out. Okay. What animal is the biggest party animal and why? The biggest party animal is the hippo. And why is the hippo the biggest party animal? Well, I can tell you, because they can go in water and they can go on land. And something that we don't see is when a bunch of hippos get together, they actually like dancing. And they can dance in the water and they can dance on land. So there you go. If you like to party, hippo is where it's at. Right? And just say it with like such confidence and conviction, right? You're just like, yeah, I know exactly what party animal would be the biggest party animal. Oh, okay. Hi. There was a technical interruption, but I guess we're back. I'm just gonna keep going. I was gonna keep going, and then we'll just see where it goes. That's my southern accent. um. So just being silly, just like laughing like that, honestly, is like that's the best medicine. It really is. And when you're putting yourself in environments that create laughter, that honor. First moved to Canada, I would get sick like the entire winter. 6 months I had a cold like every single month or every week, it felt like. Um and it had a lot to do with I hadn't started my business at that point. I wasn't consistently doing improv. I wasn't consistently meditating or doing any of the somatic healing work or energetic work, working with energetic healers. And when I started integrating energetic healing, somatic work, meditation with the improv, it's medicine balance. And when we're inviting improv, it is. And I, as I said before, I believe it is a medicine that should be in every single person's life. So if you are unable to take an improv class where you are in the world, in person, there is a number of people that do it online, myself included. Usually it's more usually I have of improv. So before I move on to the next game, I just want to talk about called Yes and. So what happens in scenes if we're not yes anding when we're being in these characters and we're acting out a scene together? If I'm saying no, that's And so if you were yes anding, you'd be like, yes, and I really want to get hot dogs once the day is done. Okay, so that's yes standing. That's like, yeah, I want to go to the water park. And you're also adding information to it. You're not just accepting the offer, you are adding to the offer. Okay, if you were just knowing, you're just like, do you want to go to the water park today? It's just a straight up no. Okay, then that's just like a block before you've even really like considered it, thought about it. Then there's the no but. So no but has to do with boundaries, and boundaries are extremely important. Okay, so for example, the question can be, do you want to go to the water park with? Okay, so that's honor. If you're going in a couple of weeks, I would love to go. Where you are right now, I'm not feeling so great. Going to the water park might not be such a great idea. But I do want to go with you in a couple of weeks when I'm not feeling sick anymore. Some notes here. So, where do I want to go with this now? Okay. So I'm hoping that we can get some interaction going on here. For me to be able to play these next games. However, I'm just going to go keep what I said. There is such a thing as solo improv. It is totally possible. And yeah, because
I have been tuning in online and watching, and I just love Louise's energy, even with the technical glitches. So let's play the yes and game that she was mentioning earlier. So I'm going to start, and then oh, here
so
we are,
if
beautiful Louise.
anyone
I don't know if
can
she can
hear
hear us.
me,
If
I
there's
am
a slight
going
delay.
to. So Liam, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we were going to play yes
No?
and.
Okay.
Yes. Can you?
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
Awesome. All right. It's just lagged. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going
Or maybe it's
to
your thing.
make an offer to you of a present. Okay. That is like a non-present or something that you don't necessarily want to receive. Okay. You're going to accept it and then justify why you need that. Okay. Yes, we can do yes and yes. I just see Marie, but let's try terrible presents with Liam. So, Liam, I was walking down the road the other day, and I saw this this roadkill, and I thought that. Okay, so maybe that didn't work.
We can hear you.
It's just very delayed.
The video is just delayed.
Okay, so Marie, if you're there, you can hear me. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay. All right. So,
Just laugh. Just laugh.
Oh, I appreciate you. This is it's tough delays. Just keep talking, Louise, and then we'll pause and we'll be patient. We're going to just play the game as
All
we
right,
can.
I'm just gonna keep on going and playing games with myself because
Oh, we've lost her again. That's okay. If she jumps on, then we'll just keep going and we'll hopefully catch up. But I'm not sure with the present game what we were meant to do, but I'm going
I
to
think
start a
it's
scenario.
in responding to boundaries. So how do we receive a present we don't like?
Okay. Do you want to give it a go, Flea?
Ooh, a present I don't like. And you have to justify your response or something. Ooh.
So, Flea, I'm going to give you a cat. Here you go. Here is a beautiful kitten for you.
Marie, I love cats, but unfortunately I can't keep it. So can we find another home for this beautiful creature together?
And why can't you keep it?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to care for another cat.
Oh, I see. Okay, Liam, I'm going to, so that is a non-present. Okay, and Flea just accepts and justifies why
need
you
it.
need it. Okay, thank you. I missed those
I've just
instructions.
typed something into the chat there if you guys did want to try that out.
Okay, so I'm going to try it with
Yeah.
Liam because he's here. So Liam is a non-present. So Liam, I've got this really amazing
So
glass.
if you can.
So Liam, I'm going to give you this glass, and this is my gift to you.
I really like your present,
Flea,
and
I'm giving you
I really like your glass.
Yep, keep going with the glass, and then we'll do fleas.
I really like your glass, and I think it will make a great thing to grow some lettuce in.
Oh, I love that. Great job, Liam. Oh, glad you're here. And Flea, Louise is giving you a sock with one hole.
Oh, thank you, Louise. I love this. This is really going to help me practice my mending skills.
Beautiful. Liam, do you have a gift for me?
I'm going to give you a rotten log.
Oh, a rotten log. Amazing. Because you know what? I'm going to really put that in my garden because my plants really need all of that decomposition. So I really love that rotten log. It's going to do wonders in my garden. Flea, do you have a gift for Louise? And hopefully she'll be able to hear us.
Oh, Louise, I'm going to give you a fully completed colouring book. Oh, we're muted. We finally got in sync and we're muted.
Yes. Okay. Flea, thank you so much for a completed colouring book. You've done all the work for me. So now I have a completed artwork. Thank you.
I'm going to do one for Shanti's listening.
Okay, so are we all on the same? Can everyone hear me in real time right now?
No, you're like Louise.
Okay.
So Prashant,
all right.
Maybe let's.
Oh, it's my tree.
Okay.
So That's right. Maitri, I'm going to give you a light bulb, and you can type in the chat. Louise will keep moving on, and we'll share what you're going to do with that light bulb, Maitri/Shani. A light bulb. She's thinking. She might add in later. So Louise, I know there's a slight delay, but feel free to give us the next game, and we will patiently wait.
Okay, so we're going to further with this concept, and we're going to do a yes and adventure. Okay, so the way that this works is we're basically going on an adventure together. Okay, so I will yes. Excellent, Prasani. I'll go for yes and then adding a piece to that. Okay, first, and then we can go to Flea next. So, we are going to go to the water park today. And then Flea
Yes,
would go
and
yes and then add to
yes,
that.
Yep. Yes, and we're going to have hot dogs with ice cream on it.
Yes, and while we're eating those hot dogs with ice cream, we're going to get ready to go on the Ferris wheel afterwards. Liam.
Yes, and after we go to the Ferris wheel, we are going to go stargazing tonight.
Ooh. Beautiful.
I believe it was stargazing and go to bed. I'm good at lip reading.
Is the audio delay? There we go.
Okay, now we can. This is going to be so funny to watch back.
That delay.
All right.
That delay.
So, okay. So I'm gonna, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. So I'm gonna move on to another game here. So this is called With New Direction. So With New Direction is I'm going to give you a movie line, a famous movie line. Okay. And communicate different ways of saying things, right? So you can have the same line, like it has the same words in it, but depending on your tone of voice, your emotion, your motivation, intention behind the line that you're saying, it can adjust the communication dramatically. So I'm going to give you a line. I'm just trying to think what's a movie that Liam those lines. Okay, so I know I've got all like old school movies on here.
It's all right. We'll go with the old school.
Okay, cool. you have Jerry.
Can you type it in the chat, Louise, as well?
Let's go with you first.
Oh, okay, great.
Yep.
Oh, such a joy.
Patience is a virtue, everybody. Even in the online drama classroom.
It's so interesting to see from this side of it, because I can see what's going to stream and so much of it is in sync, but then when it's not, it's like I can't see why.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
so I'm an old person. Oh, you had me at hello from Jerry Maguire. I'm an
Okay.
old elderly person. Marie
And
has
I'm
to
going
pee.
to be, I have to pee. And Liam, you're running from zombies. All right. Liam, you go first. How would you say you had me at hello running from zombies?
I'm supposed to
So
say.
you're saying you had me at hello is the line.
Okay, so I can go first.
Yeah.
So I'm meant to be an elderly person. So I don't know if you know the movie. Jerry Maguire it's kind of like a little love romance, and he gives a whole big speech, and she goes, "You had me at hello." So it was a really simple, like very sweet, innocent. So if I was an old lady, I would be like, "Oh, you had me at hello."
And if I need a pee, you had me at hello. And so if you're running from zombies, Liam, how would you say that?
You had me at hello.
Beautiful.
Fast. Run.
Good. So I'm just going to touch on like what this concept is again. So when we are communicating with other people, like I said, it is about the words that we choose, and the words that we choose are very important. But it's also about like how we're coming in with our energy.
Again. Bloop.
And I think what Louise is trying to go into is like when we play with our tone of our voice and how we can also step into different environments and different contexts, we can really play with that sense of urgency or the sense of like, being a bit sweeter and softer, and also like just having fun with our voice so we're not always monotone all the time. And Louise is back in, so I'm sure she'll add a little bit more to that.
Okay. So there is only about 5 minutes left of this session before it goes into a panel conversation. What do I want to do for this last little bit? Because of the lag, I think we'll just finish off with a game called
Oh, I'm in suspense. Oh, the suspense and
Cold.
tension.
Do we get the answer? Do we get to know what we're playing?
It's like, yes, and what is the game? Oh, goodness. And Liam, while Louise is trying to jump back on, I know Mum was saying, oh, poor Louise, she's like, well, it's worse teacher. It's It's not. She is fantastic. But Liam, you do these types of games as well. Mum was saying you're used to, jumping in and doing drama and things like that. What have you found valuable about your experience, Liam?
That when you're able to do impromptu speaking, you're able to come up with something that you don't think it through. It's just you're speaking from your heart, and it's just you're able to communicate better because
So
when you're not.
Good job, Liam.
I'm just gonna
Louise.
I'm just gonna finish this off. Yep. I'm just gonna finish this off now. So just to reiterate, obviously, you can tell how passionate I am about improv and about play-based education. And if you are a teacher or a young person, I highly encourage you to, if you're a teacher, bring improv into your classroom. If you're doing improv
Oh, Louise. But, if you're doing improv every day, I'm going to improvise and just jump into what she was saying. It does really allow you to step into your confidence. I know, like Louise was saying, like improvisation is life. And when I was tuning in, and we used to, oh, she's in on the chat still. So I feel your passion, and I know we've had beautiful connection before as well. Just today, it's just glitching, but the love that you have for bringing these skills to young people, to adults, is really, really valuable. And, being able to talk to people, and even Liam just jumping in there, having some games and just speaking about, improvising and being able to ask questions, even in a space like this, improvising in the fact that, I only shared the link with his mum not long ago. And she's like, yeah, sure, he's going to jump in. And sometimes life just throws things at you and you just have to improvise. And beautiful Louise has just demonstrated such resilience and grit, which we spoke about yesterday as well. When sometimes these things just come at you, or you don't have control. So how are you going to come back into your body, into your nervous system, to be able to sit with yourself and look at the environment and then take the next step, take the next risk and say yes and the yes and is like, how else am I going to deal with life and have these things and say yes to life, and how can I make it better, or how can I expand on it? Flea, did you want to add anything in there?
From what everybody has witnessed, if you've been able to stay tuned, is that there was many glitches, and no matter what, just jumping in and giving it a go. Charlotte and I jumped in earlier and we just had to improvise with whatever it was that we were doing. A little bit of dance and movement. We got it all shook out of us, and that was pretty cool. It really does take the fear out of it. Like, in that moment, I was panicking. You were gone, and it's like, what do I do? Nothing is working. I've got an hour of this. I can't improv for an hour. But ultimately, like, we did. Being able to jump in, Liam jumping in, sharing stories, being able to make it work. That's what it's all about. And if anything that we've been able to take away from this is that just giving it a go, just going for it, no matter what, is going to be beneficial. It's going to end up working out in the end. And if it doesn't, just laugh.
That's it. And Liam, do you have any other final thoughts about encouraging kids and teens to take risks and be brave and just do it?
That when you improvise, that improvising is just speaking. When you're having a conversation, you're improvising. So adding more improvising isn't that much different than having a conversation.
So beautiful. And that's exactly what Louise was sharing. So thank you, Liam. And thank you, Louise. I can see you backstage there. We might do a little bit of a reset and then we'll get ready for our next panel. But Louise, thank you for persisting and, sharing your insight, sharing your love and your passion. And it did still come across even with the delays, and just really honoring your time here. And we look forward to having you on with us with the panel. So thanks, everybody. We'll jump off, do a little reset and come back in soon.
I'm Molly. Have you ever thought about how much time you spend on screens? They're everywhere. Too much hours on screens can rot our brains. You see people on YouTube and TikTok who make videos of themselves, and when you click on it, the beginning starts like, I'm about to spend 24 hours on Minecraft. Let's see if I can do this. The end of this challenge is gonna blow your mind. Most screen addictions seem cool at first, but it can take over one's life and stop one from having great experiences in real nature and with real friends. In our life on screens, we need to pace ourselves. Better screen time management. Being glued to screens means you miss out on interactions with important people in your life, such as friends, family, animals, pets, and sunlight, which is an important part of our health. Being on screens makes us block out the sun, which stops our flow of vitamin D, which is really healthy and makes us feel good. Also our serotonin, which is our feeling good hormone, which is also blocked. Plus, there was a study that kids and adults who spend time on screens, they want to get back to their screen. It's an addiction, meaning instead of going out and cooking a lovely salad or something healthier, or the smart option, they would go for the easier, more lazy option, which might just be a bag of chips or some crackers in the pantry. Did you know that an increase of obesity in children and adolescents has grown more than half of the percentage it used to be? This has a big reason with screens. More kids sitting in screens and adults instead of playing outside or going out working is very bad, because that means less exercise. Back in the day, before we had screens, we never had this problem. But in the past 30 years, from when screens coincidentally arrived, we have started to have this problem. Instead of just using screens without thinking, we need to be aware and make sure we don't get addicted. We need to balance the amount of screen time we use. A couple hours on screens. Then the next couple hours, maybe you could go ride a bike, listen to some music and do a bit of a dance. Have some fun. It's all up to you. We are mammals, meaning we need touch and feeling and friendships. Mammals always like to stick with the group because they are family creatures. We need this. We are not getting this with screens. Some screens are fun, but we need to use our body and minds to stay healthy. I have noticed with some of my friends, they'll get too obsessed with screens, and then that is all they want to talk about. I'll invite them over to my place, and they will only talk about that one thing they're obsessed with. It could be cars, it could be races, it could be animes, it could be a certain TV show. Point is, this isn't good, and I really wanted to stay connected with them. It's hard, and I'm struggling, but we have a way of changing this. For example, I even started watching cake videos and tutorials. I learned a lot from this, but instead of just keeping it quiet, I decided to go out and I started making cakes. Now when I go to markets, I can go and sell my own cupcakes at my stores, and I will make hundreds of dollars in sittings sometimes, just in one day. It's a bit of hard work and preparing, but this is what screen time can do if we want to use it in a good behavior. Make sure to feel active. Friends and family are the most important things in the world. Just because screens and stuff are fun, remember to make sure you still live in reality. Because I know personally friends and family who have got stuck in the digital world and forgotten to live in reality. Reality is still reality, meaning it's the only place you can really be in. Screens are fun for a quick getaway, a little bit of fun, but remember, reality is the only place you can really live. Scary movies can put us into fight or flight mode, which isn't good, and it can desensitize us, making us scared. Or some people, I have seen this in some of my friends, where they've watched movies they shouldn't have at a young age, and now they don't seem to be afraid of anything, which is really not good, because our fear is what helps us know what's dangerous and what isn't. If something runs at you and you think it's scary, you gotta get out of there. Some of my friends don't know that because they have been desensitized by really older movies. In this way, we have to check our ratings. If you don't think it's right for you, don't let your friends force you. You always have a decision. And I have this thing that we do with my mum. If I don't feel comfortable and I don't want to stay over with that person tonight, I can call her and I'll say a couple code words like, "Hey Mom, I don't want to come home." And she'll recognize it and go, "No, you have to go home, okay?" And she'll take me home. This is good too. There are some really good educational movies and episodes and apps that I have found. Duolingo is one of these. You can play this entertaining game, and it also teaches you how to play new languages, gaining awards and all sorts of cool stuff to gain more intellect and higher in the ratings. Duolingo is one of these apps I have found. It helps you with your languages. You can choose any language. Just choose a language and it will get you started right away. Quick, simple 2-minute, 5-minute exercises every now and then, once a day, whenever you decide, can really improve your languages if you're moving to a new country or you want to learn something new. These are really good educational apps, and there's way more of these. More movies and episodes whenever you want to find them. So screens can be great, but only in balance. Make sure you find that balance. In conclusion, I'd like to speak about the way we can do better to balance the screens in our life so it's not unhealthy. Screens are fun, and we can enjoy them in our own ways. This is the world we live in. We should be able to do this. If this is the world we live in, we need to learn how to use them responsibly. This is the new stage in humanity, and we should take it to our advantage, not get addicted and let it control us. Screens are helpful, and if this is the new age we're in, we should be able to do it. It's the new generation of our world, and we need to use this to our advantage, not let it control us. If this is what we're going to be doing, we need to use it responsibly and adjust our way. Screens are great and all, but balance is best. And they're handy for new tech and all kinds of cool stuff. But in conclusion, screens are great, gotta use them less, and boom, I'm out. Psych.
Oh, I love that. Boom. I'm out. Psych. Yes, thank you, Marley. Marley is one of our beautiful youth ambassadors who is currently at school, but had some beautiful mentoring with us and was really passionate about this topic, as you can see, sharing so many amazing insights. And not only that, talking about tech addiction, balancing, screen time, health, but we've also got another beautiful speaker coming up shortly and a panel of teachers and young people to talk about staying safe in the digital age, understanding cybersecurity, online safety, and tech addiction. And I think Marley shared some really beautiful insights on, us being human and yes, the benefits of it, but also like being able to balance the use and the resources. What have you loved from Marley's insights there, Flea?
It was all very practical advice. I love that she is this wise to be able to identify where tech can be useful, but also where it's problematic. So just advising kids on their data usage. I know it was something when I was teaching that the screen time shows up, and having some of the kids check their screen time, a lot of them were really surprised by how much time they spent on certain apps. And especially when you know the numbers of how much time we're actually awake, how much time is used for eating, for the everyday things that we actually have to do, bathing, going to the bathroom, all of that, the time that's left over to then see that eaten up and taken away by screen time, it was concerning. So I love that young people are now addressing this and are starting to make the changes within their own life.
Exactly. And before we introduce our next youth ambassador, I'm also going to introduce our panelists joining us with Prashanti, who's excitedly waiting backstage. But Louise Robinson, who we had on before, beautiful connection this time round, is the owner and founder of Step Out. She has worked as a teacher and a performer for over 15 years between Australia and Canada. She specializes in providing improv and acting experiences to individuals, teams, and workplaces to build trust, spontaneity, active listening, confidence, and acceptance. Louise is an avid playmaker and community builder, creating laughter wherever she goes. She also likes to dabble in aerial skills as a performer and instructor. And my goodness, she just gracefully accepted all of the things in the last session. And we're so excited to have her back. And our other beautiful guest joining us is one of our other amazing youth ambassadors speaking in a panel later today, Charlotte. And Charlotte is a 19-year-old university student from Brisbane, currently pursuing a major in archaeology, anthropology, and history. With a deep passion for understanding human history and its relevance to the modern world, she is dedicated to exploring how the past can inform and benefit the present. Alongside her studies, Charlotte works part-time as a school officer, where she enjoys supporting and assisting others in meaningful ways. Eager to share her perspective, Charlotte is passionate about discussing the challenges and experiences about being a teenager in today's world. And we've loved that you've jumped on with us as well. So welcome to our beautiful guests. And without any further ado, we're going to welcome Prashanti.
Hello. I hope everyone's going well. So now, of course, there's been a great intro about what I'm going to be talking about, which is the addiction part, and which is the dopamine and the pleasures that we get from doing this. And so, how many of you guys out there have been, at late night, 12 o'clock, and you're still scrolling on your phone, your back hurts, you've been there all day, and you can't get out. Your head is hurting, your eyes really hurt because you're so tired, but yet you're still scrolling. And so now apps like Instagram and Facebook and all that, they have a lesser care for how you spend your time. And money is really their primary goal. And reels catch your attention and your time. And that all equals money for them. And so when we're addicted to, you know, a device, it gives us a quick, fast, easy sense of dopamine, and dopamine is a pleasure chemical. And so teenagers who especially, they have a prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain which is around your forehead. It's not properly developed yet. And so they have a lot more, you know, exquisite, or maybe not exquisite, but more not always well thought out decisions. And so as much as this could be for teenagers, this is for adults as well, is that but for teenagers, they have a sense of rebellion and freedom from the screen, because you can access a lot of things being on the phone or being on technology. And so, and really, the effect social media has on our life is it can give us depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, even anorexia. And we get unrealistic comparisons to ourselves, and like things like body image and materialism, like money and all that sorts of stuff. We look at, if you go on YouTube, a lot of people are really rich and they're doing all these sorts of stuff, and you're like, okay, it looks really fun what they're doing and all that. And so it can always give us an unrealistic comparison. And when you're on the screen and you're not really focused on the outer world of what's going on, we can lose the sense of socializing and the social skills, and we can even forget how to socialize. When you're texting your friends, there's things like subtle cues. Like, we've got subtle cues when we're talking in person. We've got, whether it's very small or very large, we can, you know, we've got those sorts of things that we practice. Like doing push-ups, you get better the more you do it. The more you socialize, the more you read cues, the better you get at it. And so you can lose this sense of socialization. And I've seen people on their phones when they're just socializing, you know, hanging around, and it's becoming a more common thing. I've seen people when I'm outside, I've seen people on dates just being on their phone instead of having a more intimate connection. And for me personally, I used to be on the screen 12 hours a day, and I wasn't in the best time of my life. I was in between schools, and I was just my path wasn't clear, and I was confused with what's going on, and I was staying up all night being on the phone, because being on the phone pauses, it numbs your emotions. It's like the outer world just stops. As I said before, when you're on the screen and it's late night, you are on your phone continuously, because it's like a drug. It's literally like a drug. It numbs our sensation, and it kind of distracts us from how tired we are. As soon as that phone gets taken away, we are rushed with these emotions, these emotions that haven't been processed throughout the day, because we've gone on the phone all the time, and our mind is so complicated, and we just can't go to sleep. And when I used to be in that stage, and I hated it. You know, I mean, who really likes spending 6 hours a day or 12 hours a day on the screen? If you do, I'm very impressed, but I hate it, and yet I still couldn't stop doing it. And when I was on the verge of deleting these apps, like TikTok, or, you know, those sorts of things, or YouTube, or all that, I was telling myself, you know, I'm actually learning something. But, you know, if we jump back and look at the realistic side, is that how many of those let's say you watch 100 TikToks, how many of them are actually educational? Like 15. Out of those 15, you only have maybe, 85 or so TikToks that have been kind of uselessly wasting your time. And is it really worth it to go through all of that to learn this much information? For me personally, it's not. And it was just so horrible, and I stopped. So, and I got a smooth transition. My life became a lot happier, and everything became more clearly. And my relationships with people, I was getting a lot more relationships that were out of the sense of technology. And so the socializing, and I started finding more ways to get dopamine. And really, like, getting a lot more pleasure out of things. Like reading a book now, in comparison to the screen, the reading a book gives you this much dopamine, but reading a screen gives you that much. Like using a screen, it gives you a lot more, and or maybe not more, but more. It's more quick. So it takes a while to get into a book, but it takes instant to get into a screen or a phone. And so really, what do you do if you're addicted to it? Well, you really got to recognize the fact that you're addicted. I think that is the absolute first step. And making even little things, like making it harder to access your phone, or even the apps. Like you might have a business on Instagram and TikTok, and you might be promoting yourself that way. And so you don't necessarily have to delete it completely, but if you move it to a whole different folder at the back of your phone, that can even be the littlest difference, making the accessibility, instead of having instant face identification, even having to type in that password makes it harder. It's like shutting it. In a way, it could be very similar to shutting your phone in the cupboard, or things like that could really be beneficial. And so you will also feel just a lot better studying for that maths test you got next week, or doing your taxes or anything like that. Actually finishing all those sorts of things, it will give you a much more beneficial satisfaction in comparison to your phone, because the satisfaction of of finishing a long task in comparison to doing a really short little thing can really be the difference. And so a little something for the parents is that your behavior creates a normalization with the child. So if you are yelling at your child, you're screaming at them because they broke a cup, your child will take on those actions when they're older or an adult. They'll do it to their kids, or they'll even replicate it back to you. In comparison to if you're very quietly talking to them and very calm and content, your child will be content as well. Well, that's the way of what I've observed, is that's usually how it goes. And so if you as a parent spend a lot of time on your screen around your child, your child will pick up on those subtle things and make it kind of more normalized, and they will do it themselves as well. And so really, just as a parent, I believe that you should really display the quality that you wish your child will possess. and so a little bit back is when I was on the screen, and I loved it. Well, not I loved it, but it was giving me a very high sense of dopamine. And having a screen time, I used to have one and then I didn't. But when I didn't have one, and I was talking to my friends who had a screen time for 1 hour, and she was saying, I don't like having a screen time because it doesn't feel good to have that to have that dopamine pulled away from you. Of course, she didn't say it in those words, but it's along the lines of that. And it feels nice to have a sense of control of your phone. Like you're not meaning that you have to be on it all day, because when I was a lot younger and I talked to a lot of my friends, they preferred it if they had a phone. They looked at it, and it was their decision to go off. Meaning that they could spend only 30 minutes in one day and they could just get off, because they didn't have the pressure to, have to use up that 1 hour screen time, and they want more, because the dopamine is here. If they're out of it, it drops down. It could even possibly be like a withdrawal. And so, of course, your child needs to have some sort of structure in it, but also being too controlled with the phone can also make a sense of rebellion, and they will come back and their eyes will be fixed to the screen, and they would want to do it more and more and more and more. And really, just for a little bit of a thing, is just make sure screens don't control your life. Make sure you are the one that is in control with everything that's going on with you.
Prashanti, that was absolutely amazing. I just got everybody to check their screen times in the chat when we came back, and I was like, okay, it is a reset, so 1 hour and 50 minutes. I do work from my phone, and so I was a little bit shocked by that, considering it's only Monday and that's already today. So very concerning. The thing that everybody is going to share now is that, actually, I'll share that at the end. Everyone share, what is your screen times at the moment?
Well, mine came up as 3 hours and 3 right now, but then my little thing popped up saying your average last week was 10 hours and 32 minutes per day. But I edit off my phone, I work off my phone, I communicate off my phone, and my daughter has my phone in between things. But that's a lot. That's a lot of usage there. Louise.
So when I checked it, I had an average of 2 hours and 2 minutes, and then I did the actual check, and it said I was down by 30%. So I mean, I don't work as much from my phone. I work a lot from my laptop. So like if I was able to look at like what my screen time on my laptop was, it's probably pretty close to what you're doing. Although I don't have a child that's going to be using my phone as well and adding to that screen time.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But yeah, definitely as an adult where like most of our work is on
Oh, the delays, slight little delays, but quicker than last time. Charlotte, what did yours say?
I've just checked mine for the like daily average, and obviously it's been reset and it's a Monday, but at the moment it's 3 hours and 17 minutes. Now, like yes, I do use my phone, but also in kind of in a similar situation where the screen time doesn't actually necessarily represent how much I'm actually looking at a screen, because a lot of like times if I'm cleaning the house, studying, I have like videos playing in the background or music that's only on YouTube, so that affects the screen time. But yeah.
Yeah. It's a really interesting question you've posed, Prashanti. And Flea, did you want to add some more things there?
Yeah. So I actually just went and got the research numbers. So in a 24-hour day, taking out work, sleep, eating, and personal care, we actually have 2 to 7.5 hours spare per day. So when you're looking at that 2 to 7.5 hours as your spare time, and then you take that screen time average off of that, how much spare time do we have? Like, are we really using our time wisely when we've got 7.5 hours in a day? Is that what you want to be doing with your screen time? So it's really great that we've all had this, because a lot of the things, like Charlotte said, that screen time doesn't include watching television. It doesn't include listening to music or anything on other devices. It doesn't include my laptop. So like for me, that's just on my phone, 1 hour and 50 minutes today, just on my phone. That's sad, out of my 7.5 hours. So that means I've got, and here I am sitting in front of the screen, but this is work. So it's a little bit different. But in saying that, like 7.5 hours isn't a lot of time. And we're meant to be regulating and emotionally, feeling complete. How are we meant to feel complete if that's all in solitude? Because that screen time isn't really with our friends or family. It's not really in an energetic frequency that is going to feel as uplifting as we think it is. Like Prashanti said, that dopamine hit, it is up here, it's quick, it's instant, and you can feel connected to complete strangers around the world. But are you actually really connected? Like, are you actually having a conversation with them, or are you just watching their videos? It's a bit different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the awareness, it's blown my mind. Thank you, Prashanti, for that. Made me look.
Yeah. And I'd love for Louise, for you to share some of your insights. I know you're also really passionate about this subject, and I could see you nodding backstage when Prashanti was sharing. I'd love for you to share your take on this. We might be having just some slight delays. I think it's just the video that is delayed, but we might come back to Louise. Charlotte, I know you were listening and you were talking about studying. We'll come back to Louise and hopefully her audio will be okay. But it's her mic. Her mic isn't connecting. Maybe type in the chat, Louise, and then we can read that out for you. Charlotte, what were some of your key takeaways from Prashanti and listening to Marley as well?
Yeah, by the way, great speech. Really great to hear from a young person. I think, yeah, I think it's just one of those things that's, because obviously there's a lot of talks with young people about like, how do we improve the world? What are we doing? How can we get better? And I think there's been obviously a lot of communication about social media and how much are we using it? What are we using it for? almost every persuasive oral in high school, there's at least two students who talk about, why social media is bad or why social media is good. Like, there's a lot of conversation around it, but it's almost like we converse about it, but we don't really do anything about it. Like, it's become so ingrained now in our culture and in society. I think especially since COVID, with all of that situation and social media being like one of the only ways people could connect, and it's just kind of remained, interwoven since then. But yeah, I think it's become such an ingrained part that we don't even really notice it in a way. Like, it's just kind of, we don't really even think about it. Like, if I take a break right now and I just go, oh yeah, I have 5 minutes, let's just pick up my phone and watch some Instagram. Like, it's not even really a conscious action at this point. It's just something you do. So I think, yeah, I think that's a really great conversation to talk about. Well, what can you do, instead of like read a book as you suggested, or what Marley was saying about like Duolingo, learn a language. Like, is there some other action you can do that's quick and the same sort of like mindless thing as social media that you can do instead, so I think, yeah, I think it's a really great conversation to talk about. Being aware of it, I think, is the first step, and just being acknowledging that, you know I'm choosing to do social media right now, or making that choice, and then, yeah, thinking about, is there anything else I could be doing, or can I, it's just, yeah. So I think, yeah, it's a great conversation to have, and being aware is really good. So yeah.
Yeah, great insights. And I know Louise is still listening in, and we've been talking about reading. Prashanti and Charlotte, you've touched on it. So she said, I invite everyone to read the book Reset Your Child's Brain. And it's a 4-week plan to end meltdowns, raise grades, and boost social skills by reversing the effects of the electronic screen syndrome by Dr. Victoria Dunkley. And she was just adding that the book is in the book, it is all laid out on what devices are doing to us, what EMFs are doing to us, and how to come back into regulation. And I know some of the other speakers throughout this summit have been talking about regulation, the nervous system, our bodies, the EMF fields that come from not only the phones, the devices, but also like the towers is really, really interesting when you look at the science around the frequency. That's a whole other topic in itself, but Louise is like saying, and it links back to what you were saying, Prashanti and Marley, as well, about that dopamine hit. So she's like, essentially, we have a bunch of drug addicted kids walking around, and the drug is the technology. The drug is the dopamine hit of like, what's next on here? How do I get onto TikTok? How do I do this? And, it's an interesting one to be aware of and notice and balance in your life. And I like what you said, Prashanti, about having the choice with your friends, when you were talking to your friends, to like choose, I'm going to do this and not be forced. I'd love for you to, Prashanti, just share any more insights around that point when you've spoken to your friends around choice and awareness, and like you guys navigating your time, and talking to parents about that.
Sorry, you kind of glitched out a little bit. Could you kind of...
Yes, I'll repeat that again. Can you dive deeper into your point around your friends and teens having the choice to dictate your time frame, but talk to the parents about it? Like you were saying, half an hour is probably enough, or some people need 2 hours and then that's it. I'd love to hear more of your insights around choice.
Around choice. Okay, well, I think I believe Molly did touch up on that one a lot more, but on choice. So you're meaning around choice of... Okay.
Yeah, I think you said like, your friends were saying like, it would be good to just like not be forced into having the screen time at this hour.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
And talking to your parents about what you guys want.
Oh yes. So what I was... Yes, so when I was talking about that, I was... Yes, the having the expectation to get off the screen in comparison to naturally kind of getting off of it for you, it does feel different. because you get that withdrawal and all that. And so, but the thing is that I find this topic a little bit tricky, because you as a child, you can and can't and don't necessarily know what's best for you. You can be both, but you know what feels good to you. And so some people might take it with having a freedom of screen time, meaning that they can use however much they want. And they might take it by that because they don't have discipline in themselves, and this is what they do. And you as a parent, you know that. But of course this affects your child as well, but you got to kind of know your child. And so in comparison to a child who does have discipline, having the freedom of it and not really having the freedom of getting on and off is also, it's as I said, it was beneficial for the child. But yeah, the point you were trying to say is just kind of not coming in my head right now.
Hey, that's your example is great.
Yeah, I'd like to ask. So I think it's what Marie is trying to ask is like, you've spoken a lot about like the choice in it being given. Like I know, like as a parent, my daughter, she suffered a lot with bullying and stuff like that, and they're older now, so it was when technology first came out. There wasn't enough information around the effects of technology back then. But for her, when I tried to take it away, that then became the problem. It was like me as a parent taking, like, you can't do that. So I guess like what Marie was asking is like, as kids, like how can we as parents regulate that without, I guess, causing the harm between the relationship of the child, because it can be isolating and it can be harmful in that way to just completely remove it. So what would you suggest for, I guess, parents in having the conversation around being safer, being more in control of it?
Oh, okay, yes. Let me think for a minute. Having more control. Well, yes, as a parent, and like seeing your child, struggle with this technology addiction and all that, of course, raising it as a topic, even going to your child and saying, like, I'm kind of concerned about your screen time. I would like to talk about it. If they say no, just walk away, because then it kind of like it makes them not feel like you're needy for this conversation. So really just bringing up, then they're like, okay, maybe I am spending a bit too much time. But also I do believe in dopamine. If you have high levels of dopamine, you got to compete with that phone, which is here. You got to compete with that. Find something that you do that gives you more dopamine. This is kind of what it kind of stacks. And so by the end, your dopamine is up here with your phone, and reading a book is like here, as I said before. And so, like, finding something, or even doing something really boring. You could even go for a walk. You could go for a walk for a really, really, really long time. Doing something like reading a book after that could be actually a lot more you could have a lot more satisfaction from doing that, because your dopamine have reset. So you can now just read a book, and it's a lot more fluid. I mean, I understand. That's not exactly.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes total sense. And
yes.
And yeah, I like that point where invite the conversation, but then walk away, not be needy, because sometimes parents just want to like solve the problem now and talk about it now. But I think that's really, really important. And Louise, we're going to try and get her back on shortly. But when you were talking about the dopamine, she was saying also a lot of doctors are misdiagnosing kids with neurodiversity when all they really need is an electronic fast. Pushing tech on us is about money and politics. So you're, like you said, have that long walk, have that fast away from that, and then read a book. Like you said, there'll be more benefits of that. And Louise is also comparing it to also why people feel that need and that dopamine hit in comparison to recreational drugs, and why people search for these risky behaviors. Hopefully, Louise, your audio is okay. We'll try again. I know you've got some great insights. Slight delay. Hopefully she'll be able to join on with us. Can you hear us, Louise? I don't know.
No, I think it's
Oh,
going to cut again.
no, that's okay. Charlotte, I'd love for you to share your take on this. Being 19, growing up in an all girls school, and you're also working in settings like that with teenagers, noticing these hearts of reaching for something and having this device connection, but trying to find that balance. What advice do you have to give teens that are aware and are noticing these things, for them to bring more balance into their life?
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, there's a teen. I was actually just thinking about, like the topic you were talking about before with like parents and how parents and children can kind of navigate that. I was just thinking of the idea that I think my parents may have suddenly done at some points in my life when things were a little bit more rocky. Is that I think a good way to approach it is kind of like what Prashanti was kind of going on about. Is that it's having a conversation, but also I think taking action. Like for example, um, instead of going on social media, like, hey, do you want to come to the shops with me? Or hey, do you want to go watch a movie together?
Mm.
Like getting out and spending time with other people, but it doesn't necessarily feel like an attack or necessarily feel like you need to put your phone away, like in the like offensive way. It kind of feels more like a more calm approaching way of, hey, let's maybe take a break off the social media and let's do something outside instead. Or hey, have you thought about, do you want to come for a walk with me? Just those sort of things I think parents can do to kind of more subtly get the children off the phone, because I understand that there is a lot of issues with people being very direct and then the teenagers not agreeing with that. And then it leads to a lot of confrontation, and then, things can go south very fast. So I think taking that more, step back approach, more subtle, might be the better way to approach it. Or social media use in more public areas, maybe like in the lounge room instead of in your room, possibly. Or here, how about you go on social media until dinner, but you don't start that, you don't say that until like 5 p.m. So it's kind of an indirect time limit, but you don't really outright say it like that. So I think those are some ideas if parents are struggling with in that aspect. But as a teenager and a young person, I think the best way for teenagers to, I really think that it's kind of a choice, really. I mean, there's not really, I mean, I can talk till I'm blue in the face saying, social media is bad for you. You need to get off your phone. You need to find something. But the reality is that for a lot of people, especially teenagers who are struggling with mental health, bullying, all those sort of things, social media is really like a safety net for people who can connect. And I think it's a great way to communicate in some aspects. Like, for example, with my sister, we very rarely talk via text. We just send each other reels on Instagram to make each other laugh. Like, we use social media for communication, and I think it can be really good in that aspect. I just think that teenagers just need to take a second to go, am I using this time valuably? As you were saying before, with the whole, we only have 7 hours spare or something crazy in our days for actual us time. So I think taking that second to actually think, making that conscious decision, as many people have said, taking that conscious decision, do I actually want to spend my free time on social media? And making that conscious choice about that. But yeah.
You are totally correct in everything that you've just said there. I do have a bit of an, I'm going to put my kids on the spot here because they are both older. They're in their 20s now, but I don't get to see them often. And I know as a mother, like, it's kind of crippling, like when your kids come around and the only time you get to see them, they're all on their devices, every single one of them. Their boyfriends, they'll sit there and they'll be showing their pictures between each other, and I'm like, do I just need to get my phone out so I can text them, hey, you're here to visit me? Like, I know as a mother, like, it's their life, they're getting control of their own time and so on. Is it still rude to say, hey, you came to visit me, put it away?
Yeah, what do you both think, Prashanti and Charlotte?
Yeah, I believe that has a lot of validity in it. And I also, something that I did wish I added was that being on a TV or is a more social media, not it's a more social device. You can talk while the TV's on, while the footy's on. I don't know if I said that before. You can talk while you're on your phone. It gives you a false sense of control, and you're kind of sucked into it. You're not aware of what's going on around you. And yeah, but I do believe what Felicia was saying. What do you do? Really, is the fundamental question. If people around you are being on their phone, that is a question, and I haven't come across that one.
Charlotte, what's your thoughts? Can she say put the phone down?
Yes. I've been in several social situations where it's actually, funnily enough, me who's the one that says, hey, we're out at lunch, put the phone down. Like, yeah, but yeah, I think it's totally okay. I mean, obviously don't yell about, in a respectful way, hey, we've come together, put the phone down. Or, as we were saying, like a more passive, hey, why don't we go watch a movie together or catch up on this TV show we haven't been watching for a while? Like, I think that also is a good way to get people off their phones. But yeah, I think it's totally fine to say, put the phone down, because you're here to talk face to face. You're not here to send text conversations.
Yeah, no, great points. And Louise, we will try your audio one more time, but she added an amazing
I
point.
did mute you, though.
Sorry?
I did hit the mute, though, because I could hear the typing, so I
okay.
did mute before we talked.
Okay, beautiful. So I'm hoping, Louise, when you hear this, because there is a delay, just feel free to jump in and start talking, Louise, and we'll take a step back. But she was talking about there's a difference in stimulation from interactive to passive screen time. So really like interacting with it versus like the passive screen time that's happening in the background. And like the interactive includes social media, gaming, and educational programs. And the passive is like TV and movies where you're passively taking that step back. And yeah, affecting our eyes. 90% of Korean teens have to wear glasses due to overuse of screens at too young an age. And there are those glasses now that have like the yellow in because of like the blue screen. And it's the blue that taps into the dopamine. It's the light, frequency and the brightness and that blue tinge that actually allows the body to, I suppose, call in that dopamine hit, which then brings all of that feeling and the need for more because of the light hitting the eyes and the body and things like that. Louise is
So
also
this topic needs to go to the producers of these screens, because they are aware of that. They are doing it. So as parents, as as human race, we actually need to be aware of the fact that this is an economical manipulation strategy to keep us addicted. So, these are the things we can request. No, we don't want to buy your products anymore if you're not going to make them safe for us to use.
Yeah, Bill Gates doesn't let his kids on the screen, and he's the one that's paying for all of these things. So I'm assuming Louise can hear us. Feel free to jump in, Louise, and just start talking to add. Hopefully we can hear your beautiful voice, even though there's a delay. But she was also adding that children younger than 3 should not be on screens at all. It's affecting cognitive abilities and nervous system regulation, amongst many other things. It's really interesting, like all of this research coming out now, and this tech age is also, when you look at Mind Valley, the next 3 to 5 years is going to be about 100 years worth of development within the next 3 to 5 years. If we think about like the industrial age and going into the ages that we've been growing up in, and quickly seeing how tech has evolved, within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have 100 years worth of development. So noticing all these things now and having the balance and all of the things that Prashanti, Marley, Charlotte, and Louise have been sharing, it's like, if the world is going to be increasing in this way, we also need to be in our awareness, balancing it out and using it effectively as a tool, but also being aware of the impact that it has on our bodies, our minds, and whatnot as well. So yeah,
And
so
just
many points.
And just on that as well, Marie, for parents that are unsure whether or not their kids are affected, things like the ability to be able to hold a pencil and to write for long periods of time is one of your first indicators, because that's the fine motor skills that aren't developed in that 2 to 3 year age period, because they're doing this instead. So obviously this isn't working, these skills, and we need those skills for so many things in our adult lives. If they're not properly developed, and I've seen many kids in the classroom that don't have the ability to write on pen and paper because of the overuse of addictive screens and just not having that play-based ability to use. Like, you should be able to go through and pick up the smallest things as a kid from the ground, and because of the screen use, that ability isn't happening. They don't have the muscle control. So it's really important. That's the first thing you'll notice. If they can't hold a pencil for longer than 20 minutes writing a story or colouring in, then they're not developing that. And that's one of the first things you can actually start to work on: puzzles, little fiddly things to start re-emerging it back into their system.
Yeah, I still love a good puzzle. Just on the flip side, having that play-based learning at the young age is so vital. But, there are still benefits, there are still benefits to technology gaming. There was research that came out that said surgeons who play video games actually have higher ability with the dexterity and their ability to manipulate fine motor skills, because of also the cognitive connection. And that's adults, yes, because they've had that development over time. And so when those adults have been playing games and using that cognitive awareness to also, there are benefits to it. It can be meditative for some people, particularly men, but again, it's balance. The mind is cognitively thinking about problem solving or doing this depending on the type of game or the type of activity. But that dexterity on the positive side, also in the adult world where you've got already the skills that the play-based, the physical has done, can be then also utilized in those types of professions where you do need that. So just thought I'd put that flip side. It's not all bad. There are benefits, but again, it's cognitively developed across the board. And I love Louise's put knitting as the same thing. Just doing that type of action is beautiful. Before we end, just a quick one. I know we touched briefly on, we've talked a lot about like the science and the impact, but I think, Prashanti, Flea, you just touched briefly on like bullying and the way that social media is used in a way to harm others, because it's that distance. It still is a big thing. And I know we've only got 5 minutes left. And I'd love for each of us to share, like, I suppose, when using this technology, and any teens that are listening that may be experiencing people doing the wrong thing and using this tool in a negative way to bully others or to make others feel bad, how can we build boundaries and strategies in a safe way for our teens to use this tool? So I'm going to go to Charlotte and then Prashanti.
Yeah, so yeah, this is definitely a difficult challenge, because even though there's this rhetoric, and I know a lot of people have said it, especially when I was in primary school and we were talking about different types of bullying, there's this rhetoric that it's like, oh, if there's cyberbullying, you can just turn your phone off or you can just like block it. But it doesn't work like that, because it's still out there. People can still contact you. Still, wrong information's being shared. So unfortunately, it's not as simple as just turning off your phone. But I think there are definitely ways you can set boundaries and try and resolve these issues. I mean, some of the really not easy, but some of the really direct and I think best actions are just report things, send screenshots to people who can help. block accounts, just using any of those tools that you can to try and limit the ability of people to post things and send you messages is always good. Yeah, I think yeah, having those boundaries of that's social media, this is me. If it gets really bad, having the ability to try and not necessarily walk away, but kind of that's happening over here. I'm going to focus on this, and kind of dealing with them as separate entities is kind of what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, it's a difficult topic because a lot of people, as I've said before, a lot of people say it's just like, oh, it's just as easy as turning your phone off, and it's just as easy as blocking the person, but it's really not, because also what happens on social media and online also often really transfers into real life. Whatever happens here is really a reflection of what's happening in the world and what's happening maybe at school or wherever this is coming from. So yeah, I think talking to people and using those actions like block, you know, turning things off if you can. But yeah, talking to someone, I think, is really the best boundary you can have.
Beautiful, amazing insights. And Prashanti, there's some great strategies there from Charlotte, but it's not easy. You can have people say things online, and we can do that, but then when they're in person in front of you, they'll still say those things and bring that online world, like Charlotte was saying, into the school world, into this. So what's your advice for teens that may be experiencing that, that might add value to what Charlotte shared?
Well, yeah, Charlotte, everything Charlotte said had like great deal of validity. I think she almost even said all of it, really. So like the technology, social media is like a second parent, and so having this second parent, you don't know what your child is taking advice from. So your child could be even getting, this is a possible outcome of how these people who cyberbully can come from. And that's one of the many possibilities. And well, really not interacting with it it can do something, like having nothing to do with it, but I feel like it could go only so far. So like, and because you can get cyberbullied by people who you don't even know. Anything can really happen, and I mean, I really feel like I have nothing to add because Charlotte really just said all of it, like of what was on my mind right now. But yeah, I think the thing she was saying, I don't really have anything.
Oh, you added value, that's for sure, because there are people, like you said, people you don't know as well that can be in the gaming world and whatnot. So I know with my daughter Aya, who is 8, she likes to connect and play Roblox online. And already I've seen at 8 the things that I saw in high school being like just exuding into that world. And so, just as a parent as well, having clear boundaries of like, these are your times, do not friend or play with anyone that you don't know. And there are blocks in place for parents to also like only add school friends and things like that. But those public gaming places where it's everyone and anyone, there could be adults posing as children. I'm going to touch on this briefly before we close off, because I think, girls, what you've said and what has been shared in here is like having those boundaries and knowing that you can talk to people, and also blocking people, reporting people if you don't know them, if they're harassing you online, whether you know them or not, I think is really powerful, because if people don't know, then we can't help you. And it's not okay for you to experience any type of bullying, any type of way of feeling bad about yourself, and just being mindful that there are predators out there that can trick and harm and pose to be somebody else, and just to be mindful of who you are bringing into your digital world. And Louise is just adding her final thoughts. The best way I think to help kids with cyberbullying is tech education around it before they're on it. Yes, I taught a program at Waldorf called Cyber Civics, which taught kids about it before being subjected to it. Totally agree. I just got goosebumps. It should be in in primary school, and I see schools talk about it, but I feel like these conversations need to be woven in. And then Louise has also said, also the same way you deal with in-person bullying, knowing it's about the bully not feeling adequate, so they take it out on others. And Flea, I know you've got a beautiful way to conclude and summarize all of this amazingness.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in what Louise said there is very true. We only can ever take offense to bullying if we believe there is a truth in it. So more addressing why do you believe it to be true if you are being offended by somebody, if something is triggering you, there is a little bit of truth in it. And when we can pinpoint that, a lot of the times we can realize, hang on a sec, that's not true. None of that's true. And it becomes void. We don't even need to worry about it then. So, and it also happens to adults. So as kids, please be aware that you're not alone. Marie has a beautiful course that I started 2 years ago, and part of that challenge was to go live for a week every single day. And on the second day, I was very excited. I was super amped up to go live, and I just had a woman on there that just wanted to pick on me. She had no validity. There was nothing at all that she was saying that actually was better. She was making fun of my hair, telling me that I was wearing a wig and I should be embarrassed and all this sort of stuff. And I was like, why would I do that? It wasn't anything that really stood out to me as being true. But when I walked away, I was like, I don't want to do this if people are going to be nasty. Like, why are people just nasty? So there is that other level of awareness there that, we do actually have a really cool benefit of tech is that if we don't like it, we can switch it off. So the difference of a bully in person, sometimes, they're going to be in your face and you have to deal with it. Online, we can actually say no and just flip the switch. Sorry, delete. And that's my top advice. I get lots of spam, lots of predatory, like I still get it at my age at 46. I'm still getting the inappropriate pictures and the inappropriate messages and things like that. So all you can do is just go, is it me? No, it's not me. Delete. Pure and simple.
Yeah. Great advice there. Beautiful. And I just really want to honor our beautiful guests, to beautiful Marley, who recorded her amazing insights, Prashanti, for your powerful keynote and just the passion you had, beautiful Charlotte, just jumping in last minute, coming to join us, adding so much value, and the gorgeous Louise. You have so much wealth of knowledge and passion. Even what you were typing, I could feel the passions. I hope I did it justice to share that for you, even with the tech glitches. And just thanking you all for your time. We're going to go back into a short little break and ready for our next speaker. Thank you so much, guys. And if you're watching the replay, let us know your takeaways. Devon is a dedicated kids life coach specializing in guiding teenagers through their formative years. Devon empowers our next generation of leaders to build resilience, develop life skills, and confidently face life's challenges during this crucial stage. Welcome, Devon.
Hello, hello. I can see that everyone can hear me, so unless I hear differently, we will go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Devin. I am so excited to be here with you today, and especially to follow up after such a wonderful chat about social media and bullying and what we can do to kind of manage that. It is excellent timing as we will be talking about finding your balance in a sea of change and navigating the choppy waters of being a teen. And so today, whether you're a teen, you've already been through your teenage years yourself, or you're anticipating your teenage years ahead, growing up can feel like trying to sail a small boat through some seriously choppy waters. It's a time of huge change, new challenges, and sometimes, let's be honest, feeling a little bit lost. Here's the thing. While those waters can feel unpredictable and stormy at times, there's always a way to navigate them. The key is finding your balance, understanding the rockiness that comes with the waves of life, and knowing when to steer your course and when to simply ride it out. Today, we're going to explore some of the biggest challenges that come with the waves of life, and knowing when to steer your course and when to ride it out. We're going to deal with challenges that come with being a teen, and more importantly, we're going to talk about ways to handle those challenges. We'll talk about identity, relationships, mental health, building resilience. By the end of our time here together today, my goal is for you all to feel like you have a better map to navigate those choppy waters. So let's get started. I'd love to take all of us through a bit of a guided breathwork and meditation so that we can all start this episode together, kind of at the same place, calm, cool, collected, and with a good headspace. So before we dive into today's session, let's take a moment. Let's anchor ourselves. Life can feel like rough waters, but with a few deep breaths, we can find our balance, and we can start by grounding ourselves here and now. So together with me, if you all could find a comfortable position, close your eyes if you feel safe doing so, or gently lower your gaze. Take a deep breath in through your nose. Hold it for a moment and exhale slowly through your mouth. Let's do this 3 more times together. Inhale, hold, and exhale. Inhale, hold, and exhale. One more time. Inhale, hold, and let it all go. As you breathe, imagine yourself in a small boat on a calm, steady ocean. Feel the gentle rocking of the boat beneath you, the warmth of the sun on your face, and the sound of soft waves around you. With every inhale, imagine yourself pulling in calm, steady energy. With every exhale, let go of stress, fear, or tension. Now silently repeat this affirmation in your mind. I am steady. I am strong. I can navigate life's waves. Now together, let's take a final deep breath in and a long, steady breath out. And when you're ready, bring your focus back to the room and gently open your eyes, wiggle your fingers and your toes, and join us back here together. I am sure everybody who is on did an excellent job. And I just want you to remember as we move through this conversation today, that just like the breath, you can return to this sense of calm whenever life feels overwhelming. So let's dive in together. Let's start with identity today. Who am I? The teenage years are a time of figuring out who you are and where you fit. This can be exciting, and it can also be really confusing. You might feel pulled in different directions by family expectations, school pressures, social media, and even the people around you. It seems like everybody has an opinion about who you should be, and you're just starting to figure that out for yourself. But here's the thing. It's okay to not have everything figured out. It's okay to change your mind, to try new things, and to make mistakes along the way. That makes you human. That's how you grow. It's like being in a storm at sea. You can't always see the shoreline clearly, but you're moving forward, discovering new things about yourself as you go. Here are some things that I've learned along the way. Explore. Try different activities, meet new people, and don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. Reflect. Spend time thinking about what you enjoy, what makes you happy, what feels authentic to you. Journaling or talking with someone you trust can really help with this. And lastly, be patient with yourself. Identity is not a destination. It's the journey. So next, let's talk about relationships. Because in life, sometimes we have to navigate stormy seas, not just with ourselves, but with others. As a teenager, relationships become more complex. You're figuring out who your friends are, what family dynamics look like, and for many, we're navigating romantic feelings for the first time. This can feel like you're on a boat with multiple passengers, and sometimes it's smooth sailing, but other times the waters get rough. Friends can be a great source of support, but they can also bring drama and tension. Not all friendships last forever, and sometimes you have to let go of toxic or unhealthy relationships. It's important to learn how to communicate, set boundaries, and be a supportive friend for yourself. That's a huge part of this journey. With family, sometimes your relationship might change during your teen years too. Parents and caregivers may treat you like an adult, but you might not always feel ready for that. Or maybe they treat you like a kid when you feel like you're an adult. There can be conflicts, especially when you seek more independence. But remember, family dynamics are also shifting during this time. It's important to express your feelings, even if it feels uncomfortable at times. Remember, conflict and disagreement are not the same thing. Disagreement can live where conflict doesn't have to exist. You're allowed to disagree without there being conflict. Again, that's part of being human. And then there are romantic relationships. The third of our relationships. We have relationships with friends, we have relationships with family, and then we have romantic relationships. These can bring a lot of excitement, but also confusion, hurt, sometimes heartbreak. Teen relationships are sometimes super intense, but they can also be short-lived or emotionally turbulent. And learning how to communicate openly, manage expectations, and simply know when to walk away from unhealthy dynamics is key. Here, something that can really be helpful as a tool in figuring out how to manage these relationships is to ask yourself, what does your ideal relationship look like? What does it sound like? And what does it feel like? Ask yourself if that relationship is serving you. One example of this in my life was when I was a freshman in college and I was dealing with some different dynamics within our living situation. Now, when you go to college, you are forced to live with people that you have never lived with. They're not family members. They might be friends. They might not be. They might be strangers. And so this is the time where you figure out a lot about yourself. And so during this time, there are a lot of changing dynamics. You know, there can be a lot of different ways that people like to live together and amongst one another. And so figuring out what your boundaries are and what is important to you in a circumstance like that is pivotal. For me, this was a lesson that I had to learn. When I had roommates that didn't get along, we were met with two options: to try to work it out ourselves or to involve somebody else who didn't know us and might not have the best advice for us. We chose to go about it in a way that felt like it would help us the most. And that was to sit down with everybody and to say, listen, it's everybody's first time here doing this. None of us have all of the answers. We all know that we're different human beings. We like to live differently. We act differently. We are different. And so what that means is everybody might have different understandings of what it should look like and feel like and sound like to live amongst each other, to have good relationships with each other, to be friendly but also set boundaries. And so what we did was we walked ourselves through a process of figuring out what it looked like for everybody. And so every single person went through a process of saying, my ideal living situation would look like this. My ideal living situation would sound like this. It would feel like this. And when each person was able to communicate what those things were that were important to them, we were able to set boundaries and we were able to live amongst each other and have awesome relationships and friends that we would keep for life. The thing to note is if you go through this process and you try to manage these friendships or these relationships, and it's something at the end of the day that you realize is not serving you, then that is your prerogative to go ahead and do something about that. So as teenagers, relationships will take course in many different forms and fashions. Friendships, family, romantic, roommates. And it is our job to figure out what we need and what we want out of these relationships and to know when it's serving us and when it's time to walk away. As someone who's been there, set boundaries. Whether it's with family, friends, romantic partners, know where your limits are. True friends won't care, and they'll respect your limits. Quality over quantity. It's better to have a few trustworthy friends than a bunch of superficial ones. I coach kids and say that as long as you have one main good friend that's your go-to, that's all you need. Communication is key as well. So practice being honest about your feelings and listen when others share with what theirs are without judgment. Tell others what you need from them and listen when they tell you what they need in return. So now I want to take a moment and ask our audience what one challenge is that you faced with having to do with relationships, and how did you navigate it? I'll give you a moment to consider this and think about how you might implement our activity of looks like, feels like, sounds like, so that you can better manage those relationships for your future. Another piece of being a teenager that is super important is mental health. So staying afloat during our emotional storms. Mental health is something we cannot afford to ignore, especially teenagers. The emotional roller coaster of adolescence, dealing with stress, anxiety, depression, or simply the pressures of school, social life, sports, extracurriculars, it can feel like a storm that you can't escape. So it's crucial to understand that mental health struggles are common, and it's okay to reach out for help. In fact, there's no shame in not feeling okay. Whether it's talking to a coach like me, a teacher, a a parent, or a friend, getting the support that you need can help you weather those storms, and you don't have to do it alone. When we're thinking about managing our mental health, here are some key strategies that might help you. So, you can develop healthy coping strategies. Some of these include exercise, hobbies, or creative outlets that can help reduce stress and anxiety. Here are some tips. Be mindful. Practice mindfulness. Techniques like deep breathing, meditation, what we did at the beginning of this. Mindfulness, that can help us stay grounded when our emotions feel overwhelming. We can even share apps that can help us think about where our meditative space is and where we want to be. There are so many platforms online that can help us slow down, reflect, meditate, be with ourselves, and help us stay grounded when the rest of the world feels overwhelming. Another tip is don't be afraid to ask for help. If you're struggling, reach out. No one should go through their challenges alone. Asking for help shows how strong you really are. And just know your emotions are valid and it's okay to talk about them. You don't have to fix everything on your own. There's support out there for you. Prioritize self-care and make time for activities that bring you peace. Speaking of self-care, I would love if everybody could take a moment and think to themselves, what do you do for self-care? My favorite thing to do is take my puppy for a walk. I get fresh air. I get to hang out with my guy. And you know what? It brings me back. It settles my mind and it calms the emotional storms, no matter what. So find something that you love to do that brings you back to yourself. Find something that makes you feel safe, that makes you feel calm, and do that as much as you can, especially when you're weathering an emotional storm. So does anyone know what being resilient really means? Let's talk about that real quick. One of the most powerful skills that you can develop as a teen is resilience. That's your ability to bounce back after setbacks and stay hopeful in the face of difficulties. Resilience doesn't mean that you won't face challenges. It means that when that storm hits, you know how to keep moving forward. Even if it's just one small step at a time, you're moving forward. When we think about building resilience, that involves reframing challenges. So instead of seeing setbacks as failures, try to see them as opportunities to learn and grow. Every challenge has something to teach you. How about setting goals? Even small goals give you direction when you feel lost. Focus on what you can control and take one step at a time. Goal setting is so important, but don't create challenging, overwhelming, huge goals. Chunk them down. Applaud yourself when you take steps forward. Don't be so hard on yourself when you don't. Lastly, build a support system. Try to surround yourself with people who will encourage you, help you stay focused, and even pick you up when you fall down. Those are your people, and make sure you keep them close. Here are some things to think about. Resilience is something you build over time. It doesn't happen immediately. You don't hear about it one day and wake up the next and you're resilient. It's a process. Don't be hard on yourself. If it feels tough, give yourself some grace. Just know that every storm passes and trust that things will get better. And learn to see challenges as opportunities, not roadblocks. One tip that you can try to build resilience is create a resilience map. a step-by-step guide that's like a compass during life storms. It can help you navigate challenges and bounce back even stronger. It's a tool that helps you identify the resources, strategies, and support systems that keep you steady, even when those waters get rough. Let's talk about how to create one real quick. So the first step is to chart your current waters. What does that mean? It means reflect on challenges. Think about the obstacles or storms that you faced recently. You could write those down. Examples of those could be school stress, family conflict, self-doubt, social media bullying, and assess your emotional response to them. For each challenge that you face, take a note of how you felt when you faced that challenge. Did you feel overwhelmed? Were you determined? Were you confused? Acknowledge your emotions without judgment, and then you'll be able to move forward to step 2, which is identifying your anchor points. What's an anchor point? An anchor point is something that grounds you and keeps you stable. It's an anchor. In choppy water, it is something that will ground you. This could be people, so supportive family, friends, mentors, or coaches. It could be an activity, like a hobby, a sport, or a creative outlet that brings you joy or relaxation. Or it could be a belief or value, a personal value or affirmation, like, I am capable, or this too shall pass. So go ahead and write this down in a section titled My Anchors. And when you're in those stormy waters, bring yourself back. What are your anchors? Who are your people? What are your activities? What are your beliefs and values? And what are you capable of? The next step is to map out your coping strategies. Here you want to list some healthy ways that you cope with stress or tough emotions. These could include deep breathing, meditation, mindfulness, the techniques that we practiced in the beginning of this. It could be physical activity like running, dancing, playing sports. It could be journaling or talking with someone that you trust. It could be listening to music, drawing, or really any activity that calms you and brings you back to yourself. The next step is to highlight your resilience skills. So think about the skills that you've used to overcome challenges in the past. This could be problem solving, so breaking challenges into smaller steps. It could be positive reframing, finding a lesson or a silver lining. It could be asking for help when needed. Write these down as my strengths. These are your superpowers. Next, we're going to create a storm kit. This is your action plan. If you live somewhere where storms happen often, you need a plan. You need to know what you're going to do when those storms arise. And so what should you do? Write down 2 or 3 immediate steps you can take during a tough moment. So you can take deep breaths. You could text a trusted friend. You could journal. You could think about who you could call. So maybe 1 to 3 people that you can reach out to for support that you truly trust. The next step, our second to last step, we want to draw or visualize a map. So use a piece of paper or a digital tool to visually represent your resilience map. The center is you, and around you, place circles or shapes for your anchors, for your coping strategies, and your support systems. Draw arrows or lines to connect you to your challenges and the resources or actions that you'd use to overcome them. And lastly, keep your plan accessible and update it regularly. What are you going to do with a plan that you can't access? If you've got your resilience map somewhere that you can easily find it, if it's in your journal, on your phone, or pinned on your wall, then the next time you need it, you'll know what to do. Review it and update it as you grow and face new challenges. Life changes, people change, and so your plan should change too. But a resilience map is a tool that reminds you that you've never truly got to be lost. You faced challenges before, and you have the strength, tools, and people to help you face them again. Use this map whenever you need to guide yourself back, when life feels uncertain. And know that each storm that you navigate builds your resilience even more. So lastly, we know that being a teen is tough. It's a time of rapid change, confusion, emotional highs and lows, but it's also a time when you're developing the tools and skills that will help you face the future with confidence. By understanding who you are, learning how to manage relationships, and taking care of your mental health, you can build resilience, you can navigate these choppy waters, and you can come out stronger on the other side. So the next time the waves feel overwhelming, remember, you're not alone. You've got the tools you need to ride out the storm. You've got your plan in place. Keep your eyes on the horizon, stay true to yourself, and trust that whatever comes your way, you can weather that storm. Thank you, and I wish you all smooth sailing ahead.
Thank you so much, Devon. That was really informative, and those steps were just the bomb. I was like, oh, that's so easy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love a process.
Oh, so beautiful. I wrote them in the chat for the audience that's listening in the
Thank you.
replay as well. And it's just so simple, that awareness, the reflection. And I love the metaphor of, the sailing through the storm, the boat anchoring in, and the breath work, just as simple as just stopping for those 5 minutes to anchor in is really powerful. I'm myself an advanced breathwork facilitator, and I love that you dropped us into the body. I needed it, so thank you. And I know our teens need it too. And even just those gentle breath holds, holding in like the box breath for those, that need the strategies to just calm the body and the mind. Breathing in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, and hold for 4, like a box. And Devon demonstrated one other pranayama technique of just exhaling out longer. And I know Flea water is another beautiful technique to help calm the nervous system as well. Do you want to share that little tip before we jump on to the next speaker?
Yeah, starting with temperature. So something that I like to do regularly is in a warm shower, get your body to the temperature where you're comfortable, and then switch it to cold. It's a really great way to regulate your system, but also as the water's running, cleanse yourself. Like actually imagine the water taking away any of the drama, the stresses, and like I visualize very well with this process. So it's as it's going down, it's like, okay, and take away that thought and take away that negativity, and just thanking yourself as you're going through that process for everything that it does is really just a beautiful way to center. And we have to bathe daily, so why not?
Oh, yes, we're definitely in the water vibes with your beautiful metaphor and helping our teens think of amazing strategies. So thank you so much for your time, Dev. And how can people connect with you?
Absolutely. So you can find me. I am a certified STARS Kids Life Coach. So you can find me over at STARS Kids Life Coaching. And you can also find me via email. I will go ahead and drop that in the chat if that is the best way to do that. And yes, I would love, I'm here to help our teens navigate these waters and, be their best selves. So thank you all for having this platform and allowing me to speak here.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. And Devon's going to add that into the chat, and we'll connect to you guys there. And we'll be off to a short break, ready for our next Star Kids Life Coach speaker. Heather is a coach, teacher, and cheerleader for youth. She has been working alongside families and children for almost 30 years with the goal of each child becoming the best version of themselves. Joining us from Star Kids Life Coaches, let's welcome Heather.
Good evening. It is so nice to see everyone from around the world. I am joining you from Florida in the United States of America, and my name is Heather Milliken. I have spent the last almost 30 years working with kids in all kinds of settings and talking about all the things that make it awesome to be a kid and learning how to grow up and become the best version of themselves. And that's what we're looking for. We want all of our children to be resilient. We want all of our students to become who they're destined to be, and we want to help them along the way. And so with that being said, let's jump into this idea of turning mistakes into mastery, rebounding and thriving from setbacks. And when I think about making mistakes and why it's so important, I think so much about the idea that no matter who you are or where you are in the world, in the United States, in Australia, anywhere that you are, you have made mistakes. You will continue to make mistakes throughout your entire lifetime because that is how we learn. And so if we let the mistakes get the best of us and we don't continue to rebound from those and come back, then we're not going to be the best version of who we were meant to be. And so when I was thinking about this idea and I saw this picture, I was like, oh, that is absolutely the picture that we're going to be starting off with, because in the end, we all want some kind of trophy. And that trophy may be being happy in life. That trophy may be getting the best grades in school. That trophy may be making the soccer team or the lacrosse team, or learning how to play the violin, or perhaps becoming the world's best video gamer. So whatever the trophy is that you are searching for and working towards, we want to know, how do we get there? And so many times we're like, oh, it's just going to be a straight path. We're going to work our way right through it until we make a mistake. And then we get stuck. And we have to find a way to work around those mistakes. And so if you notice the graphic that we started with, there are many different paths to get that trophy, right? And so we want to think about this in terms of mistakes. So we're running towards our trophy. We're going to make it. We're going to make it. And then we come to a mistake. And so what are we going to do? Well, we are going to keep going. We might have to go up. We might have to go down. We might have to go around. But we're going to take that mistake and turn it into an ability to thrive in our current setting. So as we're working through this today, I really want you to think about, do I let mistakes stop me from what I really want to do in life? So if we make a mistake, do I stop? Or do I continue to find a way to work around that? Because the honest truth is, we're all going to make mistakes, and we all have made mistakes. So let's look at this first idea that everyone makes mistakes. We all make mistakes every day, from kids to adults. So let's all think, what are some mistakes you've made recently? They don't have to be huge mistakes. They could be little mistakes, like perhaps you forgot to leave for school on time and you missed the bus. Or perhaps you forgot to do your homework, and so your teacher's like, oh, you'll have to do it at recess. Perhaps you said something in an unkind manner to a friend and you regret that decision. Perhaps you missed a goal in soccer and you should have kicked it to the left and you kicked it to the right. So we all make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, whether it's spilling my coffee on me on the way to work, or something that I did just recently is turn on the fire alarms in my school building because I put my popcorn in the microwave for too long. So the entire school had to evacuate because Mrs. Milliken decided that it was a good idea to put her popcorn on full-size bag with only a mini bag. So I smoked out the library I was working in, and the fire department had to come, and every student had to stand outside. Big mistake. So while it was a big mistake, I still ate popcorn. I will have popcorn again in the future because I just had to learn from it. So now my lesson was to double check the popcorn setting. So we know it can be frustrating. We know that it can be hard. when things don't go the way you want, right? You wake up in the morning and you're like, today's going to be a great day. I've got it. And then something sets you back. And you're like, oh, and it starts to feel heavy and it starts to feel heavy because mistakes happen, right? And so what we want you to think about is how can we learn from our mistakes, right? And we hear that all the time, but truly to take it into account that all we need to do is figure out what went wrong and how are we going to fix it. Okay, so that whole idea is turning your mistakes into stepping stones to become a better learner, a better person, a better child, a better friend, a better parent, a better teacher, a better whatever you want to be, a better teammate, a better musician. And we want to keep moving forward. So, this whole idea of learning from our mistakes is absolutely key. So, when we think about that, what I want you to think about is this idea of growth mindset. And you have heard this idea in many, many different places, I'm going to guess, right? Because it's kind of become a buzzword. Like, I have to have a growth mindset. Well, what does that mean? So, a growth mindset is the belief that you can get better at things through effort, learning, and practice. And so that's a lot of work, right? Like effort, work, learning, practice. Those are heavy words that mean you have to put in the time and you have to be committed to getting better at things. You are not stuck where you are right now with that mistake or where you're at in who you want to be. So with a growth mindset, you can see these mistakes as opportunities to grow. That's the idea of growing, right? Like I'm not stuck. I'm going to continue to get better. So what I usually do when I'm working with a student is put my two hands up. Right? So I want you to go ahead and put your two hands up. And I want you to think about this idea that growth mindset takes you from where you are to where you want to be. And I mean that in a total figurative way of speaking, right? So growth mindset is not going to take me from Florida, where I am, to Spain, where I'd really like to go, right? Moreover, it's going to take us somewhere in our minds, and it knows that we can get better at something. So I want you to think about something that you would like to get better at. So what is that thing? Perhaps you want to get better at tennis. Perhaps you want to get better at serving a volleyball or hitting a golf ball, or maybe it has nothing to do with sports. Maybe it has everything to do with, I want to get better at swinging on the swing, or I want to get better at making friends, or I want to get better at being comfortable being alone. Whatever is on your mind that you would like to get better with, this is where your growth mindset comes into play. And it really does tie in with mistakes. So just hold on 1 second to see that connection, right? So growth mindset takes you from where you are in life to where you want to be. So let's say you're trying to practice being more comfortable being alone with yourself and like not feeling the need to always be busy. So you might feel super uncomfortable, and that might feel like a mistake to you that you had this goal, but we don't want you to give up, right? Because we have to know that we can grow. So plants grow because they have all of the right things going for them, right? They have the right amount of sunshine and they have the right amount of precipitation that they need, and so they can grow and thrive. The flip side of that growth mindset is what we call a fixed mindset, or think of a plant wilting and dying. So for perhaps you have a beautiful orchid and you overwater it and you don't give it what it needs, it starts to die, right? And those little flowers fall off and you have just like a little stick in a pot because you didn't give it what it needed. And so we don't want you to do that with your mind, right? We want to give it what it needs. And we know that with effort, learning, and practice, you can get better. So I want you to think about a bodybuilder, right? So let's pretend you're hitting the gym and you want to get stronger. So there's a couple ways that people think about this when we start to have this conversation. So everybody's like, yeah, I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger. So I'm going to go pick up the biggest weights I can find and I'm going to just lift them. Well, chances are that's probably not going to work because you probably aren't strong enough quite yet to go to the biggest one. So you're like, okay. I'm not going to go to the biggest weights. I'm going to go back it down. I'm going to pick up the little weights, like the little 2-pounders, right? And I can do that all day long. So I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to lift my weights and lift my weights and lift my weights and getting stronger because I'm putting in the practice, right? Well, it doesn't work that way because if you just continue to lift 2-pound weights, yeah, you'll get stronger a little bit, but you're not really ever reaching this level of strength training. And so you need to pick up a little bit heavier weights. That's where the mistakes come in. And it might be a little harder, right? And it's a little more sticky to get through it, but it's okay because you're going to get better and better with that. So let's say you start with the 2-pounders and the 2-pounders are working. And then you're like, oh, I'm getting stronger. I'm getting stronger because I put in effort. I've learned how to do it and I put in practice. So now I can lift the 4 pounds, right? And I'm getting closer to my goal. And now, okay, 4 pounds are super easy. Now I'm going to lift 6 pounds. Oh my goodness, it's so easy. Maybe I'll skip all the way to 10 pounds and keep working through the process. So it's a step-by-step process, but it's not always that smooth because maybe one day things aren't going smoothly and you're just having a bad day and you pick up those 10 pounders and they're just too heavy. It is okay to pick up the 8-pound weights and try again, right? And so this whole idea of with effort, learning, and practice, you can get better at things, even if things are hard, even if there's a mistake, is something that's super important to us. So as we're continuing on, we have to think about this idea of why mistakes are important. They show us what we need to work on. Number one, right? They help us know that when we fail at something, because let's face it, we're all going to fail. We're all going to make mistakes. And by fail, I don't mean big fat F on something. I simply mean you didn't meet your goal, right? So maybe your goal was to cook popcorn and you burn it. I didn't meet my goal. I failed at making popcorn. Perhaps your goal was to be to school on time with all of your homework, but you left a little late or you left a worksheet at home. You failed to meet that goal, right? And so we think of failure so many times in society as this big, fat, red F. But it's not really that way because in a lot of ways we have little, what we call hiccups all the time that are just failure to meet those goals. But what it does tell us is what do we need to work on? So if I'm consistently failing at getting to school and work on time, I need to work on my time management. I need to figure out how can I get out of the house 5 minutes earlier? Maybe I don't put the TV on, or maybe I make something fast for breakfast instead of taking time to make avocado toast. Whatever it is, you have to nail down why you are failing to meet that goal, right? Using the feedback from your mistake to get there. And that's really important. Mistakes also help us build resiliency. And resiliency is like this big word that means you're willing to stick with it. You have grit. You're not going to give up. That's so important in life for a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 50-year-old, a 70-year-old. No matter what it is, we don't want to give up because we think it is too hard. Making mistakes also means you're challenging yourself and learning new things because if you're making mistakes, it means you haven't mastered it yet. And that is okay. So think about your math class because no matter where you are in the world, you're in some kind of math class. And at some point, let's remember, you did not know how to count to 10. You did not know how to add 2 plus 2. Those are all learned things. Like at some point, you played with manipulatives and your mom or your teacher put out blocks and you figured out 2 blocks plus 2 blocks equals 4 blocks. If your math teacher gave that to you now that you're older, you'd be like, of course I know how to do that. It's too easy. And that's the same thing as stretching yourself and making a mistake, right? So when your teacher's like, okay, yeah, we're moving on. We're going to do things that are more challenging. There's going to be a learning curve. And that is when you're actually going to learn. So the first time your teacher gave you adding fractions problem, you might have been like, oh, what is that? But you work through it, you learn it, and you're committed to it. But you're going to make mistakes along the way. It just happens because it's something new and something challenging and something that you have to learn to mastery. And that is the idea. So I want you to think about a couple of things here. Why are these skills important? One, they're lifelong skills. They're not going away. They're going to be here for the rest of your life, no matter where you live, no matter who you are, no matter what you want to do in your life. Mistakes happen, right? And so knowing that mistakes happen, knowing that I have to have the resiliency to get through it, and knowing that I have to figure out what I did incorrectly so I can fix it the next time, and knowing that I might not fix it just right, but I'll get there eventually is so important. So before we really dig into some of your mistakes, and I want you to start to think about it, I want you all to think about the last math test you took. So I haven't taken math in a really, really long time. I work in a school and I work with books and students and English. So not really taking a lot of math tests, but I have taken a lot of math tests in my days, and I'm sure you have too. So if you didn't get 100 on your math test, that's pretty normal, right? And that means you made a mistake. And so that is what we would consider a failure on that problem. And we need to go back and look at it, right? So a lot of teachers offer what we call test redos, and you can go and you can look and see what you did, and then you can get credit back for it. Even if they don't offer you credit for your grade, I want you to think about this idea. What about if every math problem we figured out what we did wrong so that we didn't make that same problem again and again? So let's take a super easy example. So let's say we're like, okay, 10 plus 20, and we're like 10 plus 20, 10 plus 20 is 21. And your teacher's like, no, that's not quite right. Let's look at what you did wrong. And then you realize you lined the problem up wrong, right? You had the 20 and then underneath it you put 10, but you put the 10 underneath the 0. And so you got 21 or 210. And your teacher's like, no, not quite right. Let's look at it. And then you realize, oh, it's just a silly mistake. I have to just line up the numbers by place value. So 20 plus 10, got it. It's 30, moving on. Now, obviously, that's a very easy example, but I want you to think about what does that do for you when you think about an easy example? It makes you realize you can just do it on harder problems, right? So if you're taking algebra, or you're taking calculus, or you're taking geometry, or you're reading Shakespeare in school, or you're learning how to do a trick shot in soccer, at some point you had to master those easy skills. And at some point, you didn't know how to do those skills. And at some point you made a mistake and you learned from that mistake, and you were able to learn those skills to build those blocks, thinking about getting that trophy at the end, whatever that trophy may be. Now, one of the things, so many times when I'm talking to students, they're like, I'm the only one who makes mistakes. Everybody else does really well. I'm the only one who missed the soccer goal in the penalty kicks, or I'm the only one who wasn't invited to that party. And the answer is, that's all in your perception, which I accept is your reality, but I want you to think that and remember that everybody makes mistakes. So a couple of people that really pop into my mind when I think about people being really comfortable with mistakes are people from vastly different areas. So the first person we want to look at is Thomas Edison, and he had thousands of failed attempts before inventing, he did not invent it anywhere, he invented the light bulb. And so when we think about the fact that I can Zoom with you today from Florida, and I have all these lights on in my house because it's pitch black here, we thank Thomas Edison. And I don't think there's anybody in the world who would be like Thomas Edison. He was a failure. He didn't do all of the things. Look at his quote, which I just so love. So his quote is, I have not failed. I just found 10,000 ways that didn't work, when he was inventing the light bulb. And so this whole idea, like, yep, it didn't work, I learned from it. And he says, I did it 10,000 ways. And so maybe it was 10,001 that he finally figured out what all of his errors were to culminate in the light bulb. And I'm sure thankful that he had that growth mindset and he had that idea to just stick with it. So he's one that, kind of academic, kind of a scientist. And so my other one is Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan may not be as well known around the world, but I think he is. He's a pretty well-known brand. And so he is considered one of the all-time greats in the basketball world. So a little bit older now, but owns a team, super involved in sports, and has been made famous for his ideas on what we're talking about today. This idea that we're going to make mistakes and we have to keep going. So he missed over 9,000 shots in his career. That's a lot of shots. And he failed many times, but still is considered one of the greatest basketball players of all times. And I summarized that. And then when I was thinking about it, I'm like, I don't want a summary. I want to give his exact quote. So let's look at his exact quote, what he said. So he said, I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed. And when you think about it that way, it kind of blows your mind, or at least it blows my mind. Like this whole idea that 26 times his team was like, Michael Jordan, MJ, you take the last shot because you are going to have us win. And he didn't win. And he took the shot and he missed. And so the whole weight of the team was on his shoulders in that moment. And he didn't live up to expectations. So we could say he made a mistake or he failed. And I don't know about you, but when I think about these great people who we look up to and we really admire for their fortitude, their resilience, their inventiveness, their creativeness, their athletic prowess, and I realize it wasn't all that easy for them. It makes me feel a lot better about burning popcorn in the library or making another similar mistake. So I want you to think about this. Maybe tap it in the chat box and we'll get back to you. But do you know any other stories of famous people who have made mistakes and still are considered successful? There are many examples of people who ran for an election and they didn't win the first time. Maybe they won the second time. Or maybe there's examples of authors like J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, who was rejected over and over and over again. And finally, on her last attempt, somebody finally said yes to Harry Potter. And I think that worked out pretty well. Or maybe you're thinking of somebody near and dear in your community that has rebounded from a mistake. So maybe they made a little mistake, maybe it was a bigger mistake, but they continued on and found success. And so really thinking about that makes me feel a little bit better about all of the mistakes I made if I'm running late, or if I forget to send somebody a happy birthday, or if I say something to a friend that is rude and inconsiderate and creates trouble. I realize, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to apologize. I'm going to learn from my mistake and I'm going to move on. So how do we do that? How do we turn mistakes into mastery? So we broke it down into 4 steps. So recognize or notice when you make or made a mistake. Sometimes it's glaringly obvious, right? You get your test back and your teacher puts a grade on it, 7 out of 10. You know you made 3 mistakes or 3 points worth of mistakes on that test. Sometimes it's glaringly obvious because the fire department comes because you set off the fire alarm, or you're late for school and so you get a tardy slip, or your friend is mad at you because you didn't do a planned activity together, or you're putting together a puzzle and you can't figure out how those pieces fit. So sometimes it's easy to recognize it, and sometimes it's a little bit harder, right? Because you're thinking you're doing the right thing and it just doesn't turn out the way you want it. But the first step, regardless of what kind of mistake, is this recognition. Oh, okay, that was a mistake. That was an oops, an ooh, an ee. And so now I need to recognize it and I need to go on to the next step. So the second step is probably the hardest because it's the reflection. So it's all happening inside your brain, right? So think about what went wrong and then why. Why is your friend mad at you? Why did you miss that soccer goal? Why did you get 7 out of 10 on the math test? Why did you show up at school late? Why did you forget to bring your homework? Why? That's a big question. Sometimes it's things outside of your control. I was late for school because the bridge was shut down and I couldn't get over the bridge. I did not do my homework because we were out all night and I never made it back home to get it, right? I missed the soccer goal because I didn't kick it hard enough with my left foot, or I was supposed to kick it high and I kicked it low, or I was doing my volleyball serve and I hit it down too far so it didn't go over the net. But often the why is a little bit harder, right? It's like, oh, I'm not exactly sure what went wrong. This is where we're doing the learning. Because once we figure out what went wrong or what didn't go right, we can fix it and move forward. We can use those stepping stones. So then, after we've recognized and we've reflected, we plan, right? So next time I get to take a penalty kick in soccer, I'm going to try this. The next time I have to add fractions with unlike denominators, I'm going to do it this way. The next time I put my popcorn in the microwave, I'm going to make sure it's on small bag because I'm cooking a small bag. The next time my friend invites me to the movies, I'm going to put it in my calendar so I don't forget. The next time my mom tells me that I need to take out the trash, I'm going to do it right away so I don't forget. Or the next time I'm playing that video game, instead of making this move, I'm going to try another one, right? And so that's that plan A versus plan B. Like plan A didn't work. So think back to our original picture. Okay, I'm going. Oh, that didn't work. Reverse, 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 and try again. Ultimately trying to get to that trophy, which is mastery of what we wanted and the best versions of ourselves. And then you give it a try. It might not work. It might. That would be ideal. But just because we planned and we thought, I still might make a mistake. It might be the same mistake, might be a different mistake, but it's going to set me back on the same path. And that's the truth, right? That no matter where we're at, no matter what we're doing, mistakes are going to happen. So while that is not always the comforting thought that we want, as someone who is much older than everybody who's listening, and probably all of I have a lot of life experience, and I know sometimes things just don't go the way you planned. Sometimes you really, really want it to work and it doesn't, and it is okay. And so that is the point, right? That we have to learn from these mistakes and have that failure being feedback. Because going back to growth mindset, it's not that you didn't do it, you just didn't do it yet, right? And I know that is such a small word, 3 letters, but it changes everything. I don't know how to add fractions with unlike denominators yet. I don't know how to be on time for school yet, but I'm going to make a plan. Yeah, it still might not work the first time or the second time, but with that word, it gives me grace to continue to move forward. So this next idea is just food for thought, right? So perseverance is key. The more you try, the better you'll get. So think back to our bodybuilder, right? So here we go, bodybuilder. If they're consistent and they go to the gym and they keep lifting harder weights, they're going to get stronger. Think about a runner. The runner the first time is not going to run a marathon. They might run once around the track, 200 yards, right? They might. Maybe they only run 100. And then they try it a little bit more and they stretch themselves a little more and they'll make a mistake and they just slide backwards and they're slower. That's okay. The more we try, the better we'll get. So we'll make a mistake, we'll fix it, try again. And if that doesn't work, we'll fix it and we'll try it again. So don't give up because something is hard or you make mistakes. Because if we did, all of us would not be here because we all made mistakes when we were learning to walk and to talk, turn on a computer, work the technology, right? And so we're doing all of these things because we've learned them over time. Think so much about a toddler who's trying to walk. If the first time that toddler fell down, they never got back up, they'd still be sitting there, right? And so the fact that we can run and walk and jump are all learned skills and all proof that we can overcome mistakes. And this is part of the journey. It's part of who you are. It's part of turning into your best self, right? So acknowledging the mistake and moving forward. So mistakes are truly like a superpower. They give you a chance to grow and learn and eventually set your mind, eventually master whatever you set your mind to, right? So thinking about that trophy, and we have lots of little trophies through the day. Yay, I made it to school on time. Yay, I remembered all my homework. Trophy, trophy, trophy. Oh, I missed a couple on my history test. Oh, I forgot to go to soccer practice, or I forgot my shoes. Oops, that's okay. Right, I'm going to work on it. How am I going to get around this mistake? Maybe I need to call my mom and see if she can help me. Maybe I need to borrow from a friend a pair of shoes for the day. Whatever it is, there's a way around it to get to that trophy you want. So thinking about this idea, I really want you to think, where can your mistakes take you? So growth mindset, right? Taking you from where you are to where you want to be is never, ever going to be a smooth process for all of us in all the things we do. It would be lovely if we could be like, okay, everything's going to be easy. No matter what I set my mind to, I'm going to be able to do it. So I want to be the best chess player, the best video game player. I want to learn how to fly an airplane, and I'd like to write a novel. Well, that's great. Those are all amazing goals. So how are you going to get there? It's not going to be easy. It's going to take mistakes. It's going to take learning. So thinking about that, I want you to think, where can your mistakes take you? They can take you anywhere you want to be. So imagine all the places you can go with all of the things that you are learning and all of the information you are acquiring. And I'm not just saying that because you logged on today. I'm saying that because I really believe it. I really believe that in all of us, there's a best version that we can't give up on. And when we make mistakes so many times, we're like, never mind. Maybe I can't fly an airplane. Maybe I can't play the violin. Maybe I'm never going to learn how to catch the football. Maybe I'm never going to learn how to write a novel. But that's not true. It just takes some time, some practice, some effort, and a restart, right? A stepping stone. Each mistake taking us closer and closer to that trophy. So here in America, a lot of cars are Fords, as well as everything else. And so Henry T. Ford is actually somebody that I grew up a long, long time ago learning a lot about. And one of my teachers shared this quote with me years ago, and it's kind of stuck with me. And so while it might not stick with you, I put this idea into the universe. The only mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. So if you miss that goal, or you forget homework, or you don't get all the questions right, or you cannot figure out for the life of you how to save the princess in your video game, or how to win at Fortnite, or how to build something in Minecraft, if you go, you know what, I didn't really want to do it anyways, that's when you've made a real mistake, when you haven't taken the opportunity to learn from what you're doing. And I just want to say thank you so much for joining me. And I hope and pray that wherever you are, that you're having a great day and really thinking about how can you be the best version of yourself. Have a great day. Thank you.
So perfect.
Yay. Ah, wow. Such amazing inspiration from all of our speakers and presenters. And, Flea and I really love having panel discussions and just that dynamic conversation. And this panel is so, so exciting. We've got this beautiful theme of like looking at teenagers and stepping into adulthood. And the panel that is about to commence is called Why Are Teens So Challenging? Unpacking the teenager mind and struggles behind the behavior. But we've been very blessed to have teenagers that are very grounded and sharing really amazing insights, and also have had the experiences of the challenging times of what it's like to be a teenager as well. What are you looking forward to with this panel, Flea?
The struggling teenager has always been something that has been, I guess, problematic as a teacher. We kind of see it all the time. It's the emotions and the things that we don't really know are going on. And even as adults, we've all gone through it, but we go through it at different times in different periods. And I guess really hearing how kids feel today is what excites me the most. It's a way to really develop and move forward in a way that's still connected. I don't want to be the older generation that doesn't understand the youth of today. I want to understand the youth of today so that we can grow together.
Yeah, that's powerful. And this is part of the bigger vision of why we've created this particular summit and this platform to bridge those worlds and to have more dialogue and to hear what our kids and our teens are saying, and also sharing the expert knowledge and insights of what parents, coaches, facilitators, and the speakers that have joined us to really just deeply listen and learn and grow together. So it's so powerful. And we're so excited to share our next guests with you. Our beautiful youth ambassador, who is our oldest. She's like the end of her teenagehood now, but she's definitely stepping into the adult realm. And I have also had the privilege of teaching beautiful Charlotte, who is 19 years old and a university student from Brisbane. She's currently pursuing a major in archaeology, anthropology, and history, with a deep passion for understanding human history and its relevance to the modern world. She is dedicated to exploring how the past can inform and benefit the present. And I know Flea and I love this topic as well. And alongside her studies, Charlotte works part-time as a school officer. So she's in schools as well, where she's enjoying supporting and assisting others in meaningful ways. Eager to share her perspective, Charlotte is passionate about discussing the challenges and experiences of being a teenager in today's world. Flea, I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Can you introduce the next beautiful guest?
Yes, we're going to have our lovely speaker, Devon, return. She is a dedicated kids life coach specialising in guiding teenagers through their formative years. Devon empowers our next generation of leaders to build resilience, develop life skills, and confidently face life's challenges during this crucial stage.
So beautiful, and gave such amazing insights earlier. And another beautiful Star Kids coach also that has been sharing her insight is beautiful Julianne, who is a certified kids life coach on a mission to inspire and empower children of all ages. She's passionate about coaching children on how to overcome their challenges, adopt a winning mindset, and become the best versions of themselves.
And of course, the founder of all of this and our lovely facilitator, Bronwyn Bergen, is the founder president of the Stars Kids Life Coaches. Always gets me with that extra S. She says that there is no greater inspiration than empowering children and our youth athletes. Stars Kids Life Coaches is a certified global kids life group specializing in building self-esteem, social skills, emotional intelligence, and communication skills, while also addressing growth mindset for athletes, attention disorders, divorce recovery, and also parental counselling. So it's an all-round coaching facility. But beautiful Bronwyn is also joining us.
Fabulous. And for those that are tuning in and you haven't had a chance to hear our background, I thought it'd be beautiful for us to introduce ourselves as well. So Felicia is a visionary educator, mystical guide who whose transformative approach to learning weaves together elemental wisdom, philosophical insight, and alchemical power of creativity. With over 20 years of experience spanning early childhood, primary, secondary, and adult education, Felicia cultivates holistic personal growth through heart-centered teaching. She artfully integrates diverse creative practices to foster empathy, encourage authentic self-expression, and bridge the heart and mind. Her curriculum emphasizes emotional intelligence, social awareness, and critical thinking, empowering individuals to explore and express their true selves.
Oh, thank you. And of course, and think I have to go to this side because everything's mirrored and wrong. Marie Ferguson is a leader in feminine embodiment, youth empowerment, and creative expression. With over 17 years of experience in education and a Master's of Education, after overcoming many personal challenges like burnout and miscarriages, she now guides others to reconnect with their feminine essence through ancient wisdom, modern coaching techniques, and as a feminine embodiment leader and youth empowerment mentor, those words, her work in the Menarche Project and Awakening Academy integrates psychology, leadership, and mindfulness. And also, my sister.
Oh, I love it. And I love that we have a powerhouse of women here today. And without any further ado, let's hand it over to the gorgeous Charlotte for her insights and story.
Hey everyone! So today I want to acknowledge that I'm not going to be talking about one specific issue that impacts teenagers. Today I want to talk about more how I feel the general teenage population today feels, and as someone who is in their last year of being a teenager, just some helpful thoughts maybe to other people and to other teenagers about how we can deal with these problems in today's age. And for any young people who are listening, some advice on how to deal with these issues. So I want to also recognize that this is coming from my personal view and my experiences. I cannot obviously speak for every single teenager out there. We're all very different people. And every teenage experience is different. So I also want to acknowledge off the board that despite the name of this panel, being a teenager can be awesome. You generally speaking, you have less responsibilities. In many aspects, you can still get away with, being childish. You're getting a license. You're having aspirations in what you want to do in the future. You still have a whole life ahead of you that you want to experience. But I think there's also a lot of talk about why is it difficult to be a teenager. And it can definitely be a challenge for many reasons. So, of course, there's the biological circumstances, so hormones in your body's changing unexpectedly, which can be challenging for anyone. Then one aspect of it is that you've got the school pressures. So having to do well in school, you have to go to university, get a corporate job, make your way up the corporate ladder. It's a very still old school way of thinking, and it's still very perpetuated in school environments. And multiple assessments and exams that are very tailored towards a certain group of people. And obviously, not everyone fits in that group. So off the board, there's many teenagers who are stressed on a daily basis because they're put into an environment that they don't suit. It's a structure that's also very push, 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 go, 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 especially those year 11 and 12 areas. So it's very difficult not to get burnt out. And then unfortunately, life doesn't stop. So it sometimes feels like everyone's jumping on a trampoline, you've fallen down, and there's no way to get back up, and you're just being thrown around everywhere. And then on top of that, you also have societal pressures. So I feel that today, especially, I'm sure there's always been a generational gap and generation debate, but it feels heightened in this day and age. So you have a lot of older generations today, I feel, saying, kids don't want to work anymore. Kids don't work as hard as they used to. Gen Z are lazy. Gen Z are rude. They don't work like us. They're not polite. There's also this expectation, and I think we hear it a lot, that, our generation is going to be the one to fix climate change, poverty, cost of living crisis. Yet we didn't create these issues, and it's a lot of pressure to be put onto us saying, yeah, you're going to fix all of these worldwide problems that are perpetuated for billions of people, but yeah, that's your problem to fix. It can definitely feel like a lot as someone who's still in school and like trying to figure out what they want to do with their life. And it also seems hypocritical, because when we do say, let's change this, we want to see action in that, it almost feels like we're not being listened to, because we're young people, what would we know? And I think an example of that is with all the chaos of the recent elections and everything that's been happening. And then on top of that, the societal pressures, I think, are also perpetuated a lot in like media. So in movies and TV shows that perpetuate what teenage life should be, and it's almost always written by people who aren't teenagers anymore or haven't been in a while. So it's almost the opposite or very contradictory to what, other people are saying. So it's very confusing as to what teenage life should be like. Like just the other day, I watched a movie where basically the message was you weren't a teenager unless you were rebellious, like you drank, you smoke, and you had teenage love, which isn't the same. That isn't teenage life for some people. And there's also tons of media where the nerdy and dedicated student becomes more interesting and reformed by falling in love and, you know becoming rebellious and, getting arrested by breaking into places at night. Like, it's that sort of confusing, what is teenage life then, and what is the definition of growing up, because the media and adults have very confusing takes on what it should be, and when you don't live up to those expectations you've seen, I've just wasted my teenage years. So I think it can be very confusing and very pressuring. And yeah, and then on top of that, I know this makes it seem like this is like there's a whole lot of issues, but I think there really are. There's the social media aspect, which I know we've talked a lot about this morning, but I just have some more points to make about that. So in social media, there's this constantly polarizing views about news that doesn't make the future look hopeful, and just creates stress a lot. It's constantly pessimistic. I have never looked at a news article recently and actually, thought the world was going at a good place. Um, if I open Instagram right now, I can guarantee that there's going to be at least one video telling me how to lose weight in a week, how to do my makeup so that my jawline pops. It's very, I'm not saying that advice on social media, it can be good, and this advice, but it can be also very unwarranted, and there's a time and a place, and it seems social media is tailored to feed off vulnerable teenagers' insecurities. And I know that this issue's been brought up time and time again, but nothing's been done, and the problem's just being perpetuated throughout society. So is this just the normal now? I think is what a lot of people are asking. And there's also, in that same space, a lot of pressure and a lot of messages from social media saying that teenagers running out of time. Do this before you're 20 or you'll be broke. Do this before you're 20 and do this before you age. Like, there's a lot of, and which is crazy to think, saying that to like 15-year-olds who have barely done anything in their life, and yet they're being told that they're already going to die soon. And I think that's a really scary thing for a child who doesn't have a frontal cortex. Their frontal lobe hasn't developed yet, and they're just being told all of these really scary messages. And I think the biggest problem teenagers are facing is this uncertainty. Being a teenager today in 2024 is unequivocally, definitely, fundamentally different to when our parents or our grandparents were teenagers. The speed at which information and communication is being delivered, both good and bad, is spreading like we've never seen before. We've never seen this kind of technology. We've never seen this kind of advancement in such a quick time. So we've never seen influencers and celebrities with so much power in this sort of space. With new technology like AI and studies coming out about how our jobs likely don't exist yet, it's hard not to be a little bit scared of, well, what's the future look like for us? And no one can really answer that. For this exact reason, it can be very isolating. Unfortunately, the people we talk to, like our parents and teachers, they can be helpful advice, but ultimately they're not teenagers anymore, and they're not going to be the ones there in our society when we've grown up and we're having to lead this society. They're not going to be there. It's up to us. So teenagers can relate to each other, but we're also so caught up in our own struggles that we can't help but feel like we're entering down like almost a long dark tunnel, and we've been abandoned at the start. I know that seems very pessimistic, but some days, especially with just life pressures, it really can feel like that. Um, and then somehow we become an adult from all of this, and that can just be such a far away thought that you just can't imagine it. And this isn't even including teenagers who are struggling with violence, financial struggles, mental health issues, unaccepting families. So, in summary, being a teenager can be very difficult. But with this said, I would like to offer some advice to anyone who's feeling this way. If there are any teenagers listening to this, I'm 19, so I'm currently in the last stage of being a teenager, and I want to let you know that if any of the above I've mentioned does worry you, that I understand and that this can be very overwhelming and frustrating, and I'm with you on that. I also know that you may not want to hear some advice right now, and that's okay, because when I was younger, I didn't really want to either. I was typically of the opinion that nothing that anyone would say would help because, well, they weren't living it, they weren't me. But even if you take a little solace in what I have to say, I will count that as a win. So I have three kind of general plot points of things we can do to try and help teenagers maybe overcome this. So my first is that life is an experience. I'll let you in on a little secret. I haven't really found myself, and I think that being semi-confused and uncertain and about anything and everything is pretty much a constant in this life. If someone came up to me and said, "How would you describe yourself?" or the dreaded getting to know you questions like, "Tell me a fun fact about yourself," I genuinely don't know how I would respond. Am I funny? Am I optimistic? Am I confident? The answer is, well, it depends. It's all subjective. I don't know. My dad recently sent me a clip of a podcast on Instagram with the artist Aurora, and I particularly liked it. She basically said that people are going to label you and put you in boxes enough as it is, so why should you do that to yourself? And from this, I've really tried approaching life a bit differently, which is basically just imagining it as a personal, real life experience. And I don't mean that in the life is an experience sensual, like do it for the plot kind of way, which is a very common saying on social media at the moment. I mean in an actual step by step story, almost like you're navigating like a game or something. Oh, did I say that wrong? Let's make a note of that. How did I react to that? Should I react like that again? I like doing that, so I'll do it again. You know, no one really knows what they're doing, and no one can plan what's going to happen, unfortunately. And many things are out of our control. So just let people do their thing, and you keep your best to do yours. If it helps, make yourself a little general list of directions and morals you have for yourself and make your way towards it. But it's okay to take side quests. I literally on my phone have a list of things I want to do in my life, which is as small as like piercing my ears to working overseas. You know, like just even writing it down can really help sometimes. My second point is that your life is yours. At the end of the day, you are the only one who's going to do it. You are the one who's going to show up, and you are the one putting in the work. So make sure that what you're doing is what you want. As I said, with all of the media, the news, people telling you what to do out in the world, and you have to try to learn to block some of this, is that the only people one of the pieces of advice I've heard is that only take advice from people that you would switch places with. So, yeah, so just be careful of who you're taking advice from. Really choose where you take what you want from. And if you don't have any clue about this, because I know I know a bunch of people who have just left high school and they're in uni, but they don't really know what they want to do yet. They don't really have an idea of what they want to do with their lives. It can be difficult and it might take a long time to figure out. And the important thing is that it might change. But if I can recommend one thing, it would be to think, what do I like learning? What do I like doing? Do I like helping people? What feels wrong or like an injustice in the world? Even if it's just one thing that you think you can make a difference of, or just what you want to experience. Like, do you want to visit the seven wonders of the world? Or do you want to, just even if it's something as simple like that, just having one simple goal is plenty. That's amazing. At least you have a direction. For me, I personally love history and helping people. I like analyzing and understanding humanity, as we've talked about in the bio before we started this session. Um, so, but yeah, unfortunately, the world is going to continuously throw challenges, and there's going to be many things happening that we don't like. But just focusing on one thing can make everything a little less overwhelming. Also, as I said, recognizing that these are allowed to change. You are allowed to change what you want to do. And sometimes the goal can literally just be surviving day to day. That's perfectly fine. For me personally, this year, I had a very crazy year 12 as school captain and doing all of these different activities. So this year for me was about recovering and finding my way as an adult in the real world. And that's perfectly fine. And my third point that I'd like to say is to be open. Knowledge and understanding is so powerful. We live in a world where we typically only hear one side of the story. The media says particular words and uses particular persuasive words to get you to think what they have to say. Things are thrown in your face, you're told what to think. But if you have an understanding as to why people may be reacting like this, why someone might have this opinion, there might be so much history and culture behind why people make decisions. It can change everything. Having an open mind, I've found, can really help put things into perspective and can sometimes make things make more sense in this very confusing world. I'm not saying don't have opinions. I'm not saying that at all. But to be able to hear out another perspective and to understand where someone is coming from can actually be very freeing and calming for not only you, but actually, I think a lot of good conversations and actual development in our world happens when we just listen to each other, I think. There's already enough prejudice and polarizing opinions in the world. And so if we all had a little bit of flexibility and ability to change and adapt and understand opinions, I think is what really helps the world go round, to be honest. And obviously, it doesn't hurt to be kind. So I guess in summary, being a teenager is difficult. It's confusing, it's frustrating, it's uncontrollable, it can be uncomfortable a lot of the time. But if you set yourself some simple goals, you go one step at a time, it will work out. If you want to do less, do less. If you want to do more, do more. Life is about what you want to accomplish and what you want to achieve. And while you're doing that, be kind to others and try to be open to new perspectives and issues, if not for your sense of self, for someone else's. I found that being open and researching topics and talking to people about that has led to some really insightful conversations, and action is actually more likely to happen. Yeah, and that's what I have to say.
Oh, wow. Charlotte, you are just exceptional. And I know all of us backstage were like nodding and nodding, and we were writing in the comments. And just the truth, the authenticity, and just the real rawness of just your life experience, and having a space like this to bridge those gaps. I think I know I get really emotional, and I had goosebumps all over, and I could feel Flea like just feeling all of the things in the ladies here. So I'm going to pass it over and just allow the panel to share their insights, the key takeaways, because you've hit so many nails on the head. And this is why us adults are here, to hear people like you just share the truth. And Flea, would you love to share, I suppose, some of your key takeaways from Charlotte, and then we'll go to Bronwyn.
You made me cry. This is very much what you spoke about, is the vision that I had when this was first created. It's like, okay, we have to give the kids a voice, because if they don't know where they're going, and I have taught a lot of kids that have expressed the same things that you just did, Charlotte, that we're very disconnected, feeling like, how am I meant to know what to do and to do all these things? I didn't do any of it. For a lot of us, it's the same. I didn't cause a lot of these problems either, and it was like the generations beforehand. And if we continue down that journey of the path and how beautiful it is, we can see that this type of issue we're having today is actually from generations ago. Children that were forced to have babies that didn't know their own emotional regulation, and in marriages that were arranged and not safe, and like there was so much torment that has been passed along that we're now recognizing is here. And for me, my journey has been about trying to recognize that and to see it's like I'm trapped in the child's body. I continuously return to an 8-year-old where I feel safe, because that's where my imagination is. That's where potential and possibility is. And for me as a teacher, it's heartbreaking to have kids say that they don't want to live, that they don't have any plans or dreams or hopes for the future. Because I had my dreams. I thought, okay, I'm going to grow up, I'm going to become this, I'm going to do all those things. And even at my age, it still changes. I've still found that I'm sitting here going, oh, I actually don't know myself. And if you were to ask me those same questions that you were saying, I'd be like, oh, I don't know either. So, we're sitting here trying to offer advice to the next generation, but a lot of us, we don't know it ourselves. We're guided by the past and what we're learning and what we're developing. And the more that we speak about it and share those insights that you just did, the more we can actually work together and stop being, well, if our kids don't want it, why are we working so hard to make that happen? So many parents are doing things that it's like, oh, I'm doing it for my kids. Do your kids want it? Do they need it? Do they want an earth like that? Like this is the time to start asking, because this is how we can make the change and the difference. So thank you so much for that. You did bring me to tears, and I'm going to take a second to collect myself.
So why don't I jump in, Charlotte? Listen, you are beyond articulate. The way that you communicated all of those emotions, and just like Flea was saying, it resonates with all of us. We've all been there. And you mentioned so many important topics that I feel like we could spend days on. I could just spend like chunk away, hormones. I mean, come on, I could talk all day about that. But you mentioned something also that really resonated with me when you talked about the school pressures, the academics, the exams that lead to getting into schools or whatnot. And before I started this business, I was an educator for 30 years. And as a teacher, I took tremendous pride in the fact that I had 20 some students that all learned differently, that all were emotionally on different levels and developmentally on different levels. And I had to meet every single one of those kids' needs, whatever that looked like, whether I had to teach something 5 different times to make sure that everybody understood it. And you touched on something, and it has been bothering me for years, that we as teachers or educators have been doing things like that, meeting our kids' needs. And then it comes down to exams that literally learn, like every child needs to fit into a box. It has to take one test that they have such different learning modalities and how kids learn. And then guess what? You have to sit down either on a computer nowadays, or some is handwritten, and you're taking what we've taught children to express themselves in so many ways, and they have to take these exam and tests knowing they have to get a certain score to get into a college, and everybody learns differently, besides getting into the levels of kids that have test anxiety. And I used to say, even as educators, teachers needed to take exams, right? You could have a person get 110% on those exams and have here, but can they connect with kids? Can they relate to people? Do they have an emotional IQ? Sometimes they don't. So you touched on that. And this is somebody who's been teaching 30 years, running these businesses now. And as a teen, it's mind-boggling. The pressure that is on all of you, and just in that academic portion alone is like a ton of bricks on you. And so that really resonated with me. The societal pressures, again, we could go, I'm sure we'll touch on some of these, but the social media, there's something you also said, and then your ending talking points, just sort of honed in on what we do when we coach kids is we spend a large part of our time in coaching kids to learn to love themselves and not compare themselves to anyone else, whether it's those people on social media, like you said, influencers, whatever it looks like. But you have to truly love who you are before you can relate to other people and build that confidence enough, because you're not comparing yourselves to others. You love your own strengths. You don't compare what your strengths are to your best friends that are going to probably look very, very different. So when you were talking about that, I thought, wow, I mean, these are so many things that a lot of teens, younger kids, teens, and many adults that I know truly don't have a handle on yet. They don't love themselves. And if you don't love yourself first, you're going to get caught in so many traps that down the road are going to cause so many problems. So, kudos to you, Charlotte. You're speaking, I touched on topics that I feel that, hopefully millions of teenagers feel exactly like you. And I know we can't solve them all today, but these are conversations that I really hope we continue and really, encouraging, like you said, those teens to feel everything, let those emotions out and just be you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Bronwyn, for that share. And Charlotte, you spoke about like this generational gap, and so did Flea. And beautiful Devon is Bronwyn's daughter, and also a young adult who's, she's done what Charlotte's just gone through, and she's in the next phase of her life. And you're also giving back and working with teens and kids, and you just presented the choppy waters that Charlotte has just like exemplified. Devon, I suppose, what's your insight with this, but also noticing that your mother has gone through these shifts herself, and you've been inspired, obviously, to follow this change and this mission to come back to self and to support teenagers in their growth. I'd love to hear your insights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Charlotte, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and experience and being so raw and vulnerable. At my age, I feel and hear what you're saying of, this generational kind of gap and misunderstanding between, what we're doing and what we want out of this world. And then, where it feels like there's just a miscommunication as far as like, what we deserve and who we are and what we're here for and the space that we want to take up in this world. I think Flea mentioned that it's a struggle that lasts, beyond your teenage years, I think. And I think that's the rawness and the vulnerability of it is, it's not just something that happens when you're a kid and then, you turn 30 years old and you suddenly have it all figured out. It's a constant learning process. We're human beings. And so, I think that type of rawness that you were able to kind of show us is what, generations above us need to try to tap into more. It's something that I think is a strength and a superpower, within the generations that are younger. And, it's often looked down upon instead of being held as, something that really helps us tap into who we are and what we want out of this world, and what we want to see and what we expect from others. And so, I think I've, been lucky enough to see that exemplified and learn that for myself. And it's made me even more aware that, I do not have it figured out. I don't expect to have it figured out in 5 years, 10 years. I expect to keep changing and growing and learning. But I think that's what's so special. And so, I think as, younger generations using that rawness and vulnerability as a superpower instead of something that, is considered an obstacle or a barrier to our entry into this world. I think that would be, super special.
Oh, I love that. Superpowers. I love that and the character piece, Charlotte, like how it's like, let's look at it like as a game. How can we be like the best versions of ourselves in the game, and then learn to communicate in different ways with people and take a step back and go, hang on, did that impact that person this way? And a lot of that also comes back to navigating and regulating our nervous system, and which is how we sense and feel the world around us. And I think all of the people in this panel, and Julianne, I'm going to cross over to you because you spoke about emotional intelligence earlier, particularly for our little E's, but I know with your wealth of experience and the insights you were sharing in the chat, this is also something that's sparked some amazing insights for you. I'd love for you to share. Do we have sound issues?
Yeah.
I think your
Julianne?
microphone's not connected, Julianne.
Oh, Flea, I can't hear Flea either. Do you want to try and unmute again, Julianne? Oh, I think we have some mic issues. I could feel her passion coming through.
I can too. With the hand motions, I mean, she's really giving us some amazing information.
We still can't hear you.
Sometimes it changes your mic. You might need to see if your microphone's being connected. So the little arrow beside the microphone, mine changes. It likes to jump between microphones.
No, just keep.
I was going to say, take your headset out. Try that. Disconnect it.
No.
We'd love
I'm
to.
sure. Oh,
Julianne was writing amazing things in the chat.
I know
she's very passionate. Look at her; she's getting frustrated.
I'm sure as we fix these issues, I'll share some of the comments that Julianne was sharing as Charlotte was talking, and it was like this piece around. I think she'll be able to jump in shortly. Like this overload. You were talking about all of these ways, and the confusing part, Charlotte, of like seeing this over here, but then people are saying this, and the overwhelm that our teens experience, and no wonder we're feeling lost. And she also made a comment on some of the beautiful tips that you were sharing about reflecting on your day to day and bringing that emotional intelligence online. And agreeing, having a goal in a direction is a much better plan than no goal and no direction. And you can always change your goal and direction. And I know Devin spoke about that earlier with the navigating and planning your path and planning your map and being flexible to change as the winds and the storm changes. Julianne, can we hear you? No. Oh, no, we can't, unfortunately. Oh, that's okay. Feel free to type in the chat, and we can
We'll be your voice.
share those. That's it. And then maybe we'll get the mic to work shortly. But feel free to chat in, add the details in there, and we can add value to it. But Charlotte, with some of these insights, I feel like the beautiful women in this space and people like in their 20s, 30s, 40s, we're like the bridge, and I feel like some of the work that has founded, my own drive and passion into creating platforms like this with Flea and having beautiful collaborations with Bronwyn was I saw that need, and it was like, how do we bridge the gap and create this way of, I suppose, helping our youth with us as the leaders to create a better world? Because I think about my daughter who's 8, and if you guys have grandchildren or your grandchildren that are coming, it's a team effort. It's not the responsibility of that generation that Charlotte was sharing to fix everything, and it's about how we can cross pollinate and come together and collaborate. So, Charlotte, I'd love for you to share, I suppose, some of those reflections from the ladies on your speech, on any other insights that have come to you in listening into what we've shared.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for all your insights. It definitely does help when it doesn't feel like you're alone. I think that's the key thing here. But yeah, I think one of the key insights that I've been seeing that I really appreciate is seeing that, and I kind of knew this already, but again, difference in knowing versus seeing is knowing that a lot of the issues we're facing, you guys have faced as well. It's not just a us problem, because sometimes it does feel like we're the problem, because it's like we're the one with the technology and the phones, and so we're the problem here. So to know that, like, it's almost, and historically it's almost like a constant, the teenage is a confusing and turbulent time, I think is definitely a key point to make there. But yeah, I also liked Devin's point about the superpowers making the confusion and making the uncertainties, and actually taking that in your stride, and just kind of, and what we were doing actually earlier with the panel earlier today, improv. Life is improv, basically. And you just have to keep moving, and you just have to keep moving forward, and just making things up as you go. And yep, that was meant to happen all along. And that's just how you have to approach life, because there's not really any other way to know. But yeah, but just because you don't know, I think is also a key thing. Just because you don't know doesn't mean you give up. Like, if you don't know what's going to happen in the future, that doesn't mean that you necessarily sit back and just let things happen. You don't know what's going to happen in the future, but you still have to, if you want something to happen, you still have to take action on that, I think is also a key thing that I wanted to just add in there that I just thought of. But yeah, I think all the reflections that, and also the reflection, I just remembered that self-love is so important. I personally would say that I'm not at the stage where I necessarily would say love myself yet, I would say, in a sense, but it's definitely gotten better with age. I think it's one of those things that it kind of develops over time. You can't, it's not really, and it's not really a point where you just go, I love myself now. Like, it's really a long battle of, yeah, it's ups and downs. Yeah, exactly, it's ups and downs of confusion, and then yay, we're doing well, and oh no, something just happened and I hate myself again. Yeah, so it's definitely a journey to self-love, I would say. But yeah, trusting yourself and self-belief is definitely a big thing, yeah, I would say. But yeah, all these reflections were really good.
Yeah, beautiful. We're going to try
I love that
Julian.
you said that.
I'm sorry, Lee.
No, I was just going to say the self-love, if you just take, I guess, the concept of love and make it acceptance. So choosing yourself first is that self-love. And a lot of the time we self-sacrifice, and that's where that self-love doesn't get to happen. So it's not about, oh, I have to love myself and I'm so special and oh wow, I'm fantastic and I'm pampered. It's about, no, I actually chose what is right for me in the time and the moment, and that there is self-love. So it's very different to the concept of, oh, let's go and pamper ourselves. That's lovely, but a lot of the time it's quite shallow and doesn't actually fill the void, which is, why aren't I choosing myself?
Yeah, beautiful insights. And that's one of our courses that we have developed, for young people and adults that are wanting to dive in, particularly in our awareness and acceptance pillars. I would love to just try Julianne one more time. And if it doesn't work, oh, no, that's okay. But I would love to just share some of Julianne's. I know. Julianne's comment. So she was agreeing with you, Charlotte, about self-belief and rolling with the surprises and turns along the path. And I like how you had like your little side missions when you talked about like having your path, but then like diverging and going off the beaten path and putting that list, which is amazing. Julianne also said earlier that she wanted to share that as a young person, I remember feeling so confused about having to know what I was supposed to do and be doing, and having a direction in life being very defined. And she too also had trouble accepting herself and took a long time to figure out her path. And her final thoughts here was, I think it's so important to tell Generation Z that self-love and self-acceptance is so important, because as long as we love ourselves, we can navigate the ups and downs of life with so much more ease. And I know, Bronwyn, you wanted to add a few things to that.
Well, to add on to that self-love, like I mentioned earlier, I also feel that the other important component is that you surround yourself with people who support you that way. So when you're making those choices and you're choosing something for yourself over something else, your friend or family member, whoever it is going to support you and not create drama and be like, well, why are you doing that? And get mad at you. And, then you have to deal with the whole big D of the drama situation. Surround yourself with people who are also like-minded and are also on that journey of finding themselves and supporting themselves and making decisions for themselves, because it's going to make that journey for you that much easier, where you don't have to hear or deal with a lot of exterior noise of people talking behind your back about the choices that you make. So, surround yourself with that right person. Devin mentioned that earlier in her talk, or that one person. You just have to have that really good friend or family member that can talk to you about, and support you with all of these choices. I just think who you surround yourself with is equally as important as taking care of yourself, your choices, your thoughts, and feelings.
Yes, really powerful. I think Devin's adding to the conversation in the chat. Our beautiful mics, I do it too, that pick up our tapping noises, which is, I like the sound. But I know, Devin, I think you're sharing an audience chat, perhaps. Did you want to add anything to that?
Mostly, I just wanted to say absolutely. I think it is just so important to be surrounded by, your people who will support you in being that best version of yourself. And I think, especially thinking about teens, that's something that, can be prioritized, above most things, because if we've got a community around us to support us and people who help shape the person that we want to become, that can be really powerful.
Yeah, amazing. And in the chat, that surrounding yourself and choosing you, some people, I think you wrote something about being selfish and choosing yourself. There is a difference, but I always like to reframe it as like there's a sacredness, like a sacred selfishness in choosing yourself so that you can be of service to others, because we can deplete our energy and keep giving from an empty cup, and then there's nothing left for us to give. And that's when we start to feel down in the dumps and our energy is low and we're not nourishing ourselves. And yeah, there is a difference from self-love versus self-confidence. And the confidence just gets to be, I call it magnetism. It gets to be magnified when you nourish yourself and you sacredly choose that selfishness to nourish not only your body and your mind, but your soul and the values that you have and what enriches your life. And when we nourish that, oh, thank you, Julianne, then there is a sacred selfishness to that is different, where it's like that the confidence and the magnetism that comes online, people then perceive as you being confident. And so, for all of us, Charlotte, you had this beautiful confidence, but it's actually this magnetic piece of you in your authenticity. And authenticity is like the highest frequency, when we look at energy and the feeling. And that's why to us and the people listening, it feels so confident and real. And we're all just like, wow, that was really inspiring, because you're being authentic. And confidence is just a byproduct of speaking the truth from the heart. And that's what you've done today. And I feel like, if only schools, I know that schools and places, like they can get inspirational people in, but I feel like there's got to be some other shift where they're inviting, Star Kids Life coaches or Awaken speakers or all the other types of facilitators in that work with kids that bring this other layer and insight. And even people like Charlotte, I could see you talking to young people and just sharing your truth. I know you're in schools, and I know that, you're also doing your thing, but like, part of me is like, young people need to hear young people, because there's just something about it that's really powerful. And I know you're doing school officer work, you're working in schools at the moment. What are your thoughts on that? Like, what do schools and institutions, like also university level, we've all gone there ourselves, and sometimes those lecturers teaching, like what you said, Bronwyn, earlier, it's like, you've gone and had this degree, but are you a people person? Are you inspirational? And I've seen lecturers and people that are just like so bland and boring, where it's like, how did you get that job?
I know.
Like, where is that? So Charlotte, what's your thoughts on like where the future is headed for teens, for young people, so we can bridge these gaps, and what do you think is needed more of?
That's such a big question. I mean, my first thought is communication. Obviously, that seems like the obvious choice, but I still feel like it's very underrated. Just having these conversations with, because I think, as I was talking about before, people are very quick to just go, and the judgment is made. People are very quick to make judgments and make their own opinions without actually hearing the other person out. And I think that's kind of what's happened a little bit between the generations, is that the older generation have seen social media and social media trends and gone, oh, now Gen Z is lazy and they don't want to work and they're rude. But on the other hand, though, I will say this, is that Gen Z, though, has done a similar thing to older generations where they've gone, oh, they, of course, there's the whole, oh, they, racist, homophobic, all of grouping all of them into the, like, Karen thing and calling old people rude and outdated and everything. So there's a lot of like stereotyping and divide that's happened, and I think that's led to like very little communication between the the generations. So I think definitely a conversation, even just like a sit down with conversate like with older people and younger people, and just having a conversation. Where do we want to see the world go? What is your vision for where the world should go? What do I think is going to happen? What can I do that as a young person will help you continue to move the world forward? Yeah. And I think a lot of that, there's a lot of frustration with that, because there's also, I personally was involved in some conversations like this for a political thing a while ago, and it did feel very much like tokenism, very much like they were only asking young people to say they'd asked young people, but they didn't actually want to hear the young people out. So I think also acknowledging communicate, but actually communicate because you want to, not just because you feel you have to, because otherwise then that's not going to lead anywhere, because it's just going to lead to conversations and more frustration and people just thinking you're doing it to look good. And that's not what we want. We want to actually move the world forward. So yeah, I think having actual meaningful conversations, hearing each other's perspectives out, more young people getting involved in typically older generation situations. Like, I think something good that's going to happen is more 20-year-olds like my Gen Z entering like corporate office jobs and entering typically very older person jobs, I think, if that's the right terminology. Yeah, and getting into a workplace where there's more diversity, not just between, races and gender, but also between ages, so that things can start to happen and more perspectives can be heard. But yeah, it's definitely a big question, because we have all of these issues, and it's definitely one thing to acknowledge all of these issues and say there's a problem, but it's an even bigger thing to go, how do we solve this? Also considering that historically, and as you've said, we all face the same issues over hundreds of years. So if these issues have been perpetuated for so long, why isn't anything being done? Is this just a normal thing that's meant to happen? Is it always going to be like this? So yeah, it's definitely a big question, and a lot of components are going to have to go into it.
Yeah, amazing insights. And the visionary part of me, it's like, yes, it can change. And maybe this paradigm, this time now, conversations like this is the starting point where it can, because I know, Charlotte, you're studying history. You've seen the past and past cultures and times and ancient times, and you've seen the repetition of the same mistakes. And so what is it about this day and age and the energy and the shift in these types of conversations that get to shift it for the better? That is in the unknown, and I am excited about that, because I would like to see and feel for not only your generation but for my daughter and for the next 7 generations, where those problems and those issues that we've spoken about today just become less and less and less over time. And who knows what the world's going to be like. And this is part of the vision and the insight that I always try to exude. And I hope that people that are listening in are going to get that spark of inspiration, that fire in their belly that they've heard from not only you, Charlotte, but the speakers here and in this summit, where it's like, you know what, I'm going to change in here first, because the ripple effect does matter. And before we end, I'm going to invite all of our speakers to just share one, I suppose, insight, tip, advice, or vision that you would like to see. I'm going to leave it open for the audience to take what they can. And Julianne says, I wish more young people would enter into politics in the US and here in Australia, that there are a lot of senior citizens in high places making laws that apply to young people. And I feel like with that comment, having the youth step into these places where they're meeting those decision makers, but having the voice and the power to share their voice, it's like you can make a difference, and it doesn't have to be their way. And you find a way to make people listen, and you've got the power. So thanks, Julianne. Flea, your final thoughts.
So beautifully put. All of this is just moving. For the young people, share your ideas, share your concerns. And for the parents, even if they don't know the how to do it, listen, because we might have the solutions to be able to make it happen. And it is just, that development in language. We're all expressing ourselves and our knowledge and awareness at that level. And until we know better, we can't express better. So I guess just one, share and be willing to listen as parents, because I know that I've gotten some of the best advice from my own kids and from the young people that I've taught. And if they've got better advice than half of my peers have, why wouldn't we listen?
Beautiful. I'll go to Devon next.
Thank you. Yeah, adding on to that, I think when you know better, do better. And so, we've seen what's happened in the past historically, and we've seen it happen over and over again. And so do better with what we have, and be the generation that makes that change. I know it's a lot of weight to pull, but stepping into your superpower and surrounding yourself with a community of supports that recognize those strengths is a great place to start.
Beautiful. Amazing. And Bronwyn?
I would go back to taking that moment, that journey of loving yourself, embracing your strengths, not comparing them to others, being free to give your opinions and be free to get your emotions out, because all emotions are good emotions. Doesn't matter. And let's have faith in people that they won't judge while you do that.
Yeah, beautiful. And I just want to thank Charlotte. I met Charlotte about 5 years ago now. And, when she was prime in her teenage years, and this woman that you are becoming and who you are, I'm just really proud of you. And I know, I left, I think, when you were in grade 11 and shifted and followed my own heart and journey, but to reconnect with you and for us to just, have a cup of coffee together and for you to support this vision and mission, I'm feeling really blessed and honored. And I just have goosebumps, and I'm so, so grateful that you said yes and that you're here. And it gives me hope that the people that are going to be listening into this will feel your message and feel the wisdom that's been shared, not only with yourself, but the ladies in this space. And, you know, Julianne, I feel your energy too, even though we can't hear your voice. And your messages are so valued, as well as Devon and Bronwyn and Felicia. And Julianne just writes, the only opinion of you that really matters is yours. Yes. And we're going to end with that note. And I feel like this has been such a powerful conversation. So thank you to Bronwyn, Julianne, Devon, Felicia, and Charlotte for joining us today. And folks, if you're listening back in the replay, you can come and connect with us. And Bronwyn, how can folks connect with Star Kids Life Coaches?
The best way is through our website, starskidslifecoaches.com. We have a connection at the bottom, sending email, telling us your information, and it's the best way to get in touch with us.
Beautiful. And Felicia, how can people connect with us at Awakening Academy?
Unmute.
Yes.
We have multiple different ways, but
Is it-
generally, if it's just to
Can
reach
we hear
out
Flea?
for events. Can you hear? No?
Yes.
Yes?
Now I can.
Okay. Delays. We love that. Our email, support@awakeningacademy.com. Awaken is the lovely, weird Latin spelling here with the A-E in the middle and the silent N. We are also on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, so you can definitely reach out on any of those platforms. Facebook Messenger is probably one of the best ones. Marie Ferguson and Felicia Lee are our private accounts, but always available.
Thank you. And we've had some beautiful comments in the chat. And thank you, Julianne, for sharing Star Kids Life Coach's website. And all the details are in there. So come and connect if you've been inspired and you want to make a change. And thank you so much for listening. Bye, everybody. Julianne is a certified kids life coach on a mission to inspire and empower children of all ages. She is passionate about coaching children on how to overcome their challenges, adopt a winning mindset, and become the best version of themselves.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Coach Julianne, and I'm so excited you guys are all here today, tonight, whatever time zone you're in. It's a real honor for me to be a part of this Awakening Global Youth Summit. I'm a kids life coach. I live in New York in the United States, and yeah, I love the work that I do. And today I am bringing you something different. It's not a typical kids life coaching topic, but it's something that I feel is really, really important. And I'm glad you're all tuning in here today to learn more about listening. I believe that listening can be your secret superpower if you learn how to do it well. And I want to start off with just a little fun exercise. Let's do this. Let's all, if you're into this with me, go with me. Let's all take a deep breath in. So exhale first. And we'll inhale. And exhale. I love to take deep breaths to kind of help ground me. And I like to teach people breathing exercises to help them also tune into their senses. We're going to do a listening exercise now. So again, I want you to go ahead and take one more deep breath in. And if you feel comfortable, close your eyes. I believe when we close our eyes, it's easier for us to tune in to our other four senses, like hearing, tasting, touching, and smelling. Go ahead and just notice the sounds in your environment right now. What do you hear? Near you, far away from you, above you, or in the room next door. Go ahead and type how many different sounds you can hear in your environment and what country you are tuning in from. Go ahead and type it into the chat if you can. All right, so that was just like a fun little thing to start off with. I believe that we are hearing sounds all the time in our environment, and we're not always paying attention to them, right? And that's kind of like the point of the exercise, right? Tell us, if you can, in your own words, in the chat, what is the difference between hearing and listening? Or is there a difference between hearing and listening? Maybe you think so, maybe you don't. I'd love to see what your comments are all about in the chat. I believe hearing is something that we do passively, right? It's audible stimulus coming in, and it's just sounds, right? But when we listen, I believe that we actually are more actively engaged with the sound. We are trying to hear it, we're trying to understand it, get information from it, right? So today is going to be about listening. And I do feel like it is a more active way of getting information into our brain from our ears. Okay, I'm going to begin by sharing some slides with you guys today so you can see a little more. I'm a big believer in like visual input as well. All right, so like I said, I believe listening is a secret superpower. I believe today I'm going to be talking about some things that maybe for younger people might be more like new information. And for older people, you may know a lot of this already, but there may be some subtle little nuances to things that you didn't know about or ever think about. And hopefully you too will learn. Hopefully all people that come here today of all ages will learn something new. That is my hope for today. So I'm going to start off with another question. Have you ever felt like people weren't listening to you? Just, go ahead and type it in the chat if you ever feel like you've had maybe a message to get across and it felt like people weren't listening to you. And I don't know, maybe you feel like it happens to you all the time. Maybe you had a disagreement or a problem happen with someone because like a conflict or something happened because you didn't listen well or they didn't listen well. And I just want to ask you also, what happens when we don't listen well? What can happen? Go ahead and just type it in the chat. What can happen when we don't listen well? I'd love for everyone to just put in their 2 cents worth, right? What happens when we don't listen well? A lot of things can happen. Actually, that's the answer. Let's see what everybody says. And we will talk more about things that can happen when we don't listen well. My next question for you is, how well do you listen? If you could rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you listen? I think when I was a kid, my listening was probably at a 4 or 5. Maybe my family members may have said worse. They may have said I was lower. I think as I got a little bit older, I probably got up to a 5 or 6. And then maybe before I studied listening and really came to understand what good listening is, it was probably about a 7. And now I feel like I'm about an 8 or 9. And let me tell you, it's a lifelong endeavor. I'm not a perfect listener and I do make mistakes and I love to talk. And that's probably one of my flaws, right? But at the same time, I'm always working on my listening. And I mean that sincerely. And that's why I'm teaching a class about it today, because I feel like it's a very important skill that all of us can learn to do well if we just know what to do. And I believe that active listening is like a muscle. Flex. This active listening, we can get better and better at if we use it, right? So once you learn it, I want you to go out there and try and use those new skills, because that's how you're going to get better at it. Awesome. All right. And I believe that many successful people in life are good listeners. Why would I say that? I believe that people who are in high places, people that are in charge, managers, leaders, teachers, all kinds of people, right, that are in charge in their careers or their positions in life are successful with good listening skills. Now, why would I say that? Can anybody have an idea why I might say that? Feel free to type it in the chat if you like. Go ahead and say why you think successful people could be good listeners. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about that now. These are some of the reasons why. When people listen well, they can gather information, and that helps them make more informed decisions, right? When we hear more and collect more information, we're able to make better decisions. And another cool thing that happens when people listen well is that it helps them build connections and trust with other people. When you listen well to others, they feel that you care about them and they feel that they can trust you. And that can go a long way in your relationship, whether you're in business or it's a friendship or a family member. And the people that you're communicating with, right, that are transmitting the message to you, they are going to feel that you care about them, that they matter, and what they're saying is important. And that's a very big deal. So keep that in mind when you are listening next time. Now, listening, when we talk about listening, it may seem really easy to do, but it's actually quite challenging. And I'm going to talk about why. There are things called obstacles, right? When it comes to being a good listener, right? And these obstacles or blocks to being a good listener could be things like this. You might be thinking about something else. You might be thinking about what you want to say next. You might just be patiently waiting for the person to finish talking so that you can say what you want to say. I used to do that a lot. You might be tuning out and listening to other sounds in the area, other conversations, things that might seem more interesting than what you're supposed to be listening to. And maybe there's other distractions, things like you're hungry or you're thirsty or you need to go to the bathroom. It could be anything, right? There are a lot of reasons why we might get distracted. Or you might even want to be somewhere else doing something else, right? And because of these obstacles, because they make it so hard for us to pay attention to the person's message, we want to become aware of them. And once we notice that there are these little things popping up that take our mind off of the speaker's message, we can start to kind of manage them and decide how we want to handle them, like maybe putting them on pause or kind of mentally noting. And that's something I'm going to come back to later. Right now, I'm going to focus on the speaker's message, right? And we can train our brain to do that. And that's really powerful once you start doing that. And as I said, listening can become your superpower. I'm going to show you some steps now to becoming a super pro high-level listener. Starts with something we call active listening. And this is where we use our whole body to show that we are listening. And if you look at this lovely woman we have here in the picture, you can see she is facing towards the speaker. Her eyes are on the speaker. Her hands are still. Her mouth is closed. And doesn't she just look so focused on that other person's message? So we're going to begin breaking it down here. Okay, step one, we want to listen attentively using our whole body, right? Whole body listening looks like this. The eyes are on the speaker, like I just mentioned. The mind is focused on the message, keeping those obstacles at bay. The ears are listening to the sound coming in. The mouth is quiet. And if you're younger, you want to focus on keeping your hands still. And maybe your feet quiet. No tapping or kicking or shaking, that kind of thing. Older people don't usually have too much trouble with that. But the younger set, they might struggle with the physical fidgeting. And that's okay. It's all a process, and we can all learn how to quiet the body and the mind to be able to really receive the speaker's message. Okay, next slide. Another thing we want to do is notice the speaker's facial expression, right? Is the speaker serious? Is the speaker scared? Is the speaker excited or silly or angry? No matter what the facial expression is saying, that's going to give us information to kind of tune in to what kind of message we can be expecting. Hopefully your speaker's facial expression and their tone of voice matches the message. Sometimes you get a mismatch and that happens, but it usually can be a clue to us to help us tune into what kind of message is going to be coming next. Now, another part of that visual information that comes in when we are listening is the body language, right? Is the person communicating with us upset, right? Showing it in their body. Are they confused? Are they disappointed? Are they ecstatic? Are they frustrated? Right? All these play into it. So we've got the facial expression and the body language, right? When somebody's arms are closed like this, you may need to wait a little bit for them to open up and start talking to you, right? But you can pretty much be sure that they may not be completely comfortable if their arms, maybe you can't see me, are folded like this, right? Something to pay attention to. Okay, and step number 4, paying attention to their message itself, right? Sometimes we have so much on our mind, right? And the person's like, hey, did you hear what I said? Sometimes we're thinking about the things we need to do next. Sometimes we're noticing we've got pings and dings on our cell phone. Maybe we are thinking about many other things than what the person is actually trying to convey to us or say to us, right? So the pay attention part can be really challenging for some people, but like I said, if we work on this piece and this part, we can all do it. It just is a matter of training your mind like a muscle to come back to the message. All right, friends, another big part of active listening is to show that you are registering what the person is saying. And we can do that by nodding our head. We can do it by saying, yes, yes, or uh-huh, right? And this is going to encourage your speaker to keep on going, right? And you won't necessarily be interrupting them. You'll just be encouraging them to speak, which is really cool, right? And then if the conversation is positive, you can smile. That's always a good cue also that you're listening and understanding their message. Now, if you sense conflict, I don't recommend that you smile. That might be sending a message that shows that you're not understanding, right? That's a kind of a mismatch, right? And obviously staying calm when you're listening is also helpful to the speaker so that they can speak their mind clearly without feeling distracted by what you're doing. All right. And then another really important thing is allow the speaker to finish their message before you start speaking. This can be really challenging. And for me as a young person, this was probably one of my biggest challenges. And even into like young adulthood, I think. Or who knows, maybe into full adulthood. I think until I started really studying listening, the best listening skills, like how to do it well, I didn't really understand that my enthusiasm, maybe in receiving a message and chiming in and talking, to me, that was like being a part of the conversation. But what I didn't realize is that I was also interrupting them, right? So it's something to think about, right? How much you really want to say when somebody else is talking to you, and how important it might be to let them finish talking and telling a story or telling you what they have to say before saying what you might have to say, right? Especially if you sense that there might be any tension in the speaker's tone or body language, because this may be something that's so important to them to get across, and you don't want to block the message per se or interrupt them. And here's the icing on the cake, folks. Once we've done all those things, we can repeat back or paraphrase their message in our own words, saying something like, so what you're saying is, or let me make sure I got this right. You're saying blah, 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 blah. And is that what you meant? Right? Fill in the blank with their message, right? Clearly you don't want to say blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is repeat back to them what you heard and check. Did you get what they meant? Was it correct? I feel like this is the magic moment in the conversation, because this not only gives a person a chance to correct their message if anything was misunderstood, but it also helps them feel validated. They feel like, wow, this person really listened to me. They heard what I said. They care about me and what I think and what I had to say. And I believe that this is really important in this day and age when there are lots of political tension in the world, or people have forgotten how to have a healthy debate or a conversation when they don't agree with each other. We can always listen to the other person, even when we don't agree with them, because just by listening, it doesn't mean we agree with them. It just means that we value what they have to say and that we care about giving them the floor to speak, right? Or giving them the, I could say stage, right, to speak. And I want everyone to think about that, because it's really, really important as we grow up in life to learn how to be a good listener and learn how to show respect for others by listening well to them and what I call validating what they have to say. I do believe that the world would have a lot less conflict and problems if people could listen to the level of being able to repeat back what they heard, paraphrase what they heard in their own words. All right, friends, that was all the steps, but let's quickly recap it just for fun, because sometimes when we review what we just learned, it helps it stick in our brains a little bit better. So starting off with I call this the active listening cycle. So starting off with the very first step, we want to listen attentively by using whole body listening, right? Eyes are on the speaker, ears are listening, mind is paying attention, mouth is quiet, body is still, but we're facing our speaker. We are making eye contact, and that will go for if you're speaking or if they are speaking, right? To really develop that connection. And then next step would be to read their body language. Notice how their body language is when they're talking to you, to feel what they're feeling and try to understand what they're communicating to you in that moment. And here's the hard part. Number 4, ignore distractions, right? Try to stay focused on their message. No matter how many dings or pings or recollections you have of all those things you need to do in the rest of your day, or what you want to be doing right now, if you want to be somewhere else, try really hard to say, it's okay, brain. I'm going to come back to that later. Right now, I'm going to focus on this message. And then another thing we can do is show that we are digesting or processing what that person is saying to us by nodding our head. And we can encourage the speaker to continue speaking as we do. Yep. And be really careful not to interrupt the other speaker when they are speaking. As much as you may want to, that can change the transmission of the message. And here's the icing on the cake, or what I like to call the magic. Reflect or paraphrase back in your own words what you heard the person say to you. This is going to make them feel so good. They're going to go, wow, that person really listened to me. They care about me. They heard my message. And then before we completely finish here, I want to just ask everyone, think about your listening skills and think about which one of these steps is probably the most challenging for you in your life. And if you feel like it, go ahead and type it in the chat. I think for me, the hardest part for me is the number 4. A long time ago, it might have been the number 5. Maybe I was interrupting and I didn't do number 6. But number 4, nowadays, I think in light of all the technology in our lives, number 4, and just how busy we are, right? Number 4 is the hardest, right? To not be thinking about other things when we're listening to someone. It takes lots of practice, but we can all get good at this listening skill, right? By trying to do all of these steps every day. So friends, I want to say thank you so much for coming today. From the bottom of my heart, I am so happy that you cared to learn a little bit more about how to become a better listener. And I believe that if everyone who watches this class can put these steps, and this good active listening practice in place, we can make the world a better place, one listener at a time. I'm Coach Julianne from New York in the United States, and I just want to thank everyone so much for coming today, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day or evening or wherever you might be. Goodbye.
Ah, wow. Julianne, thank you for that beautiful insight on listening as your superpower. And this piece around fertile listening. I know there were tips I was writing in the comments, like I do find myself interrupting people, and then I have to like stop and sit back. And then other times I'm like deeply listening, and I hear other people say, wow, you're so calm, you're a great listener. And I think it's certain people that I feel super comfortable with, where I just want to voice my thoughts and opinions. And it's just that reminder to come back and take a moment and breathe and just allow that person to complete what they're saying. I think it's really important. What was your key takeaway, Flea?
It is interesting because I find I kind of want to go back to what you just said then. It's like when you want to voice your opinion, it's like, what do you do in that moment where the conversation, like it does just feel wrong, and it's like the energy's off. I don't know. It's a lot of the times I feel like I read energy a little bit more than I do the actual conversation. So that mixes me up a lot. And to seek clarity, I know I interrupt, and it's something I'm working on, and that deep presence definitely has registered. And you do hear a lot more when you stop and you just sit back and say, okay, now I actually really hear what you're saying. But a lot of the time I've noticed that people aren't intentional with what they're saying. They don't actually know what it is they're trying to get at to begin with. So that there can be a big confusing part for a lot of people. And I know that for kids that register on the autistic spectrum, or that qualify on that leveling, they don't understand that either, because it doesn't match our body language when we're not intentionally aware of what we're trying to say. And that can confuse people. And I feel like a lot of the time I actually get that, where it's like, oh, I want to interrupt because something's not matching. And I need that clarity as, I guess, a deep listener to do that. But at the same time, I guess I'm not really listening if I need to interrupt. So it is very
Mm,
impactful and insightful to have
mm,
that position that way.
yeah. I think you brought a very good point about, even our neurodivergent thinkers, the way that their energy and their minds are operating, and allowing ourselves to understand how people think, listen, and learn and interact. I think it's a combination of these unique superpower gifts that everybody has, because that neurodivergent child that is just like go, go, go on the go, they're probably listening, but their body can actually do the thing and be what we call as distracted, but still absorbing and listening because they're wired differently. That's a whole other topic in itself. But yeah, it's an interesting concept for us to listen and absorb in. So thank you, Julianne. It was really powerful. And we're here for some more powerful conversations. And I'm really excited about this panel and this next group of people that we're chatting to. We're diving into like bridging generations. And I feel like this today we've been talking about bridging generations, but specifically here we're talking about rites, rediscovering the power of rites of passage in a modern world. So I love that we had Charlotte on earlier talking about like a little bit of the old ways and these patterns. And we had Zoe yesterday talking about rituals and ceremony. And this beautiful piece of like, can we blend this understanding of the old world and also talking to the generations before us that we touched on briefly, and people our age, kind of bridging the gap between our older generations, us, our younger generations, and finding this beautiful dance of communication, of learning from each other. And I feel like these rites of passage that I found in my own life, and talking about childhood to adulthood, or for girls in the keynote that I shared, of like when we go from girlhood to womanhood with our monarchy and that rite of passage. And Zoe spoke about the boys as well, like these ways of understanding energy, like you shared, Flea, understanding how we interact with each other, understanding how to listen to others, like Julianne was sharing there, and bridging these gaps, I think is going to be really powerful. And we have some amazing speakers joining us. And I'm just going to pull up my little bio.
I've got the first one here.
Beautiful.
The beautiful Zoe, who we had yesterday on day 2, has led retreats, groups, festivals, and women's circles for nearly 3 decades. As a trained therapist, ceremonialist, and transpersonal facilitator, founder of the Soul Arts International, the Feminine Embodiment Certification, and Temple Arts, Zoe's work fosters depth, authenticity, and sacred power for men and women.
Beautiful. And our other guest is Maitri. Her gorgeous daughter Prashanti was on earlier. And Maitri is a cosmic sound healer and a coach who channels sounds and wisdom that transports you to a deeper inner connection, healing, and cosmic connection. And Flea and I have had the pleasure of having Maitri and Zoe in our past summits. And to experience Maitri's medicine is just so profound. And her voice will transport you back to the divine, and her big, bold, gentle heart connects all of those who interact with her. As a mother of 2 teens, Maitri navigates life, parenthood, and relationships with the heart and connection at the core.
And her voice truly is divine, as well as our good friend Fernando. He is joining us all the way from Brazil. He graduated as an electronic engineer in 2005 and a doctor in engineering in 2008. He also worked as a scientific researcher, professor at the university, and an engineer for companies in the USA. But this all changed, and Fernando felt a powerful calling to serve others, and that's why he started his self-healing journey in 2015, where he discovered his natural talents inherited from past lives. In 2019, Fernando started working as a healer and a coach, and so far he has worked with thousands of seekers and therapists, and also served over 500 individual clients from 28 countries. Developing the biofeedback system is a way to overcome stress, anxiety, and depression with no side effects. In just 4 weeks, you can overcome all of these symptoms, and this is one of his missions, to bring balance to our autonomic nervous system through heart coherence.
I love that. And also we have the amazing youth global leaders, the ambassadors, Marley and Prashanti. I can't believe they're 13 and 14. Just the insights they share seem so profound. So they're also in this panel just sharing their thoughts, learning, and just providing their insights into what this topic means to them too. So without any further ado, enjoy the panel.
Yep, that's all good.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for our final panel for day 3. It's really, really exciting to talk about something that I'm really passionate about in bridging the worlds of the old and the new, but having this conversation with some amazing parents who are also facilitators and coaches, and some of our young teens as well, just to hear their perspective. And this panel is titled Bridging Generations, Rediscovering the Power of Rites of Passage in a Modern World. And it was really interesting to talk to the girls that are here joining us about, well, what is a rite of passage? What's your understanding of it? Versus celebration, things that you're looking forward to. And it was really insightful, wasn't it, Flea, when we have had some mentoring with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually a little surprised, I guess, because I was expecting some new rites of passages to emerge. I know that what I considered as a rite of passage compared to like my mum and my grandmother and things like that was very different. And we've had these conversations about, what what was considered embarrassing and what was considered like really beautiful and connecting. And I guess like hearing the stories, and it's like, oh, maybe it's not as important as like we as parents believe, and perhaps there's a new way that these celebrations are emerging into these adult or rights of freedom, as we discussed earlier. It was so beautiful.
And for those that are listening, and if you've never heard what a rite of passage is, I suppose to break it down, it's like you said the beautiful word, like a privilege or like a gift or a ceremony or something that celebrates a transition time. And so I always think of, as a teen, as a girl, going from girl to womanhood and getting my period. And I know this might feel a little bit taboo or interesting to talk about, but it's that change. And I know for boys, going from boyhood to manhood, when you look at ancient cultures and traditions, a lot of tribes and groups would take them out hunting. And like when we go back to the roots of how our kids turn into teenagers, our teenagers into young adults, our adults into like, having families and then going from families into becoming elders. These transitions and this passage through time and honoring these moments of change and transition, I suppose that's how I determine what a rite of passage is. And it's interesting to note in a really modern day, some things are really normalized and some things haven't even been thought about. And it was really beautiful when we were talking to Marley. Hi, Marley, say hello, give us a wave. She's one of our beautiful youth ambassadors. We were talking about celebrations and, turning 12 to 13. I know a lot of tweens that are in that 11, 12, like as you're growing, you always look forward to that teenager mark. Like I'm now a teenager. I can say I'm 13. Marley, I'd love, yeah, like that. I'm grown up now. So that process for you, Marley, in celebrating your birthday and becoming a teenager, I'd love for you to share this milestone and why it was important for you and how you celebrated.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's really important because it's like going, yeah, I'm finally a teenager. Woo! Yeah, it's a really big thing, and I really enjoyed the celebrations we had. We had a party with all the kids in my class, and we celebrated as a group, which I really appreciated. I thought was nice. Yeah,
And you
and
designed it.
huh?
Yeah.
Oh, and I designed it,
Oh, great.
which
I love that. And I love that, in talking to mum about how you wanted to celebrate that you had that conversation. So Zoe, in having this beautiful relationship with your daughter and preparing her for being 13, what conversations did you have with her?
Yes, I knew for Marley that being a teenager felt really significant. It was one of those real sort of, yes, I'm actually Marley was declaring she's no longer a child. She's now considered a teenager, so I knew this was very important for Marley. And I guess some of the things sort of going back a couple of years, we've been preparing for this rite of passage in various smaller phases. So we did a program called the Gaia Girls, and we did Star Sisters. And these were little rites of passage done with other girls Marley's age. First was 9 to 11-year-olds. The next was 11 to 13-year-olds. And, we're sitting here in a yurt today. Well, we had the privilege of being in another yurt space for this rite of passage, a large yurt. And some of the beautiful things that we did was speak about, you know, what it's like to become a woman. And the girls went off with the facilitator's older daughter, teenage daughter, and spent some time, and they did secret girls business, didn't you? We're not sure exactly what happened. They did crafting and they had chats and things. And then the mums had a chance to sort of have a sharing circle around what it was like coming into these years with our daughter and what we wanted ahead for us. So that was beautiful. And then we came together, mother and daughter. We wrote a secret note.
I still haven't opened it.
Yeah, so I wrote Marley a letter, and she hasn't opened it. She's got that for when she chooses to open that. And then she made some like a bracelet, which was almost like worry beads, where you could turn one over the other. And so, you know, as life gets older and some of those complexities in relationships and things increase, you know, it's working, finding ways to come home to the body and relax oneself, nervous system. And then we did some beautiful adornment things, massage and face painting, and we made like a garland, and then there was just an open discussion amongst of lots of different facts about becoming a woman. So they were some examples of things we did with other processes. And yeah, and then I celebrated the 3 generations. You know, it was perfect timing. My mum was over from the other side of Australia, and so yeah, we did a bit of a beautiful shopping spree to honor, and Marley bought herself a red garment, a red skirt that she chose, and that was what Marley requested for that rite of passage. And of course, the 13-year-old birthday was we've got a beautiful geodesic dome, so that was under the stars, big bonfire, big feast, and a disco party with all of Marley's friends, which was very appropriate because that's Marley's number one activity is dance. She loves
I love that. And so Marley, with the dancing and the fire, how did it feel to celebrate?
It was really fun. I specifically chose to invite my whole class because we've got a really good community in our school. It's like one big happy family, which is really nice. I love all the kids in our class.
I think you've brought a really beautiful thing about community in, and the pieces around the letter, I think, is really beautiful. It took me back to when I was pregnant with my daughter, who is now 8, and I wrote a letter to her when I was really pregnant, and I'm like, right, she's going to open this when she's 18. And it was almost like I was preparing her for that rite of passage of an, you know, future self, future womanhood. And it's in a beautiful box, a unicorn, beautiful box with just things from when she was a baby. And I know she's curious about it now, but your story just sparked that memory in me. And this is, I suppose, why Flea and I created the girls' circles out where we are. And Flea, we had like girls Marley's age, a little bit older and a couple younger. What did you, I suppose, enjoy about that Bloom circle we had with those girls?
I feel like a lot of it was sharing the information that they hadn't already really explored before, like real identity, like those shifts in and that moment of, okay, well, what does it actually feel like to go from being 12 to 13, and you know, some of the confusing things that they've noticed like happening with their friend groups, with their bodies, and just being able to openly talk about the things that they may not have had the opportunity to talk with others about. We had a couple of girls that were very well informed, and they kind of led the others down the journey. It was like, oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was this. And I think giving them that leadership, which I feel like, Marley, that it would have been something that you experienced in some of those groups you were with, that they led it. And it was interesting as a parent to sit back and witness and feel that, because I myself had a very negative experience when it came to going through those rites of passage. It was very private, singular, you know, don't talk about it with anyone. It was pretty much, oh yeah, you've got it, off you go, try and deal with it once a month. And that was the knowledge that I had. And it was like, oh, it's actually really beautiful to have these in-kind conversations and actually have that that bonding that kind of happened. Actually, yeah, we're all going through this. And it wasn't just something that like I myself had felt where it was on my own. It was like, oh, you can actually have the sisters and the tribe, the soul family to support you in those beautiful moments. So I really felt like that was something that I hadn't experienced. And it was really beautiful and interesting to see that young people still do value it, even if it's not something that's experienced in the same way, I guess, our grandparents and mothers might have done with us. Some of the stories we'll talk about a little bit later.
Yeah, thanks, Flea. And look, I know we're talking about, girls and womanhood, and it's really beautiful to have a masculine, divine masculine Fernando here as well. We'll talk about boys as well and moving into manhood shortly. And also this sense of tribe and community, I think, is a really beautiful feel to dive into. But I think, Flea, you brought some really beautiful pieces around, you know, noticing within your own journey things weren't spoken about. And I know Prashanti and her mum Maitri, mentioned when we were talking to them about normalizing it. And it was like these shifts and these transitions as we're growing and changing. Maitri as a mum made it very normal and healthy, and it wasn't anything to be worried about. And I'd love for you, Prashanti, to share this piece around, I suppose, normalizing this talk about becoming independent and noticing these changes, particularly when we're growing and we're transitioning. I know, yeah, I'd love for you to share, and then we'll speak about I suppose other celebrations of graduation and noticing different things. So, Maitri and Prashanti, I'll hand it over to you.
I forgot what she said. Can you please sum me up again?
Yeah. So I remember Maitri, you were saying like when you were younger, there was a beautiful ritual that you did in Japan, but then, you chose to speak to Prashanti about it. And you're like, oh, we just didn't do that. And it just was normal and it just kind of happened. And it was just like, well, you didn't have to pass on that, I suppose, tradition because of how you experienced. I'd love for you to share that piece about your culture and your upbringing.
Yeah. So when I was growing up, traditionally in Japan, if girls starts period, then the whole family celebrates with having red dyed sticky rice with the beans. And my mom did that when I started period, and I felt really embarrassed for my dad to know. So then I wasn't really going to keep that tradition. And so I talked about it with Prashanti and said, do you want it? And she said, no. So I said, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. And sometimes, my mum made me drink raw egg yolk. She's like, you need to become big and strong now because you're a woman. And I was like, ugh. And it was interesting, like having Filipino culture as well. There were some interesting things, but it was kind of forced upon me or it wasn't spoken about. And I know, Prashanti, you were saying just the changes you've gone through and the things you talk about with your friends are very normalized, and it's not as a big a deal. I'd love for you to share your thoughts on that.
Well, in the social aspects of doing, just normalizing all sorts of things, it's really, dependent on the individual and all that sort of stuff. But growing up, it was never really it wasn't something I got hit with. It was normalized from the beginning when I was 3, 4, and very young. And it was just something that was normalized. And, growing up, there was nothing I didn't know. I always knew everything from the beginning, and it wasn't something that just hit me. It just, I grew into it. And so, talking about it with other friends and stuff, since it feels very normal to me due to the way it was brought up. And so it never really, it never occurred to me that it's, a big deal. And only during social aspects with other sorts of people and other groups and all that is that I, found a tendency of people making it more of a big deal, or it's like more of a shy thing to have, or, things like that of what I've been observing.
Yeah, beautiful. And I know something that we were talking about, in transitioning from like grade 6 to grade 7, transitioning from primary school to high school. There were some beautiful ceremonies that the communities you were in, the school that you were in, did for new students that, felt really beautiful and welcoming. I'd love for you to share, that transition for you from moving into like primary school into high school.
So when you're going from, from primary to high school, they have this little ceremony thing. So you get your 3 weeks ahead in advance of going into high school, and you're taking your lessons in there because they're very nearby. You just walk over and you have maybe PE there, and you're getting more information and getting to know all the individual teachers. And so it gives you a head start of high school. And going into it is you high five all these kids. You got all the high schools are lined up and their grades, and you go in and you're high-fiving everyone, and it's like a congratulations, you're in high school sort of thing. And you would get in, when you have the graduation day, in front of all the high schoolers, you get your little flower and you get a letter that you wrote to yourself at the beginning of the year. And we would walk up and the teacher would say something about the individual students, and that would happen. And then after school, we would have a ceremony, and it was a dinner, and we got to talk to all the other students, and there was a speech, and that's the sort of stuff we kind of got into when we got graduated.
Oh, I love that. And I know in different settings and environments, our modern day society, because we're looking at like this modern world, I see, Flea and I have that education background as well. We see lots of beautiful ceremonies with transitions like that you've just mentioned, but also like with our older teenagers graduating, leaving school behind, they're going into adulthood. And these beautiful examples that you've shared with both the parents and the girls, writing letters, celebrations, gathering and feasting together, eating together, being around the fire, we as adults coming together in community. These are all parts of ceremony and rites of passage. And Fernando, I know you've been holding such beautiful space, and you work with a lot of mums and women and family and men who have families as well. I'd love to know your take on what you've listened into, and being on the other side of the world in Brazil, I suppose, what is your perspective on these generations, the rites of passage ceremony, and the new world that these teenagers, our children, are inheriting? I'd love for you to share.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, thank you everyone for listening to this. And according to studies, to statistical studies, there is a growing number of adults who are already behaving as teenagers. And this is happening especially in those communities in which the rite of passage is not being celebrated. I mean, we have all the inner ages and the out ages. We have the inner child, the inner teenager, the inner adult, the inner elder person. And in ancient cultures and many cultures nowadays, there is a rite of passage from being a child to being a teenager, or from being a child to be an adult, right? And that is quite common in many indigenous cultures. And we have so much to learn from them. And some of them are painful, and other celebrations are not that painful. But the important thing is that there is a transition point in which, until this moment, you are a child. From then on, from that point on, you become a teenager or you become an adult, right? And in modern cultures, there is not just that kind of celebration, that kind of transition celebration. So what happens? Many people are still behaving like child or behaving like teenagers, even when they are in their 30s or 40s and they live with their parents, and they don't embody their inner adult, which is being responsible for their own life. So as a consequence, they are still in the teenager mode, which is okay, let's have fun, let's have some adventures, which is totally fine. But there's clearly a biological rhythm that we have to respect. Until we are 21, we can behave as teenagers. From that point on, we have to behave, or it's normal to behave like an adult, to be responsible, to respond to life. And since in modern cultures, there's not that rite passage, many men and many women are behaving like teenagers, even when they are in their 30s or 40s. And that is why so many adults, or people who should behave like adults, they're not doing like that. So that is the importance of the rite of passage. When we are told in the rite of passage, okay, until now you are a child or a teenager, or an adult, and from this moment on you are a teenager or an adult or an elder person. So you will start to behave like one. So you are told that yes, the biology is imposing a rhythm on our lives, and we just have to respect that, which is totally fine. And of course we always have the four inner ages, the inner child to be playful. We always have to be playful. Of course, it depends uh, on each moment, on each circumstances that we are living. But being playful is always important, to smile to life, right? And then we have the inner teenager, which is being adventurous, and it is absolutely important to start to travel to new places, start doing new activities, start enjoying new kind of hobbies that we didn't think they even exist. And then we have the inner adult, which is being responsible for life. Okay, going to the world and making my own living, living on my own. The other day, I spent some days on my own, and I told my wife, well, it's important that every man and every woman be on their own, alone, at least 5 days per year. At least, totally alone, at least 5 days per year. Because otherwise, we build our identity based on always on our relationship with others, and we don't have our own self-reference. We do have to have our own self-reference. Of course, we live in a community, but we do have to uh, have that time for self-care, for inner look, to look at ourselves. And finally, we have the inner elder, which is exactly this, is exactly awakening our own wisdom, and also be able to acknowledge what has been done so far and what has been done until this life, not until this point of life, but until this life, if we remember our experiences from past lives, so that we can already share this experience with others. And in order to have access to our lessons from past lives, we can do many activities. One of them, I was told, and I didn't do that yet, it is a vision quest, which is spending on nature for at least 4 days in a row with no food and no water. We have to be in a very controlled situations, just to avoid any kind of problems. And I know some places that are doing that. And other ways to access to wisdom from past lives is using drummings, is using mantras, and using the right meditations. And it was possible, at least for me in my case, to do that. And it's really, really wonderful, because we have access to many layers of wisdom that we didn't think they even exist, right? So, and finally, acknowledging the transition means acknowledging what has been done until this moment, acknowledging the triumphs, the lessons that we learned, yes, the challenges and the associated lessons with that. So once we learn the lesson, we don't have to face that same situation over and over again. and what we are grateful for. Grateful means accept with grace, accept the lessons, and accept the achievements that we had until this moment.
So powerful. I feel like when we come into adulthood and into that grace and wisdom, we can reflect more deeply. And it's interesting when we were talking to Prashanti earlier, like you said, that in a teenager, like when you are a teen, some of these things, the wild side, the adventurous side, you don't care about that other stuff. You just want to live in the moment. And I'm just going to bring it back to Prashanti because I think in our past discussions, you raised some really, really interesting important points around the risk taker within the teenager, the adventurous ones. And what was it that you were sharing about like kids your age, like what they're thinking about, in the modern rite of passage, which Fernando is saying if it's not experienced at your age in a safe way or in whatever way that comes up, adults will continue that pattern because they haven't allowed that fullness of that. So Prashant, I'd love for you to share, teens, like what they're interested about and how, I suppose it's part of your identity. It's part of the formation of your environment, of who you are fitting in. And yeah, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, well, in younger adolescence, the prefrontal cortex, of course, hasn't been fully formed yet. So the behavior of others and the way they function is a lot more control free. They're more wanting to explore different variations of the things that they can do, which can be led of using drugs, alcohol, going to parties, or even getting a sense of responsibility or something like that. Like having an ownership of a car gives them a sense of freedom. They can go wherever they want and they can do anything they want because they've got a vehicle, they've got all those, they've got all those sorts of things to have. And yeah, so it's just, oh gosh, I keep forgetting what you're saying every single time.
You're right on. You're right on. But like experiencing that freedom that you were talking about, and we were talking about earlier that kids your age are like excited to drive, excited to go party, excited to try and experiment. Flea, I know when we've shared stories, being a teenager, you got to experience it all. And what Prashanti was saying, there's like this natural urge of the risk taking, the adventure to do all the bad things. And I'd love for you to share a little bit about your experience and also the reflection. Then I'm going to pass it to the adults to, I suppose, reflect on, well, this is an important part to experiment, to feel, to do all the things. And with our current teens, like this is a rite of passage for them to drive, to drink, to do drugs, to do all the things that society claims as bad, get it out of their system or to form and enrich their system so that part of them is met. I'd love for you to share, Flea, and then we'll go to Zoe.
Yeah, I bring a very different take to all of this because my experiences were complete opposite. I guess there wasn't really any boundaries when it came to the risk taking and things like that. So for me growing up, there was no boundaries and I really wanted them. I was searching for structure, and for me that ended up being school because I knew it was dependable. It was like every day you turn up the same day. Everyone has to wear the same clothes, so I'm not going to stand out and be made fun of. Like all of these sort of things that most kids see as like, oh, I have to go to school. That was my safety. That was almost my control. And I needed that because at home, I was free to do what I wanted. At very young ages, we were walking around the streets at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. We were at parks and swimming in sewer drains and like doing very risky behaviors. And looking at it now as a mother and some of the things that I know my kids have experienced, I had to really explain to them, like, I've taken these risks so you didn't have to. And explaining that you will make your own and you will have these choices that you're going to look back on. Just remember that it is an experience. And so for me, it really was very backwards. I sought the control of the rites of passage. I couldn't wait to grow up and to become an adult. So my 18th, I was like, yes, I finally get an 18th. I get to become this adult. I didn't have the 18th. The marriage, even, that for me was another thing. It's like, if I just get married, then I will be accepted into society and my rights as a human will become valid because I'll be married and I will have a husband and somehow my life would be complete. It didn't turn out that way. And I ended up divorced. And that became another set of labels that these rites of passage actually didn't lend me. So for me, it's a very different scenario. I see the beauty through the bloom circles and through Fernando. Like, I've seen your son go up into the mountains with you through some of your ceremonies, and it's absolutely beautiful to witness that and to hear Marley's stories about, you know, her rites of passage into womanhood and into teenagers and stuff like that. Like, it is so beautiful to have these experiences. But at the same time, I very much resonated with Prashante and Maitri's its story, because it was like, yeah, that shame that comes about from not being asked. My mum actually told me at 14, you can move away, you can move out of home. At 14 years old, she let me. And her reasoning behind this was that she thought I would do it anyway. And she thought it would be better if I had her permission, then there wouldn't be conflict. Whereas for me, as that child that really wanted the boundaries, my mum giving me permission to move away meant she didn't care. But at the same time, another teenager would have been the one to break out of the window and run down the street, and off they were gone. So there's always a flip side and a beauty that we need to share. So I guess that's also why these type of conversations are really important, because every single one of us has a different version. Even from the father, like, how does the father feel with their child going through puberty, becoming a woman, their little baby girl that was protected and innocent, and, you know, now all of a sudden they've got to watch out for predators and men. And that's another layer of, I don't even have a word for it.
Yeah, again, it's the pieces around risk, behavior, growing up, maturity, being in good communities, trust, safety. So many pieces there. Thank you, Flea. And Zoe, I'd love for you to kind of share your perspectives of these insights, because I know, I suppose, hearing Fernando's beautiful encapsulation really resonates with a lot of the work that you do as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. There's a few thoughts that are coming to mind after hearing what everyone's been talking about, and I just want to speak into that first. One aspect is that that counterbalance of restraint and freedom. And I think one aspect that is quite common in the Western societies anyway is, it's like kids are given everything from very early. They're given access to knowledge pools that maybe in previous generations they didn't have access to yet. They're told all about you know, sexuality and things from very early, and I think there's pros and cons with doing that. But one thing that I've witnessed in as one approach that is an interesting perspective is to really be very present to the development of a child in the phase that they're in, and then to drip feed little parts of information. And that is almost like a little micro rite of passage. Like, now you get to have this information, and this is something you can walk with now. And I feel like in ancient cultures, this was something that, what, you know, women's business was revealed. I'll speak from the feminine because I'm coming from the feminine. But yeah, it was revealed to us when it was our time for that knowledge to be given to us. And, you know, I think in the modern world where it's almost like, you know, a flower bed ahead, and we're blasting children with this intense, like, jet stream of information, and, you know, with the hope that we'll educate them early and that they'll have everything ready to go off into the world. But what actually happens is, you know, the poor flower seeds go flying everywhere, and the soil gets completely rearranged or gets buried, and, you know, that the readiness and the ripeness of receiving that information right at the time that it's really timely to receive it. So I just sort of wanted to speak into that. And I've watched with my daughter Marley, who has been given very conscious rites of passage, you know, from conception through to her teen years, and monarchy, and you know, from honoring, you know, her in her baby blessing to her water home birth. You know, each of these phases have been very consciously held. And what I've witnessed in her schooling system, which is the Waldorf system, Waldorf Steiner, is that there is, and it's perhaps quite an outdated you know, old-fashioned viewpoint, but I really think it has a lot of validity, is that, you know, things are revealed slowly, and they believe that the child incarnates, like the spirit comes down into human form, and then takes quite a number of years to fully incarnate, and that this is our soul role, to actually learn to embody and to bring home and to ground all of our soul wisdom into the physical form, and that this takes like a lifetime, but particularly those early developmental years. And, you know, I've witnessed when one reveals these parts of information, like I've watched Marley at the seasonal festivals, watching, you know, the honoring of the winter change or the spring festival, and they witness these older years, as Prashanti was saying, like they see what the older years are doing, and they know they've got to actually wait. They have to wait until they're in grade 7 in the last year of primary school before they can be their fire bearers. They have to wait, you know, I think it's class 3 or something, before they can be the dragon in the play, like a Angelo play. And, you know, so there's all these kind of layerings. And I think it's really, really healthy for children to learn restraint and to wait, because it is a normal aspect of humanity, and it is actually, and growing and developing. And it's also a normal thing in nature. You know, things get to you know, there is a hierarchy in nature, and you don't get to just come out and suddenly be the alpha, you know. And it's interesting, these alpha generations that they're termed. My daughter, I think, is alpha generation. What is it? Gen Alpha. So yeah, so it's, I think that's one aspect that I wanted to speak into, the power of that restraint, and there's some really deep life lessons in that. And I think what Flea was speaking into about boundaries and freedom, and even Prashanti, when she's talking about the aspects of the brain that are still developing, you know, the brain, literally the grey matter goes through a die-off period. For boys, it's slightly later. For girls, it's slightly earlier, and literally the brain starts to melt down like the chrysalis, with becoming the butterfly. It becomes sludge, though the brain is literally dying, and those neuro pathways that are meant to solidify and go with us from childhood into adulthood forming, and in that forming there's a whole lot of sludge in between. And so, you know, it makes sense that we wouldn't give some of these responsible roles too early in the piece. You know, I think there's a lot of burden on children too early as well. You know, there's this fine balance between boundaries and restraint and freedom. But the other aspect I just did really want to touch upon is how important rites of passage need to be on a somatic level, on a body level, because it's one thing to acknowledge through words. You know, you are reaching your teen years, or, you know, you are transitioning from primary school to high school, or whatever these rites of passage are that we've been talking about tonight. But there's another whole body of wisdom that is obtained through the somatic realm. And I'm really passionate about creating experiences for all walks of life where that gets to be embodied in practice. So one example is, and it's so beautiful to see some of these workshops beginning to rise up with the younger ones and the 12-year-olds, 13-year-old girls and boys, is embodied practices around consent. Because we can have a body of knowledge around, yes and no, and it's okay to say no and it's okay to say yes, but can we practice it on a body level? Can we actually feel the contraction or the expansion on a body level and really start to make that a very deep resource for ourselves? Because that will walk with us through all walks of life when we have that deep listening ability. And so and then we get that informed knowledge from within, and that happens over time. And you're right, Flea, we actually need our elders to give us those boundaries, those routines and those rhythms. We function really, really well. And it's been proven that children really thrive when they're well held and they have containment and they have some, they just don't have ultimate freedoms on everything, but it's done with that loving presence and that authority that comes from the wisdom of the elders, not through sort of demonstrative authority figures that are actually squashing the spirit, but through those that can hold the wisdom and just hold it and not need to waver, not need to do anything with that other than just hold that. And we need to do that in community. We're not meant to do that in isolation. That's the community that holds all of us too. And that's why these rites of passage are really important, because it gives us an opportunity to bear witness to each other in community and to hold each other in community. Because it doesn't matter how well I raise my children. I have a son and a daughter. It doesn't matter how well I raise them if I'm not holding them somehow in a community that's also holding them. And this is what's been lacking, I think, in our society. So I'm so passionate about it. I could speak about it forever, but
yeah, it's so powerful and potent what you've shared. And Maitri, I know you also have a son as well, and both your kids are teens. And this holding, I see you just modeling so beautifully in who you are and your relationships with your children and your family and the community that's around you. I'd love for you to share your insights on this piece around community, the relationships, talking to your kids and your teens in that really open way that allows that consent piece to come through, but also the permission and safety to talk to them about things and having that openness that perhaps you didn't have growing up.
Yeah. So I think where they grow up, like having a community is really important, just like what Zoe shared. Even if we're holding a space for them, if the community isn't really there holding them, then it becomes very difficult. And I think it was great that, because I choose to be with beautiful souls who I align, and then so I bring my kids also into that community, have sense of community with the people who share the value and share the beauty of connection and sharing the unconditional love together. So then it's, although I'm bringing my children to my friend's house, and for me, it's, just not really a big deal. Like, I don't make conscious decision, they're my friends are beautiful people, so I should bring my children with them. But just because I go to my friend's house who I align with and beautiful people, and then, they grow up together with them. So what ended up happening is what Zoe talked about. This is unconscious level. It just happened in my life for them. So they also felt held by the conscious, like aunties and uncles, I suppose. And because their extended biological family is far, far away, like all my family is in Japan, and then all my family in-laws in different states. So then having that community of uncles and aunties that really helped to form their identity, and then their also sense of what is it that I like doing and what I value. Is it the people who does meditation and the singing and heart songs, circles and things? Do I feel I belong with them, or do I feel belonging to the people who might be taking more risky behavior? Do I feel more sense of belonging with them? And then I guess they could choose, okay, I think I feel connection to certain people, so then I will choose to be that way, because there are just so many, I guess, what's the word? Role models. Although they're the blood relatives, the extended family might not be there, but then there's just so many role models for them. So I think that truly helped.
I love that. And the role modeling, the aunties, the uncles, even the Indigenous school that I'm teaching at, they have the aunties and uncles, the elders that come in, and it's like, hi, auntie, blah, 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 hi, uncle, da, da, da. And even I call them that because that's just part of tribe and part of family. And this piece around sharing that wisdom, and I think Fernando spoke about this earlier. And Fernando, I will get you to share what you just shared in the chat there, but it's like that alignment to choosing what lights you up then gets to ripple out into community. And so Fernando, I know you're really big on community, and being a dad of a little boy and growing up in a world of understanding shamanic world, but also very high tech world that's shifting and changing. I'd love for you to share your final thoughts on community, on rites of passage, and how you as a dad are bringing your sense of ceremony, community, rites of passage into your family.
Thank you for saying that, Mary. I remember that. Well, first of all, I would like to say that according to what Soy and Maitri was already sharing, the sense of community is of paramount importance. It's so ironic to know that we are more in the world and we are more isolated, right? So it's quite ironic. So even here, I live surrounded by neighbors, but we help each other very, very, very little. Although it would be, we collaborate with each other way more than other neighbors. So what happened since the industrial age? Many communities were taken from the country to the cities. So as a consequence, those people who were actually living in a community in the country, they had to move to the city in order to get a job. But as a consequence, they didn't know each other and they started to be isolated from each other. So although they were living 2 meters apart from their neighbors, they became more isolated. And consequently, they didn't have the mutual collaboration they used to have in their previous stage. So what's the consequence of this? We involved, according to studies, over 300 years as a community. We lost 300 years of social evolution. And this has become extremely remarkable in the last few years, especially since the pandemic started, when so many people say, no, stay at home, save lives. And you are not allowed to hug, you are not allowed to even to talk to other people. And as you see everyone, and you can see even in yourself, and we can see in ourselves, our levels of energy, they decreased significantly since the pandemics. So my biggest takeaways is the following. The sense we have to go back to the roots and live as a true community, help each other as a true community. If we have neighbors, if we have people we are really trusting in, yes, we have to gather as a community because we are not alone in this. it doesn't make sense to be so much here in this world and to be so isolated. For me, it's totally ironic, right? So how do we have to make time for ourselves to go out to work if we are going to take our children to another place for people we don't know to take care of them? So for me, it doesn't make sense. So it's very, very important, at least for me, from my point of view, to take care of ourselves, because we do have to learn how to take care of ourselves, how to practice sustainability, how to collaborate with each other. Even I am already conforming in Spanish, not only in English, but also in Spanish, other networks of collaboration, because some people say, oh, yes, I'm learning this. Okay, can you teach me that? Yes, please. Instead of me paying a course to do that, I'm asking other people of our network to teach us these new skills that will help me in my business. And I like to do that. I like to teach some things that I'm learning on my own to other people who are already working with me, because otherwise we will be isolated and we'll be more vulnerable to the system and to uh, other things that the system will ask us to do. Stay at home and do this and do that and do that. I'm absolutely I don't have to, I don't like to do what the system asks me to do. I like to do what my heart asks me to do. And this is the most important thing. And our children are very, very wise. I learned the other day that my son, I asked my son, who is now 3 years and a half, when he was, before he turned 3 years old, I asked him, Kawan, are you a baby or are you a child? And he said, I am a baby child. He was 2. He said, I am a baby child. Okay. And then we move on. And a few weeks later, I said, Kawan, remember, if you want to become a child, you won't have to pee on your bed, okay? And he said, okay. And then a few weeks later, Kawan, are you a baby or are you a child? I am a child, he said. And he stopped being in his mattress. So I said, oh my God, he understands way better than I think I understand him. So our children are so wise. And if they see, if they listen to, if they feel something, the worst thing we can do is to say, no, that's a lie. Because they feel so much that we can be absolutely surprised by that. He told me the other day, I saw the unicorn. And yes, many adults are told that the unicorn does not exist. But the fact that adults don't see them, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. It's like talking about fear. Fear doesn't exist. Of course it does exist. But we don't have to see in order to see that, we don't have to see in order to believe that. So when my son told me, I saw the unicorn, I told him, where was he? And he told me, in the rainbow. And I remember that my spiritual teacher told me that the unicorn travels around the rainbow, and the unicorn is the guardian, is the children's guardian. So the unicorn takes care. His job is taking care of the children. And children are very, 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 very sensitive. And he started to see his power animals. He started to describe how they are. And when he said all of that, I already sensed that, because I've been working years and years in this. And I just asked him a question. If they tell us something, we just have to ask, what else? What else do you feel? What else do you feel? What do they tell you? How do you feel with that? Wonderful. And what are you going to do with that? And when my son was asked with this, he felt so confident, so happy, and so, how do you say, embraced. That's the most important thing. Because once we offer safety to them, they can just be.
I love that. I think that piece on whether you're 4 years old, 14, 24, 84, asking and just checking in for that feeling of embrace, for connection, for love. It doesn't matter what age you are, but it's that important piece of connection, of community, of honoring the individual, and just creating that environment. And I've really enjoyed this conversation. And the wise ones, as you mentioned, we've got two of them here. I know it's very late for them. It's almost bedtime. I'll invite beautiful Marley back on. This piece around bridging the generations, hearing some of the wisdom, these insights, and just briefly, Prashanti and Marley, what is it you want adults to celebrate more of for teenagers? We'll go with Marley. What is it you want adults to celebrate more of or care more of? And we're here and we're listening. So what is it, Marley, that you would like adults to do more of? Are we on mute? I think we're on mute.
I find it's not really that celebrated to look beautiful and stuff. And sure, if you don't need to. But personally for me, I really enjoy dressing up, and if I look good, I feel good. That's my motto. So
I love.
My dad doesn't think that fashion is necessary. He thinks it's weird when me and mum go off shopping and having fun. But it's one of my best memories. Just me and mum off shopping. And we only go shopping once a year, and it's at Christmas, and we do our Christmas shopping, and then we hit the Tree of Life, and we get a couple items for Christmas. My favorite part of the year.
That's beautiful. You know what? I think that's really, really important too. We always talk about our identity and, worrying about our looks. But I love that you just boldly said, celebrate the beauty, celebrate looking good. This is that queen essence, celebrate the beautiful clothes. And I know, Flea, you're passionate about this too, honoring the inner beauty and the outer beauty for our girls and our boys. Let's honor how handsome our young men are. Flea, any little tidbits to that before we go to Prashanti?
Oh, it's 100% true. There's nothing harmful in saying something nice. So why not? Yes, you look nice. Wow, I love the effort. It's recognizing the effort. That's what it is. I went to effort to feel this good. So thank you.
Yes, and complimenting each other. I love that. Powerful and potent. And Prashanti, what do you want adults to celebrate or listen more into? I'd love to hear your final thoughts.
Well, what I think, which isn't always to adults' conscious mind, is that a lot of the time when your child is, maybe rebelling or something like that, you're always asking, oh, how are you feeling? If you overdo it, things like, how are you feeling? Or, oh, do you want to come and do this? Or, we should hang out, or those sorts of things that sound very personal, very too, I guess you could go to a point where it's too emotional. For a lot of adolescents, even including me, it can be a bit, a bit borderline, where it's a bit it's a bit too much. You need to have some sort of boundary. And it's like being an adolescent. It's where you have that gap in your life where you're pushing away from the majority. I can't speak for everyone, but the majority of all your family and all those sorts of people, and kind of going back into the net of your friends. More so of that. So
yeah.
So would you say that's more
giving
like
space,
some privacy? Would you say it's more like privacy, like that little bit of privacy of my own life?
Yeah, you could say it as a little bit more privacy of, your own personal life. And it could also as well be as you're feeling, well, the way you're feeling. It doesn't, how you don't always need to overshare or, something like that. Having the expectancy of, like you're creating these, trying too hard to create an environment. Like if you say, or, you might do things that display very hard, maybe not harsh, but very forward levels of trying to be a better parent, or, I'm doing this because I'm trying to be a better parent. I'm doing this because for you, it can often, to speak for myself, it can often be a bit like, like, oh, it's a bit weird, like trying, like hearing your parents be like, oh, I have to be the best parent for you, it can be a bit, you want more of that boundary of, of course, of like the boundaries and yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And it's having that space, yes, some privacy, but having that space and noticing the resistance that if I say no, I'm not really interested. It's nothing against you, but I just want to do me and stop trying so hard. And there's nothing wrong. I'm just in my zone. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Is that kind of what you're kind of saying there? It's like, stop trying. I'm just being a teenager right now. Let me push the boundaries. Let me resist. Let me just be me. And I'll come to you when I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that piece about just noticing that. And these were some of those parts that even the adults were talking about is allowing that the resistance, the boundaries, the adventure, even what Fernando was saying, like in what you were saying too, Flea, with the privacy and that aloneness. It's like, I just want to hang out with my friends and figure out who I am and stop smothering, not that we're not smothering parents, but parents, we don't need to be helicopter parents. And it's that fine listening, knowing that they're safe to come to you when they're ready. And I know with a lot of teens that I've spoken to as a teacher, as a mentor, what you just shared there, Prashanti, was such a big topic of conversation in one of my drama classes, where it was like, yes, my parents are like too much in my face. I just want to hang out with my friends. There's nothing wrong. I just don't want to tell them about this stuff. And for those parents that are listening in, and for the teenagers, again, having that community where it's like, well, maybe our teens don't want to tell us stuff, but maybe there's somebody else that they trust, those aunties and uncles in the community, a friend, a family friend. Maybe it's somebody else in the tribe, in the community, in the space where it's like, well, if you don't want to talk to me, that's okay, but know that you have a network of people to talk to, which I think is powerful. So thank you so much. And that door signaling us it's time to go. And this has been such a powerful conversation. Thank you so much, Prashanti and Marley, Zoe, Maitri, and Fernando. Flea, any final comments for our last panel?
It's just been a beautiful experience, and hopefully the young people at home and the parents have gotten some beautiful insights into ways that we can consciously parent.
Beautiful. Thanks, everybody, and stay tuned for our final reflections. Bye, everybody.
Take care.
The next speaker, our dear friend Shikha. She is a seasoned speaker, author, teacher, and India's first child and family photographer, with over 20 years of experience, capturing the essence of love, trials, and joy through the use of a camera lens. She is the author of 100 self-portraits, 100 dreams, a groundbreaking book that united 100 mothers worldwide to share their stories through words and through self-portraiture. Her work was recognised by India's Prime Minister for bringing the challenges of motherhood into the spotlight. As the founder of the Mothers United movement, MUM, Shikha is dedicated to addressing self-image, self-esteem, and the often overlooked dreams of mothers. She empowers women globally through her in-person and online workshops, teaching them to create impactful self-portraits and meaningful visual content using smartphones or cameras. Shikha's unique teaching approach transforms the discomfort of being photographed into an opportunity for self-expression. Whether you're a seasoned photographer or a beginner, Shikha inspires her students, especially mothers, to capture and embrace their true selves, the beauty that is shown through the lens, creating a ripple effect of empowerment in the new era of AI-driven visual storytelling. And now we get to introduce this concept to our beautiful young people. Thank you, Shikha, for sharing your journey and supporting Awakean in this vision quest of self-discovery.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, it's so wonderful to end this beautiful summit with you. And like Flea said in the bio, bringing what we've experienced with you as mums to our teens, to the parents that are listening, and the art of noticing, I feel like has been a beautiful thread. We've been asked to notice how we listen deeper, notice like what's going on in our surroundings and our thoughts. And I'm so excited that you're going to lead us in the next half an hour of this workshop of going deeper within. So take
Thank
it
you,
away.
Marie and Flea. You guys are fabulous, fabulous. I cannot say it enough. And I just admire the way you guys show up and the way you bring the community together. It's commendable. So thank you for always inviting and doing this. Well, art of noticing is now become an art of noticing, but it's noticing that we were meant to, it was part of our DNA initially to just keep noticing things because that's where the intuition came from. That's where our decisions came from. That's where we decided maybe in our ancient times and tribes by noticing what's happening because we didn't have the information load like we have today about that's how a tree behaves, that's how an animal behaves. If a tiger comes, it eats you up, or stuff like that. We were very heavily dependent on noticing and using our senses to notice things and then take a decision to move forward. And that's how we maneuvered, and maybe that's how people even maneuver today when they go through forests and other places where there's no network and you don't know what's happening next. There is no other option but to notice what's coming next, where you're walking, how you're feeling, are you tired, are you needing rest? And that's how you move forward. So, as a photographer, it's a blessing that without noticing you can't take pictures, right? Like it goes hand in hand. You cannot be a photographer and not notice, right? It doesn't happen. Yeah, you have to be able to spot, notice, feel, understand, and then move ahead to take your decision of creating a picture. So it becomes a very integral part of especially being a photographer as an artist. Yes, other art forms like singing and music and art, you can still zone out and go away from where you are and bring whatever comes to you to your art. But when it comes to photography, you can't do that. You can't go somewhere else and the bird is just like left. You can't be in your mind somewhere else. So, well, I'm a practiced art of noticing, automatically, done that as a photographer for 25 years now. And I always say that children and photographers are the only two categories left in the world who jump when they see a caterpillar, who jump when they see a butterfly, who's just excited to be able to see birds again and again. As my son is part of this thing and he is into bird watching, every morning he has to come screaming, no matter what part of the house I am in, he has to come screaming, even if it's the same species of bird that he's noticed, right? And if it's a pigeon, and he will still come and say, oh, I just saw the pigeon, I just saw the pigeon. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm getting used to it. But his friends will keep telling him, but it's like, you see a pigeon every day, why are you so excited? And he had a very beautiful answer. He said, because I'm not seeing the species, I'm seeing the individual pigeon every time. It's a new pigeon, or it's probably a different pigeon. An individual life that I'm seeing, not pigeon. So that gave me a lot of learning as well, from the wisdom that he brought with bird watching. That, like, we don't see humans, right? We just don't say, oh, there's a human, 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 human. We're like, oh, there's Flea, there's Marie, there's Shika, and then, like, we notice different things. Similarly, each species has its own, individual part, and then that individual bird is bringing its own thing, its own character, its own thing that he's noticing and excited about. And that's how I think all the research comes down to people who sit down and probably research on birds or whatever they research on, that at individual level, how the same species is. So, art of noticing brings us to this whole concept of opening back to the wonder and tuning out first, thinking everything is same, everything is mundane, everything is normal, everything is. Uh, Children don't see it that way, and because it's a youth summit, I must compliment the fact that if we actually follow the children, the same path will look very different every day, every time. And even if we think that we've been down this path, they will still point out at something which is absolutely new and they've noticed. So that's the first thing in the workshop. I want to make sure that all adults who are going to be seeing this workshop, or children who are going to be, I'm complimenting all the kids and requesting the teens to maintain it, because they're in the transition period between that magical world to this world where we sometimes lose this gift. And all the adults to request, please follow your children. Don't think they're just taking you down the same path, they're boring, they just keep saying the same thing, and never tell them, why do you keep repeating the same thing all the time? I've heard it, I've understood it. We don't have to say that to our children all the time. It could be the same bird drawing, but it could be so different, coming from different emotion every single day, because they're noticing different things. And that's why I want to just take you through few things that as we go ahead to experience. So if you have paper and pen, I love Marie and Flea are here, so they can have paper and pen. And just quickly, it would be a quick share, because we'll just do one minute little exercises that I do in my workshop, and I'm bringing it here live with that. If I give you just like 30 seconds, or maybe a minute, no, let's not take a minute. We don't have a minute. We have 30 minutes workshop. So just take 30 seconds and just write. What comes to you when I say pay attention to what you pay attention to? Like, what is it that you pay attention to very easily that comes off your head? I know you've not thought of it, but what is it that you know that you definitely pay attention to every day of your life? Let's just hear that. What is it that you pay attention to on a daily life basis? And when you're done, you can just share. So, because it's a short 30 minutes, we would want maximum benefit for the audience whenever
It's an interesting one, being asked that question. I know that when I'm in company with people, I always notice their teeth. It's something that I'm just drawn to it. I don't know if it's I think it's the expression of the mouth. Like, it tends to connect to real emotions and real feelings. So I always notice the mouth first, which, unfortunately, if you've got something in your teeth, then makes me really nervous and I want to run. But clothing and smells, I always notice the smell of something, like, before that will capture my attention more than anything else, and be like, oh, what was that? And
you
then I
guys can
notice
come into the same frame, because we're so small, and let the audience see you guys. It's okay. We can be all together in this as one. We don't need to be separate. Perfect.
It's minimizing our tiredness. And I was like, I'm paying
No, not
attention
really. I'll
to
activate
my I
this one.
wrote down in the chat like my thoughts, my feelings, my surroundings, like they're probably the most immediate things, like what thoughts, like I do pay attention to those things, how I'm feeling in my body. And then like, certain surroundings are like tidy and clean, and today or this week noticing how messy my kitchen is because I haven't even had time to go and clean.
Beautiful. Flea, you would want to complete also what we were saying. That was the third thing you were trying to say.
Oh, it was just about the smell. I always
Yes.
notice smell first. So
So
yeah, clothing,
surrounding,
teeth, always first.
it's very
I don't know
interesting.
why.
Keep these notes because the inquiry starts from here. The curiosity starts from your why teeth. Like now, just be curious. But why am I noticing teeth? And you've been noticing it for some time. But why noticing teeth and why noticing? And the inquiry takes us down a very beautiful road. And of course, in the workshop, we go deeper in it, and we explore this whole thing. When I do this 2 days workshop, and what all comes out is unbelievable because we're doing it sometimes in a very automatic way. And when I say art of noticing, people think, oh, she's going to talk about nature, oh, she's going to talk about noticing what color somebody's wearing, but there's so much more that we're noticing and consuming and understanding, but we've not paid attention to what we're noticing. So paying attention to what we're paying attention to is a very great beginning to the inquiry. And Marie is paying attention to environment and how it is and messy and not messy and everything. And if actually sit with it whenever you're not tired one morning and try to inquire through this, so many things will come up for you both that will take you down a road of understanding yourself better, uh, of why have I started. And then sometimes what comes up is irritation that the reason why I notice this is not right. The reason why I'm doing it, like when the inquiry goes down deeper, and then that starts coming up, I'm like, why can't I let go of this? And why am I bringing this energy inside of me through noticing the things I'm noticing? And sometimes it's a delight. Sometimes it's attached to a memory of childhood. Sometimes it's attached to something that you love. So going down this path will take you to. So this is the first exercise that anybody in the audience can do: is pay attention to what you pay attention to, because sitting with that will take you through, and it will release. A lot of release happens because the understanding, and then you have a decision when you go to the right bottom and say, this is why I'm doing this. And then if you tune into your energy and notice the energy that's attached to what actually came up for you, you are ready to either let go or embrace it more, because then you know that it's coming out of love, or it's coming out of frustration, or it's coming out of a deep wound, or it's coming out of a trauma. It takes you right there of what you're noticing. So that's step one. um, let me let me now take you to another thing. Just look around in what is the patterns that exist right in your environment. Like, how many patterns can you notice in your environment right now? Just count and tell me.
Lots of stacking. Lots of stacking. I stack everything. There's books stacked on top of other
Just
things
keep
and
writing this, because
cards stacked
these
on
are
top
all
of
nuggets.
cards.
Like, these are all nuggets for your inquiry, because this workshop is a short 30 minutes workshop, but it's going to help you. Uh,
Lots of everything.
Lots of everything. Yeah. But my
Lots of
question is,
everything.
how many kinds of patterns exist around you, both right now where you're sitting?
So many. I'm seeing like my brain, when you say patterns, my brain went into like my thinking patterns versus actual spatial patterns. And then I was like thinking about both things, because then I was like, in this space, there are things chunked up in this garage because this is Sean's workshop. So he's got, this is my podcast space here. There's artwork here. There's things in cubes. There's a whole section of nature on that artwork. There's even like, and then my brain went into, there's like an artistic, it went into like the patterning of his structure versus my messiness.
See,
And like,
again,
I hated that.
As you guys have done my self-portrait workshop, and I keep taking the clue from you guys and just keep moving forward, and that's how the fun part of exploring through photography and noticing is this. So, what if you took the picture, took a camera, and just focused on patterns, right? And took some pictures of patterns around you, where you stay, where you walk, and notice the patterns and what are those patterns. And in that also, the next step of inquiry or curiosity would be, why am I only noticing this kind of patterns? Why am I only noticing messy? Why am I only noticing why am I why am like, because there's so much more pattern that you can point out at. But just to be able to only point out a certain kind, like Marie straight away go to her soul, her mind, till she'll drift away and try to notice within. And again, if you just write these things down, and you always find a why. Like, why is my first comment on pattern? I'm stacking so much. Like Felicia said, I'm stacking, stacking, stacking. Again, it go down the inquiry range, go down the curiosity range. Why am I noticing something? And does it go right at the bottom out of frustration, or does it go right at the bottom out of joy? And what am I ready to let go? And what am I ready to embrace more because of the curiosity tunnel that I will go through by just noticing? It looks like just noticing, but noticing brings you back into your body, into your present, into the physicality that we were given as a gift. And it's a very charming road when we drift out and we do the inner work, we do the inner child, and whatever we're doing, we just keep drifting and we get answers and other dimensions and everything. But the reason I think I was born was to keep bringing back people to the physicality, and that's what the self-portrait workshop is also all about. That everything was through this body we could do all that. But like, even this body has so many magical aspects to it that can bring so much joy in, sometimes without drifting to another dimension or inward or outward. Just being here can bring so many answers and solace and calmness around us. So sometimes we don't need to really probably go through ceremonies and everything, just by noticing. And these youngsters are also, again, we are in the youth summit. So if you can give this gift back and tell especially the teenagers, to hold on to it and encourage them to hold on to this part of noticing, it'll become a very big gift for them to take a deep breath and come back and say. So similarly, patterns. Why are we noticing certain patterns? Go down the curiosity lane. I wish I had more time. We would have, had these discussions then. But whoever's going to watch, and both of you also, just write these things down, and you will know, and you will realize just the starting point is noticing, but the end point is release. End point is freedom, and that's where you can end right at the end of this one little notice thing that you've done. And then there can multiple things that you can notice, and you can go down the thing. Okay, so let's see if I can take you. All right, so how many of you have noticed eyes? Like, she's noticed teeth. Marie Flea had just said she notices teeth. How many of you notice eyes? And let me just share the screen if I can. I'm a little nervous shooting the entire screen, maybe. Okay,
I
let me.
notice while you're pulling that up, when I look at my photos, or if I look at myself, like here in this reflection, that when I smile, my eyes smile, but when I'm like straight faced, I notice the tiredness and the bags and the lines. But then when I smile, it was like my eyes light up, and it, like, that makes it even more beautiful. And I notice, like, yeah, I think that about my eyes, that the lines actually, when I smile, they smile with my eyes. And that's my take on it. So I try to smile more. And with the teeth thing, when I look at photos, I'm very gummy. So whenever I have photos and I'm like fully smiling, I notice like my top teeth and the gums, because I'm just like, yeah, let's just smile, and my whole face just changes. So
Mm.
it's interesting to notice the beauty, but then also like some of the thoughts behind. It's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't smile as more, because my mom told me to like smile with my mouth closed when I was younger. So then I just smiled even more just to
Mm,
go here.
mm,
So it's
mm.
interesting.
Yeah, and Flea, what's coming for you with eyes? Do you notice eyes a lot?
I do because especially in person, it's something that my aunt brought us up that you have to stare the person like it was pretty much stare the person in the eye when they're talking to you. So um, it was something if we didn't do it around her, we'd be punished for it. So it was
Wow.
embedded that when somebody's talking, make sure you look at them. So it's gotten me to a point where it causes discomfort. So like I'm fine with it. I have no issues. If anything, I probably make people feel intense, and they tend to look away from me too much. So I notice that people can't look at me because of my energy. But at the same time, when I'm around someone I'm not particularly comfortable with, I can't look at them,
Right.
and it's really, really hard. Like that part of me that's getting told off by my aunt keeps coming back, going, "I've got to look. I've got to. Oh, but I can't. I've got to look. I can't." And
Yeah, yeah,
it's interesting, but I always it's very similar to what Marie says. You can tell like the genuineness by a
yeah,
person's eyes. Like you can see when they're really genuinely interested. It's like the eyes sparkle,
yeah.
and you can't mistake that.
Yeah. So I will urge both of you and audience whenever they watch this, whoever watches this, and children. There are two ways you can notice. Like, of course, outwardly when you look at somebody's eye, and even if they're smiling, you can see in their eye they're not. It just shows the emotion very, very clearly. And many times people, when I walk on the road and I just look at somebody and I'll ask them, "Are you okay? You don't look okay." And they feel I'm a psychic or an intuitive or something. It was just like this magical powers. They could see it, but all I saw was the eyes, and all I saw was something, speaking through the eyes, in spite of the smiles and in spite of whatever they're talking. And that taught me to tune in with people by looking in their eyes, when you in their in person. And sometimes even I want to look away. And the second part of noticing eyes would be, sometimes you really don't want to look at somebody because there's so much going on, and sometimes the other person can see through you. So you will start shifting your eyes. Doesn't make you, we have this very judgmental thing about if somebody has shifty eyes, they're not like great people or something's going on. But sometimes it's just they're just trying to hide their emotions very hard, and they just don't want to look into people's eyes. And it's not necessarily something bad is being hidden. That could be only one of them. But sometimes if you notice yourself, you don't want to look at people in their eyes when they're talking to you. You could be in a big conference, your speakers and everything, and something just shifted, or some news just came in and the person just read something and suddenly the eyes move and they just shifted, because something they just read. So if you start noticing these things, and even if they're smiling and laughing, their eyes will say that something happened, and that's the time you can tune in and just hold the shoulder and say, "Are you okay?" But for that, you being present, being available, being there, right there, to be able to tune into people around you, to be able to tune into your loved ones. And because we're in the youth summit, and a lot of children, youngsters try to take their lives, it really hurts me. And that time I talk to parents, and I always tell them, tune in their eyes all the time to check what's happening, not to their words and not what they're saying and not what they're hiding and not what they are not telling you. Their eyes will speak. That can't be, you can't lie through your eyes. You can lie through your face expressions, but just sit across and just look at their eyes and say, hmm. But
Mm.
for that, you need to look at your eyes, you need to tune into yourself, you need to get into your heart to bring yourself to the body, and then become so present that you can actually notice the eye and the little subtle shift. So when you start practicing art of noticing, you start to it brings you to the present that most meditation is telling you to do. Like meditation is trying, and people are trying hard, and they say we can't meditate, we can't sit for 20 minutes, we can't, because you're trying too hard. The starting point of any meditation or deep healing or deep insight is noticing. And that's what I'm trying to bring to the world, like self portrait. Just come, like, let this whole easy methods come right in front rather than thinking that we have to go through a big thing. So If we can teach our children notice, like my it's a language of my son. He'll keep saying, art of noticing. He'll ask me a question, what's around? What can I see on this tree? There'll be a camouflaged thing, and I'll just keep trying to notice, and he's noticed it. And that's the game we play. So he brings me back to noticing all the time. And he also gives me marks of how good I am at noticing if I've just not done well. So that's the third thing I want to tell about emotional tuning in. We could tune in through eyes. So patterns, there's just, it's the list is so endless. But it's just not about noticing. Through noticing, get into an inquiry, and through the inquiry, get through the whole tunnel and go right at the end and find out why you notice what you notice and journal about it. And then find out that end of the tunnel, is there a release or a joy hanging into what you're noticing? And unfortunately, whenever I've done this workshop, the tunnel takes us to the fact that something is annoying us, and we are always noticing something that's troubling us, annoying us. And the joy part is little less in noticing, and the fact that we've reached a point where we are noticing everything out of whatever's happened in the past and coming out that way. So I realized that replacing your habit of noticing only the things that bother you to replacing your things that gives you joy, consciously noticing it and finding what is it that gives you joy. So like that's the last exercise I would like to do, because there can be this again, like my self-portrait workshop, it can go on and on and on, but this is a glimpse of the tool I wanted to share, couldn't share, but that's all right. The thing that is that, be curious through noticing. Step one is noticing. Meditate after noticing. You know, use the art of noticing as the starting point, and then go down the curiosity tunnel, and then find out and do more of what gives you joy and emerging from joy, and do less of what is frustrating you, because all that is adding the trauma, the disease, the everything in our body at every single second. Because as long as we can notice, and noticing doesn't only happen with eyes, it happens with ears, it happens with all our senses. You notice through your touch something, so your brain is constantly noticing through senses. So the last thing I wanted to say is, what, like, just name 5 things that gives you joy that you just notice around yourself right now in your physical presence. Bring yourself to the body and see what gives you joy right around yourself right now, and or something that you remember in the morning that you saw. Don't go very far, something that gave you joy. And if it didn't, that's a great starting point too. So just notice for 10-15 seconds, think about it, and let me know.
Oh, it's easy. This actually brings me back to when you were mentioning patterns. Marie then went to the behaviors. It's like, yeah, I did that too. But as she was talking, I went, oh, why didn't I notice the actual patterns? So as an artist, like I've got like patterns everywhere, the shapes, the dots, the spots, like even the texture of the wall, that's a pinboard sort of thing, the texture of the wood, like there's so many different patterns in that way. And that brings me joy, like the artwork and the just being able, like it doesn't have to be anything, it's literally just a pattern.
Yes.
But not far from that is birds. I hearing your son talk about birds, it was like, I do that. I don't do it as a I'm going out to identify birds, but just sitting outside, just like noticing the repeat birds that keep landing and nesting. Like we've had different types that this is their third time round nesting, and you're seeing like the babies coming back with them, and it's like, oh, the whole family's back and they're here. And like it is noticing that they are the same ones and that they do come back to the same place. And
Yes.
yeah, that's my joy. But there's so much in here, like sewing. I've got a sewing machine, I've got
Exactly.
painting, artwork. Like this is my space. I've got the podcasting stuff, which is all fun and all the bits and pieces. My bees and my puppy dog.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened is, over a period of the era we are born in, and all the journeys we've taken within, and all the journeys we're taking to next dimensions. This middle body of ours that was a gift is not getting satisfied by paying any attention to what all it had as a magical tool within it, that helped us go out dimension or within, like, both the sides. But this is the body that helped it just go that way. Just to pay attention to that body will actually make the experience of being in this lifetime, being born, a complete experience. It cannot be done without the magic of eyes. I mean, of course, we have people with not having the ability to see, but then they have ability to hear amazingly, and then they can touch. So the senses that were given to notice things is what was our gift, and that's is not getting used at all. And that will enhance our experience inwards and outwards, and that will enhance the experience of release and freedom. And Marie, what is it that you notice which is joyful? And yeah, as an artist, coming back to patterns and just being patterns, and that's it, and staying there is a great exercise.
Mm.
Yeah. Yes, Marie.
I wrote down just being at home, just nature, because I'm in the garage, very nice garage, but like just having sunlight, just the natural light come in. My dogs, just being able to dress up, and just yeah, being at home with my family instead of being at a school. Like I love the work we're doing, even though there's a lot of holding of space. But I
Yes.
love that we can be at home and do this, and calling in more opportunities like this, and more connections, and more people to listen in and notice, putting it out there, to notice these conversations that are out there, and to notice the passion in the young people, in our presenters, in what Flea and I do with Awaken, and why we continue to lean in the resistance and the resilience that we have, and all the things. And yeah, I know even when Flea and I speak and light up, there's like a difference when we talk about stuff. There's an energy and a purity in what we're doing. So even noticing that in her, in yourself, in the speakers that are speaking from the heart, that that's what gives me joy. I've had so many moments of joy over these last 3 days, and I want more teenagers to feel that. I want more kids to feel that. I want more parents to feel that. So yeah, I know we're almost out of time, but even when you were talking about noticing the eyes and the smile, it made me think of a story of when I was in this school doing relief work, but it was photo day in this high school. The kids did not want to smile for this photographer, and they just wanted to have the serious face, but they had to smile for their ID cards. And the eyes of these children and these teenagers were so beautiful. And there was this young man, he may have been like 14, 15, and he just didn't want to smile. The photographer got him to smile, and his eyes just like glowed. And I was like, you really have a beautiful smile, you should smile more. And I think he felt that, but then he went into like those negative thoughts that we've been speaking about, and he went into like, oh, I'm too cool, I don't need to smile, you know. And it's like, if we compliment each other more, and if we embrace the beauty within each other more, then we'd be smiling with our hearts and our eyes more.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's I'm telling you that this activity itself is one very integral part of us, but just coming back to just this activity. I have a quote that I'm trying to just read because I want to share it, but I'll read it out by 1 second. There's another laptop here that is giving me this. Okay. Um, if it opens up for me, yeah. So there is this Krishnamurti. He's a very famous guy, and he has written a lot about observation, and he has done many things around observation. And he said something which is where how I want to end this workshop. Saying the quote says, "Do not tell the observation how to observe, but learn the art of observing without any distortion." Right. So that's where I want to end this. And I definitely would love more people to come and join the art of noticing because it's a fascinating thing. It applies to everybody. It's not a particular, it just applies to humans. I think it applies to animals, but I can't teach them. Animals notice a lot. But so do not tell the observation how to observe. Don't go out of noticing saying, now I'm going to notice. You just notice. You just bring yourself here. And then everything starts to emerge and the animation around you starts to happen. So you can't, because the minute you start saying, I'm going to notice, you're bringing, I'm going to notice this, I'm going to notice that, it will be a futile effort in practicing noticing. And that's why I said it's a beginning of meditation, because even if for a second you just dropped what you want to notice and something emerged right in front of your eye, you've you'll be full of joy. You'll be like, oh my god, there was a snake right in front of me and I couldn't see it. And or there was this child who's about to fall and I couldn't see it, or there was this teenager who's distressed and I couldn't see it. You know, and or there's this old person who needs help. I always give this exercise to children when they come for this workshop is go and notice your grandparents' eyes color. They've not even gone and peeked into their grandparents' eyes and seen what color eyes are they, and were they then asking questions like, were they this color when you were younger, or have they become like this now that you've grown old, or what is it that your eyes see? Just the grandparents, just the old age being lived, and now they're sitting itself is a bonding exercise, between a grandchild and a grandparent also, because there's two different lives, two different spectrums, like absolutely two different points of life, right? So teaching your children to do these little things, and then teaching yourself not to tell yourself, let's observe, time to observe, but becoming an observer all the time. And while I say this, if it's not happening to you, but it's happening to me every time I say that, I already feel this jitter and shiver in my body when I say, while you become an observer, and I see a dropping of so much stress out. The minute I feel I'm thinking of becoming an observer, I'm just like this, like a lot of things drop off my energy. I feel that always, because I feel that now suddenly I don't have to carry the weight of tomorrow, next minute, next second, next day, what my children are going to do. And that's the power of the observation and noticing. So just keep you telling yourself that let me just become an observer. Every time you forget, remind yourself, let me become an observer. And the minute you do that, a lot of stress falls off. Your goal setting, your stuff, everything. And I'm not saying that that's what you need to do, but actually that's what you need to do many times in your life. You just need to remind yourself. If you can put an alarm every 2 minutes, every 2 hours, and say, time to become an observer. And just don't even put, like, just say how long can you go, increase it from a, like, Shaurya said it in his feelings, start with 5 minutes of bird watching, then go to 10 minutes, then in one of his videos he says then go to 20 minutes. It'll just happen. And sometimes maybe an hour is gone, and that's equivalent to a full-time meditation. Your parasympathetic nerves, everything, whatever the science today is saying about relaxing, will drop off. So that's how I want to end this hour of noticing. And I wish everybody that some moments of observation and being an observer can be integral part of your training every day, like exercise, like sleeping, like paying attention to your skin. Pay attention to observing, and let's see what it takes you down. And having a journal initially helps, because when you look back, you'll be really seeing the journey from there to there, what all you observed and how you came out of dropping so much within your life. So thank you so
Beautiful.
much for
Oh,
inviting me for this.
thank you. Thank you so much for just spending this time with us to
Pleasure.
journal, to question in a very bite-sized piece. But the question might pay attention to what you're paying attention to. That's boom, stuck with me, to observe that and to also surrender. And Flea, what have you noticed and observed in this?
Yeah, well, from the stacking at the beginning, this is all the groups of self. So everything is grouped into the groups of self in my room. Like I expressed, there's lots of different ways to express creativity, and that is my stacking, literally. It's like
Oh, I
there's a
love
group of
it.
self, there's another one. And yeah, some are mixed,
Love
some
it.
aren't.
I love that. Like, write these things down and journal. It really helps. It really helps. Make an observation book or something like that, and stick things to it, and draw things there, and put the pointers. And
Keep us stacked.
Yeah, I love that.
it's very interesting.
It
Uh,
reminds me of this amazing book I have. It's called How to Be an Explorer of the World. And a lot of it is observation, journaling, going out into nature, getting things. So it's called How to Be an Explorer of the World. But all of these beautiful pieces of art of noticing, journaling, observing the senses, what's around you, I think is really, really beautiful. So thank you so much, Shika. And if people want to connect with you, how can they do that?
Well, I'm on Facebook, and Messenger is a great way to connect. I think the most active on Facebook, and I answer on Messenger. That's the best way to do it, because that's the only space I have to check constantly on social media. Facebook and the Messenger. So anybody wants to reach out, just by Facebook, which is photographer Shikha Khanna, you can find me and send me a message, and I usually reply to the messages very easily.
Amazing, amazing. And folks, if you've enjoyed this summit and you also want to review the Mum Summit that Felicia, I, and Shika did, you can still sign up for VIP and capture all of the amazing content, all of the learnings, all of the resources there. There's so much value, and you can come and connect with us at www.awakenacademy.com. And Flea, any final thoughts before we share our reflections with Bronwyn?
I just love all of this. It's brought me into a very emotional state today, because it is all very, it's very simple. And when we notice it, it sometimes does bring up a lot of emotions. So for those people that are sitting here watching going, well, I don't feel any better, just remember that those emotions do need to be worked through. And like at the very beginning, there are ways to do that. So just making sure you're writing the things down, noticing your feelings, grouping it up into categories if you need to, and working through that step by step. But there are fantastic coaches, mentors, you've heard from them this weekend, and if you do need or feel like you've resonated with any of them, their links are available through Awakening Academy.
Thank you for watching and tuning in live and on the replays. Bye, everybody.
Bye bye. Thank you, Marie and Flea.
Oh, how exciting. This has been such a beautiful event. All of the beautiful speakers, the lovely youth, and all of their messages. I really hope that everybody has had something spark their creativity, their heart, or even just a new way of thinking, because that's where it started for me. It was just the tiniest little, maybe if I just changed my mindset, maybe if I just looked at it differently, and that's all it takes is, okay, that's a start. That one small little, tiny little spark.
Yeah. I love that this has been a thread of the sparks igniting new ways of thinking, or just even remembering, like maybe there is another way of doing something. And I've really enjoyed like the panel discussions and just hearing all the different perspectives. I know the last panel that we just had with looking at like bridging the gaps of the old and the new, there was like a really important piece that one of the girls spoke about was like, just ask us, like, don't forget to, notice what we're going through. Maybe we don't want to do that thing that you as parents think you want, that is doing the best for us. Maybe we just need to sit with where we're at the moment. And just to hear that was really refreshing. You know, sometimes we as adults think we know what that was good for them, and we do. But also, it's that invitation from our teens, from our young people, just to continually ask them how they're going, where they're at, notice their emotions, their feelings, what their bodies are doing, what their minds are thinking, what their hearts are feeling. And for us as adults, as parents, as teachers, to really listen to that. And I feel like this piece around listening has also been really, really powerful. Bronwyn, what have you
Yes.
enjoyed?
It was truly a memorable moment listening to the youth, listening to how open and honest the conversations were. The panels, I mean, you know, the advice, the different perspectives on things, but all around growing as people, growing as humans, and having that growth mindset, and learning. And, you know, all of the talks between some of the coaches and other speakers, I mean, everybody seemed to really gravitate to, like you were saying, active listening, like learning. You know, if parents can be active listeners to their children, and if the children can find their voice to communicate their emotions and their feelings, the family dynamic is just going to shift that much more and propel, you know, to a whole new level. And, you know, these strategies that were, I mean, with all of the different talks, I mean, some, you know, I thought I had known so many phenomenal strategies and so many topics, and I learned so much. And I can't wait to share, you know, these suggestions and this toolbox of skills, that I can continue to add to our coaching repertoire. But really, I mean, just I really am just floored by the responses, the guests, the people, the interaction. I can't wait to do something like this next year. I think everyone's going to feel like I might have missed out, you know, and they can still get, you know, the replays, and which is amazing. But I have a feeling next year, you know, everyone's going to be talking, and it's going to even be more outstanding. I mean, I'm just so proud of what was put together, and I can't thank our youth and speakers enough. Phenomenal job.
Well said, well said. And also a big shout out to our sponsors, WWDB TV. And thank you so much, John. And having John also share his insights and his wisdom and be on a panel with us as well is so phenomenal. And we've just had an array of ages and experiences and insights and this wealth of knowledge. And folks, if you are listening in on this live, you can tune in on the replays. It is going to be restreamed to Roku, so stay tuned for more information and to catch those replays. But you can also dive deeper into the support that Awaken also provides all of our beautiful viewers and listeners, and there's so much value with what we have to share. And so, Lee, how can people connect with us at Awaken Academy?
Yeah, our website is definitely by far the best one. So if you wanted to email us directly, support at Awakening Academy, the spelling just beside our names there. So AWAECNIAN academy.com is the website. And we have so many beautiful offerings. We take these lovely speakers' presentations and we just enhance them with activities, with different teachings and learnings. Just amplifying, you know, everybody learns differently. Some people need a video, some people actually need to practice it, and some people just need a different method. So that's just one way that we love to expand and also develop the relationships with our speakers, because their links are available for you there as well. So perhaps you really resonate with someone and you get to go through and you can connect with them right then and there. So it's just a beautiful way that we love to support the people that work with us, but also get the help that we all are searching for. I hate being marketed online. I hate when people come into my DMs suggesting that they know me and they can fix my problems for me. And it's like, no, because if you knew me, you would know that I have to make that choice myself. and that it has to be a decision that I feel I need. And I know that there would be so many people out there going, yes, I hate that so much. So yeah, that's what we do. We allow you to choose what it is you need. And if it is one of us, that's fantastic. If it's one of Beautiful Bronwyn's coaches, even better. But perhaps it's just somebody that we've had on one of our summits and you just really resonated with how they spoke. Their links are there too. So we don't like to leave anyone in the dark at Awaken. It's a community. Like we said at the beginning, this is what I'm passionate about. And I know I can't do it on my own. There's only 24 hours in a day and not much of that is working. And yeah, we can't do it alone. So this is a way that we can come together, but it's by choice, which is.
I love that. And Bronwyn, because you've had such a beautiful impact in working with us and saying yes and going down this journey to support this beautiful project and this platform and this summit to get to its completion, how can people come and connect with you and connect with your coaches if they're listening in the States?
Yes. So I think the best way also is our website, which is stars. Whoop, this way. Nope, this way. So yeah. There. StarsKidsLifeCoaches.com. That's simple. And on our website, you can read all of our coaches' bios, what we do, and so forth. But you can also, there's an easy link to connect right to us, to write us whatever you're interested in, but also to subscribe. And we send out tips to parents all the time. We send out a monthly newsletter with all kinds of strategies, new things that we're doing, new things we're offering. So that's the best way. And usually within 24 hours or less, someone from my team will get back to you. And if it's something resonated with anybody of our coaches, reach out. I can do connections. They'd love to talk. They can send supplemental materials if necessary. But just like Felicia was saying, we're all here for kids. It's that connection piece, which is the most important, whether it's Awaken Academy, Stars Kids Life Coaches. We all are here because we love children. We love families. We love creating healthy family dynamics. So reach out to any of us. We're all here to help and support.
So beautifully said. And folks, you know where to contact us. We'd love to hear what landed and what's resonated. So feel free to share your insights in the chats, by email, and we'd love to hear from you. Come and join our tribes and let's connect, everybody. Thanks again. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.